Oh, we are live. Welcome as always to the Hawks Nest. If I can get my words out today, my name is Brandon. Thank you as ever for joining us. Boy, we should have a fun little live stream rolling today as we actually have some news. It's been a dead period for us here for a little while this off season. Not a lot of big signings, not a lot going on, but boy, did Schneider and company make up some ground here this past week with the Jamal Adams trade. Will Butler, what is up, my man? Welcome on into the chat. Thanks for joining. Fredo, how you doing, my guy? So I hope you guys are all hyped up properly. I hope everyone's gotten a good enough read off this Jamal Adams deal to maybe have certain trepidations in regards to it, and maybe some misgivings in regards to the first round picks, but they should feel so much happier and better about this year to come. And what we're going to be getting as far as a team out there on the field, as a player, and just I think what the overall improvement of the projection of where we were prior to this trade as opposed to where we could be from this trade. What's up, Irina? Hello, Berserker, Mexico. What's up? How you guys doing down there? Hopefully not burning up. Michael Mackins, how you doing, man? Clara, what's up? Hello. Thank you. I like that. I'm going to rock that facial hair a little bit longer till I got to go do my new job, and then they're going to make me shave, I'm sure. So I'll be back to clean shaving at that point. Antonio Brown. I actually think that Clara, the Antonio Brown situation right now is working a little bit in Seattle's favor. And I mean by the suspension and the fact that we actually have a ruling coming down from the commissioner. If the commissioner waits and it just continues to kind of carry on where you don't know how that situation is going to end up, then you're probably going to see it as a less likelihood that he'd end up with our Seahawks. But that's not the case. He's got the 8 games now as a suspension. We know that he's locked in on that. If anything, I think that opens the door as much as ever here to him coming to Seattle, because let's say we get into week 8. Let's not even say about signing him now, but just waiting until after the suspension, which I think most teams will. I don't think anybody's going to sign him now while they would count on the books, I believe, to have him on suspension. So week 8, let's say one of our horses go down. We get Josh Gordon, DK, and Tyler in the mix. This is what we think is going to happen at this point. And then one of them goes down. You're down suddenly a receiver. Sure would be nice to get a late season acquisition like Antonio Brown, where you only need him then for 8 games. You only need to keep his head on straight for 8 games and to get you through the playoffs, especially in this wild ass year that we're about to run into. Brick Box. What's up, Brick? How you doing, man? Rick Zapata. The Kraken. Well, what do you think? I like the name. I do. It fits. It's Seattle. It's got the maritime stuff going on with it. It's not a weak ass creature, right? Like it's got a little bit of like Krakens are known for being scary. That fits. It fits for hockey, I think. User Hitstick, what is up, man? How you doing? Hovan, welcome, my guy from the European sector. Pushkar, how you doing, Pushkar? Looking at the current situation, Pushkar says, looking at the current situation of Major League Baseball, do you think the season will actually happen? I think baseball sort of has put itself behind the 8 ball a little bit here, Pushkar, in the way that they went about preparing themselves and getting ready. They were so caught up through the whole process with the negotiations between the Players Association and the ownership over how much money they're going to pay, how many games they're going to play. It seemed like there wasn't as much concentration towards actually how they were going to be able to separate the players, keep them safe, keep basically the kind of situation we saw this last week happen from happening. So I do go back to, I think we are going to have a season. We could see a reduction in some games, but I would still say you're going to see at least 13 games played this year in the NFL. That's my guess at this point. I think they're going to do a good job. Baseball lends itself well to you being able to basically cut yourself off around. I mean, those guys go into a bubble anyway when the season normally starts as it is. So it's just a little bit more of an extreme of what they kind of naturally do anyway. Training camps of old, those guys used to go out to like Pullman, right? And they would be out there away from their families, just sleeping on a cot every night, waking up, going to practice, sleeping on a cot every night, going to practice, et cetera, et cetera. So, yep, I think we are going to have a season. I think we are. Basketball is doing it right. They seem to be going okay. I think football will fall more in line with that. Yeah, Clara, Antonio Brown's going to have to behave. That is absolutely for sure if he comes aboard. And I think he's going to toe the line just because he has no other choice, no other options. This would be it. I mean, you're now pushed up against it where if you fail out one more time, no other team is going to sign you in the league most likely. I mean, maybe somebody would, maybe a bad Cincinnati team or something like that. But I just think I think he'll know that this is his one shot, and not just one shot. He's going to a Super Bowl contender at that point. Talk about a great opportunity to reverse course on what is the narrative out there regarding your mental health, who you are as a player, whether you can be on a team and be on a winner and help contribute to a Super Bowl. Jeffrey Hammond, what's up, man? I was just responding to your comment just before the stream on a couple of your points, a couple of your solid points, might I add. So, Pure Mind, how you doing, man? Awesome. We can catch you live on this. Love seeing you in the chat. Maxwell Stern says, with Jamal, we really are making a run for the Super Bowl. Yeah, Maxwell, I would say this is definitely puts you into that Super Bowl range of things. I said prior to this trade, I had Seattle really at about the 11-win mark right now as I project it. Now, that's not without us adding potentially Snacks Harrison, potentially another pass rusher, even if it's not Jadeveon Clowney, you're bringing in Everson Griffin. That's not even doing that. I had us at 11 wins as we stood right now. Now you add in Jamal. To me, this pushes us up into the 12, 13 win mark. And maybe you even get even more elite if you can bring on the pass rusher and one tech. I am still worried about the defensive lines. Those issues do remain and those worries do remain. But as far as the potential of this team, where we could go, Super Bowl is fully within bounds. Bricks Mox, not a Hawks question, but do you think the 49ers will keep their team alive next season? I don't mind, Brick. I'll answer any questions on anything. So, and especially if it's even on other NFL teams. I think the 49ers have positioned themselves really well to maintain themselves. Being that they didn't just maintain serve this offseason, they took steps forward. When you look at the trade, especially the Trent Williams trade, which was just a fantastic deal for them, to bring him in, to me, at the reduced value that they did for a guy who's easily going to have 3 more years of his career remaining. We're seeing a lot of these left tackles, Dwayne Brown and Whitworth with the Rams, just in our own division, playing into their mid-30s, even upper 30s. So I think he's still got a little bit of game to play. He's had a year off. His body's going to be fresh. And the guy's a monster at the left tackle position. They upgraded there. Then you look at what they did at DeForest Buckner on the line. They knew he was coming up for a contract. They liked Eric Armstead and his development and where he's really gone. So I think they almost kind of favored going towards Eric rather than they had to make a choice sort of between one of the two. And what did they do? They flipped him for maximum capital to me with the number 13th overall pick. And then you bring a guy in, Kinlaw, who to me was the best 3-tech in this entire draft. The best 3-tech defensive tackle, best pass rushing, essentially defensive tackle in this draft was Kinlaw. So in a lot of ways, I don't see them taking any step down from DeForest Buckner to Kinlaw. It may even end up being a little bit of an improvement for him, and I certainly see the offensive line being an improvement for him. They lost Emmanuel Sanders, that's true, and I know they've got the broken foot with Deebo Samuel, but Brandon Ayuk's coming in there. They're really high on him. He should be a good pure scheme fit. I didn't love him as much as a receiver, but he should be a good scheme fit for them. Randall McDaniel, man, thank you so much for the $25 donation, brother. I do salute you. I know you've given in the past. Thank you so much for that donation, man. That is so nice. I really do appreciate it. Ryan Hurd, so should we just sign Gordon right now? Seems like a no-brainer at this point. Do you think we'll hear something soon? I would say yes and yes, Ryan. Yes, we should sign Josh Gordon. All of the indications have been out there that this is going to be what happens, with Josh saying, I want to come this way, and the Seahawks alerting through the sources in their media that they'd like to have him back. They're just waiting on the commissioner's judgment to come down, that gavel to finally hammer down and say, okay, you've served enough time. We'll let you go on this. So I think it is a no-brainer that he's coming here. And I think that, again, this is the thing with the Antonio Brown, that potentially Antonio Brown sits there like that guy coming off the bench mid-season, maybe because of that suspension point. And again, it may seem odd that we're even still considering it if you get Gordon, but it's not out of context at that point to get all 4 of those guys onto the team, because you're not paying all of them for a full seasons of salary. At that point, you only have to pay half a year Antonio Brown. And I don't think Josh Gordon's going to break the bank. So you could potentially add that reserve in if you need to add him in late season as injuries happen, or let's just say maybe a COVID strike comes through your wide receiver room. Could happen, right? You didn't miss anything, D-boy. We're just jumping in the lake here. We're just dipping our toes in, man. TJ, no worries, my guy. I can't hear you. I can hear you now. Okay. Sorry. I bump my desk every once in a while, and my mic is touchy sometimes. So if I get too excited, man, Randall, what's up, man? I really do appreciate that dono, bro. What's up, buddy? Went fishing today. Got skunked. Glad to make it back in time for the show. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I was just out fishing last week a little bit with my buddy. I'm not a big fisherman, but we had some fun with it. But that always sucks when you go out, especially if you got to go out early in the morning, Randall. Butt crack of dawn out there, and you don't get any fish, man. That's brutal. Pure Mind asks, what are our chances of getting Clowney or Everson and Snacks Harrison? I think it's an either or between Clowney and Everson. I don't think that you're getting both of those players. One of the reasons I think that Everson Griffin has remained on the market is because he's waiting for the Jadeveon Clowney domino to fall. And the Jadeveon Clowney domino is remaining on kind of up because Seattle is letting it remain up. They're not going to Griffin yet. They're not saying, all right, we've waited enough for you on Clowney. We're going to Everson Griffin. We've been patient enough on this situation. I do still think Seattle's marginally in the lead for Clowney. The thing that's gotten me most worried at the moment is the thought process of a pass rusher opting out this season or going down to COVID, and you've got a contending team who suddenly desperately needs a pass rusher, and they will find a way to create the room. And because he's not top of the market anymore, they're not going to have to create that much room in order to fit him into the cap. That's now my going worry. We saw this a little bit with Tennessee, where they had that pass rusher they just signed this offseason from Atlanta, and he didn't show up initially to camp. And of course, Tennessee's been circling like sharks around Clowney all off season. And so you just start getting a little worried in that situation that could be the thing to kind of stop that from happening. But again, it's a nice consolation prize to have Everson Griffin in your back pocket. I think the deal with Snacks Harrison at this point is, does he want to play? I mean, he's contemplating. There's a couple reports out there of this, of him just sort of sitting there sort of thinking, I don't know if I want to come back and take this risk. I've made my money. It's not going to be a huge contract. I'm going to get the Al Woods 1 year, $3 million deal is probably what I'm looking at. So that's a little less uncertain. I'm more certain on it being one of the two pure mind between Clowney and Everson, but not as certain on the Snacks. But they'll probably go for another one tech, just an old guy like Mabane or the guy out of Cincinnati, or the old time guy out of Cincinnati who's like in his 16th year. They may go for one of those two guys if they have to, if Snacks isn't available. We can absolutely still get Clowney. It's not held up at all, Maxwell. He's still in play. El Ave, hi, greetings from Cuba with Jamal. We go for that second ring. I couldn't agree more, man. He's a guy that we need in the secondary. One quick thing I'm going to touch on, I think that people have kind of lost a little bit track in this, and as far as him as a player, trying to call him, and we're going to get into this in a little bit here, but he's not just a box safety, folks. So let's get that outside of our head for a moment. And there's been plenty of analysts I know have already said this, but I just want to reinforce this point on this guy really down. He's a guy that falls outside of the line of easily designating the type of player he is. He's a center field free safety. He's a box strong safety. People want to put things in real easy to category spots. And that's all well and good, but sometimes guys go outside of categories. And with this guy, that is the case. The thing he does above all else, and he's going to do above all else, is help us in stopping the run. And we should never forget, you could make an argument for where our whole team starts, the beginnings of our team and how they're built from outside, right? What's the starting point of this team? Where does Pete Carroll begin with roster construction, with scheme, all that stuff? Well, he favors the defensive side of the ball first and foremost, and the first thing he wants to do above all else is stop the run. You gave up 4.9 yards per carry last season. That's not acceptable for a guy who wants to stop the run. He's okay with giving up some yards in the air, but Carroll absolutely does not want to allow teams to just rush the ball down their throat like they did last year, and this guy is going to go very far to stopping that. And very much in just his instincts in the running game, and especially up against San Francisco with their motion-based stuff. San Francisco runs more motion than any offense in the NFL, and it's meant and designed to confuse players pre-snap. Seattle's not always had assembled the greatest collection of guys pre-snap who read things. They've got athletic guys who can run all day and hit and all that stuff, but not always the smartest of smartest. This guy gives you that on-field awareness that you have not had in any other player, that ability to instinctually just figure out what's going on the football field pre-play, not post-play, pre-play, and attack. And it's not a skill that you see oftentimes on this team, again, because it's just not something they favored towards. It's not what they look for necessarily in their scouting all the time. Nice to have, but they don't favor it they don't weigh it as heavily as you weigh other things. But it's love to hear you're watching from Cuba, El Ave. It's awesome. Hovans asks, do you think it would be better that we brought Bulaga in instead of Shell, Obaja, and Warmack? Let's go through a couple of those, Hovan. I'm going to go backwards on that. First off, I don't think Chance Warmack was really going to be a guy who was going to push to make this football team. I think it was a long shot. He was a reclamation project. There was a reason he was out of the league for a year. I'm not surprised to see that he's opted out because there's a lot of questions about his dedication and want. That's the thing that sort of surrounded him a bit. Obajeju is going to be a swing tackle. He's going to be a guy really that you're hoping in the best case scenario, Hovan, that you only bring Obi out onto the field when he's a third tight end in those heavy run formations where you're just trying to go right down somebody's throat, sort of where the George Fant role of last year. So you don't want to see him out there starting or anything like that with that. Shell, I'm down on Shell, man. I really am, you guys. I've watched some tape on him, and boy, he's just as bad as Ifedi in pass protection. But despite this, Hovan, I don't go the other way saying we should have gotten Balaga. The problem with Balaga is he's in that special category of a couple of players. Brandon Cooks is in this category of they've had so many concussions. They're one concussion away from retirement, quite literally. And every time they're getting these kind of concussions now, you're seeing the severity going up and up and up. And I just don't want to take that risk with players. Not in this era, not with concussions, not how random it can be. So I probably still go with the trio of crap below him. But I just think also there wasn't a great option for us at right tackle, Hovan. I don't think Jack Conklin was in play this offseason. I think he wanted to stay in the Midwest. I just don't think they had a chance at trading for anybody else at right tackle. I really don't. We can make the arguments on Trent Williams, but Trent Williams is a left tackle. Dwayne Brown's a left tackle. Who's the guy who's well over 30 years old who you're now going to ask to change positions at this point in time in their career? It wasn't feasible. Master Ball. How's it going, Master Ball? How do you feel about Antonio Brown's suspension? Do you think it was enough or it should have been more? I think it's fair, Master Ball, because of the fact that I get that there's a variety of different offenses here, but he basically was in a de facto state of suspension last year. Every team halfway into the year on, right as soon as the New England Patriots cut him, knew if we signed him, he's going on to the NFI list. That being the case, no teams were going to take that. He basically lost a half season last year. He's losing a half season this year. It will break down to a full year of lost time. And I guess, we can make the arguments on bad person, good person. I think it's appropriate that he's going to serve his time. He served his punishment. He's lost a lot of money in this process. Maybe somebody else disagrees with me on this, but I'm still open to having him on my football team halfway into the year. I would be. I want to go for it. I want a Super Bowl. Russell likes him. Russell's thrown with him. Russell's probably got a decent connection with him on the field already. Shaquem Wagner, how's it going, Shaquem? Hey, what's up, Hawks Nest? I bought a DK, Russell, and Adams jersey. I'm so excited for the Hawks. Wow, you went with 3 solid choices there, my guy. 3 solid choices. I can't argue against any of those. Those are good. Where we at? Oh, man. I always think I'm catching up. I'm way behind. Jeffrey Hammond, any chance Cody Barton gets more time at the weak side linebacker position? Yeah, I was thinking about this last night, Jeffrey. It's funny. It's weird you're talking about this. I was just thinking about this because I was going through, and I've got a list I'll put together, you guys, if I can find it here. Yeah, I got it here. I was doing a list last night, and I was putting our players this season into 4 categories. And I had the category of going to be a star, going to be a solid starter, meh, and going to give you almost nothing. And I was really thinking about putting Barton into that going to be a solid starter role because he's a guy who I think really does. If competition's king with Carroll, if he's truly in competition, it's not just about the fact that KJ Wright's been here for 11, 12 years, but that this kid balls out in the little bit of time, and he's not going to have as much time because of less training camp and less preseason games. So that's the thing that's really up against him on it. But I think I didn't think he was a natural fit at the Sam role, Jeffrey. I do think that he's going to be a nice fit at the will. I think he was probably our best coverage linebacker. We just didn't get to see it as much because the Sam's heads up over the tight end so often, and he's asked to set the edge, and it's just he's not doing as much of the coverage stuff as the will is. So long-term, Jeffrey, I do like Cody's upside still, and I do think he's got a firm chance to supplant KJ Wright this year. Randall McDaniel says this is the most talented team since our 2013-2014 loaded up. Absolutely, Randall. And there's still some potential for being loaded up further, right? We've got maybe another one tech we're adding. We've got another a very legitimate pass rusher we could be adding into this mix as well. So with even some more, we got cap space, we got some room. I'm not expecting a Jamal Adams extension, so you can bring some more guys in here. M. Webb says if we sign Jadeveon Clowney, it's game over. Yeah, you're damn right, M. Webb. This is one thing if I could pound the drum any harder for Jadeveon Clowney right now, I couldn't pound it any harder. This is a guy, add him onto the team, add him with Adams, add him with Wagner, get some other pass rushers on the other side of him so he's not being double and triple teamed almost every other play. And look out. Look out, folks. Look out. Clara, Wilson's number 2, finally recognized by his peers, and Jordan Brooks. Russell Wilson is now number 2 on the players' top 100 list. He was finally recognized by his peer, and Jordan Brooks, I think, is what you're asking. Yeah, he was. It was nice to see him finally getting up there a little bit. It's taken a little bit of time. Now maybe, Clara, we can get some MVP votes for the guy, right? Because he's yet to get an MVP vote. So hopefully, maybe now this ball starts to slowly roll with Russell and his reputation, and people starting to recognize his game and say, oh, okay, maybe we need to get this feasibly place this guy into MVP contention rather than giving him not even one vote throughout his whole career, which has been ridiculous. Jordan Brooks, I'm still in line with Jordan Brooks, the reduced offseason, no offseason rookie minicamps, no minicamps, no training camp, no preseason games. It's going to put all of these rookies up against it this season as far as getting any kind of playing time goes. It just will. So I don't see him being able to start. I don't see Jordan Brooks on the field all that much unless there's some injuries that occur. Derek, the Seahawks fan, I'll be back soon. Sounds good, man. Jose Rodriguez. What's up, Jose? How you doing, man? Barry Sotoro, thank you so much. I salute you, sir, for the $5 donation. Clowney update. If Clowney comes back and brings snacks in, the defense has been dramatically improved. Thick and hard. Yes, it certainly would be that, Barry. I've been working on channel stuff. I have not been video gaming that much, so I've not been on to try to hit up Clowney too much. I got on him with him a little bit about a week ago, right as the trade happened with Adams, because I was chomping at the bit to say, what do you think, man? What do you think? And as has been kind of the case when I've asked on this stuff, I said, what do you think about Jamal Adams trade to Seahawks? He said, it could work. And it was really like, it wasn't like negative or anything. He's like, I got the impression is in his response, maybe reading into it, he's just holding the card super close to the vest. And so then I go, well, what do you think about him playing with you? And he's like, it could work with the Hawks. What could be like playing with you? It could work. So, I can't read anything into it as far as his tone goes. I know that he plays with another guy that comes into this chat with us all the time, who's another Seahawks fan, not just me, but a guy who comes in here who originally hooked me up with Jadeveon. And he's in that. I know he's working Jadeveon every day. They play online. Well, not every day, but whenever they play online. And I know he's trying to sell the Hawks all the time on him. So, at least rest assured, there's some Seahawks fans out there definitely, in JD's ear saying, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on back, please. Come on. This is the right place. It's the only place for you. Jamal Adams. Come on, man. Come on. It's a natural fit. You already know the team. You already know the coaching staff. You already know the players. Kitty alert. Yep. She's napping. She wanted to make an appearance. I was trying to do a Lion King pose for you guys on the thumbnail. It didn't go out too well. Evergreen, sorry if you've already answered this. No worries, Evergreen. 2 roster spots open right now. Who or what positions fill them? Well, it's as I believe too right now, Evergreen, there's not necessarily an absolute need to fill those roster spots because we have the expanded roster right now that is prior to all the final cut downs to get us to the 55. I would offer and say that right now they're probably keeping it open because they're planning on signing a pass rusher and they're planning on signing a one tech. And there's really not a need to rush on this because we don't have training camp really fully up and going yet. It's, you know what I mean? Like you could bring guys in last minute and it's going to be just fine. It's not going to have the effect it would have in prior years when you'd want them fully embedded in your system and up on the playbook and rolling. Especially a guy like Snacks Harrison is a one tech, he's there to be a big body that you don't move off the ball. There's not a lot he's going to need to learn to come in and do. And JD already knows the defense. It's not that complicated. Trust me. So, we'll be fine to hold those positions open, Evergreen, but I would expect pass rusher, one tech to be the 2 that they go for on that. Dustin, overpaid for Jamal. I'm not surprised, Dustin, you said that. I saw that you said that on the comments. You must value those first round picks, man. I get it. I'm not in the same mindset, but I understand where those folks come from. I do. Irina, I feel like we have one of the best safety tandems in the league. Diggs and Adams is so nice. And then you're absolutely right, Irina. And I think we're actually the best. We have the best safety tandem right now by actually a decent margin. Again, as that list I was putting together where I was putting together of who I thought this year would be a star. And by star, I mean, not superstar, not an MVP, but a Pro Bowl level player on this team next year. I actually have, and maybe I'm just in my excitement of my Jamal Adams afterglow. But I do have right now 8 guys going to the Pro Bowl next year for this team. I do. And Quandre Diggs is one of those guys. And we can't sell Quandre Diggs short. This is a guy who 5 games last year, 3 interceptions, but he was injured in a couple of those games with a high ankle sprain and fighting through that at the end of the year. In the games where he was 100% and coming in, those first 2 games, 3 interceptions out the gate when he was rolling and going. This is a guy who would have been on pace, even with the 5 games for somewhere in the neighborhood of 7 or 8 interceptions, even playing through the high ankle sprain through the end of the year. I think he's going to give us a reasonable facsimile of the Earl Thomas type level of play we used to get. Not going to give you 100% of what Earl gave you in the prime, but he's going to give you, I think, about 88% of what Earl Thomas gave you in his prime, matched up with Jamal Adams, who is actually probably a better player than Cam Chancellor overall. I'll tell you, I think that's far and away the best safety tandem in the league. I do. Cameron Hughes, what is up, my man? No, Dustin, we can criticize the Seahawks. Absolutely. Just do me a favor, Dustin. Don't just try to take the whole positive stream when we're talking business and we're moving along just to try to troll, if that's what we're attempting to do today. Okay. That's what we want to just keep from. We've had some drama last couple streams and kind of you're at the center of it. So let's maybe just be chill today. Maxwell Stern, who would you say leads in the sacks this year? I am going to probably place it. Well, I would put it probably at the guy that we signed between Clowney or Griffin, to be honest with you. But absent that, let's say we don't get any other pass rushers. Let's just operate from that assumption. I would probably go back and lean to Bruce Irvin just because he's money for 8 to 8.5 sacks a year. And I just think with Rasheem Green, he's still just taking the incremental step forward where it's 4 sacks to probably 6 to 7-ish range this year. And I don't see anybody else really on the roster that's going to push on that right now as we sit. D-Boy, this is a question from last week. How do you feel about the Redskins name change? It seems like something a lot of people want and see the need to happen in this environment. So, okay. I wish they would just pick a new name. I don't like the Washington football team going in this year. It's like, how hard is it to just pick a new name? Throw a ballot out there, have people vote on it and call it a day if that's what it takes. It's a lot of hand-wringing going on right now, D-Boy. Y2K, thank you so much for the $5 donation, my guy. I appreciate it so much. I really do. Last year, Adams blitzed 80-something times. McDougal blitzed 20-ish times. I'm hoping we can have Adams around 50 to 40 blitzes. What are your thoughts? Yeah, here's the thing with it that I agree with why, to your point, they would double or even go a little bit above doubling the number of what they had Bradley McDougal blitzing at last year. It's never been a team that we've blitzed from. Earl Thomas rarely blitzed. Cam Chancellor rarely blitzed. I'm making a big time projection here. And when I say I think this is what they're going to do, part of this is I'm talking to DMAC and DMAC, of course, you guys, if you don't know, that's my safety guru. The guy won a national championship in 2A with guys like Tremaine Brock, Terrence Cody. He's a guy leaned back hard on his safety knowledge. He was a very good free safety back in the day. He's adamant, absolutely adamant that the Seahawks are going to change what they do with the strong safety role, i.e. allowing for more blitzing, i.e. allowing him to play instinctively out on the football field rather than locking him into a, you need to go cover the C gap here, fill the C gap or set the edge on this side. They're going to allow him a little bit more freedom to roam back there and do what he does, do his thing. I'm a little skeptical myself because, as we all know, we just haven't shown a willingness in the past at times to build around a particular player's skill set. We really struggle. Like the Percy Harvin trade, it was a struggle for them to kind of understand how to utilize him right. Then the Jimmy Graham trade, you had a guy who Jimmy Graham with the Saints lined up, I think 67% of the time as a wide receiver, essentially mostly in that slot receiver role for the Saints. Sorry about the motorbike slot role for the Saints. And then the Seahawks moved Jimmy Graham in Y2K, and then they moved Jimmy Graham into an inline blocker. So I hope it's different here. DMAC says he thinks it's going to be different because the offensive side of the ball is much different from the defensive side of the ball, and implementing players like that and allowing them to just do what they do. Essentially, he really feels like they're going to do that because it would be absolutely a no-brainer, dumb move not to. So I think you're going to see more blitzes with Adams, and I think it's going to be based off the back of him having the freedom to do it, where he might have like cover 6 that he's got to be dropping back into his zone. That's his established responsibility pre-snap. Like as you saw it, and let's say I watched some film on him against the Jaguars where he was talking about this play to Brian Baldinger, and he was saying, I saw that the left guard had his hand up a little bit more, like he wanted to get a little bit of a jump on his stance to get his pull. And it was more than the right guard, which was indicating at that point to me that it was a run and not a pass. And so then I could shoot that gap and make the tackle in the backfield on Leonard Fournette. So you've got to be able to let him use those kind of, it's that on-field awareness pre-snap that, again, I know I harped on this a little bit earlier, but this is what we've not had on this defense prior to this, really. We've got some smart guys, some guys who can occasionally see stuff and go for it, but this guy sees it a lot, and he's going to want to pull that trigger. The Hawks front office has got to let him pull that trigger, Y2K. Thank you for the donation. Cole Churkas, what's up, Cole? With Antonio Brown's suspension, do you think he's more likely to be signed now? Even though the suspension can draw teams away, I feel owners are more comfortable now since he got the one issue resolved. I think it's going to be a delay, Cole, in order to sign Antonio Brown for anybody. And this is my thinking on this. The cap next year is right now set to 175 as a bottom floor. It might raise up. It's an agreement of it can't go any lower than that. But I think it's a decent proclamation to say that that's going to probably be right along in 175 to 180 is probably where that cap's going to be. A lot of teams are scrambling right now to get out ahead of that situation now. I think you'll see guys cut that people might not have thought were going to be cut even prior to this year to start to get ahead of saving that money. Because if you save money this year, if you have some cap space left this year, you can roll it into the next year's cap. Where I'm going with this as far as Antonio Brown is, if I go and sign Antonio Brown for a 1 year, $5 million, or you're getting him for 8 games. Let's say I go and sign him for a 1 year, $3.5 million deal. I still have to pay him while he's on that suspension for the 8 games. That still comes off of my salary cap. Maybe it's not a lot at that point, 1.6 million, and there's a team out there willing to take the hit for 1.6 million to do that. But I would think it more likely that a team says, just wait till you're after the cap. Antonio, it's probably in his benefit to wait till after the cap because he can maybe make more at that point than signing now. So I think that it'll mean that you're not seeing him until he comes off suspension, signing with the team. But that puts him right there, I think, with Seattle at that point, because Seattle will be the best fit. I think we'll still have a little bit of cap space to sign him. I think he's thrown with Russ. He's comfortable with Russ, with Gino. He's worked out with these guys. He's given all indications he wants to come over here. And when you look at the other teams around the league, who is going to be the one to add him unless somebody loses some great receiver like, Kansas City Chiefs suddenly lose, Sammy Watkins or Cheetah or whatever, right? So that could be the case where a mystery teams comes into play. It's hard to make predictions here, Cole, about where he goes to because COVID is going to upset things so much this year. And you're going to see injuries go up because there was no offseason training. So the players' bodies are not going to be prepared as much. This just throws things into chaos. And anybody trying to make a lot of prognostications about what is going to happen is kind of going to look foolish because it's going to be so wild. But I still think Seattle's in play here with that suspension. D-Boy, where did I say? Okay. Fiji Mark, do you think Jamal will actually retire in Seattle? Probably not likely, Fiji Mark, as we've seen with these guys that do have a little bit of the motor mouth, a little bit of that alpha personality. It will eventually kind of wear on you a little bit, but you can get some juice out of it while it's good. So it's one of those things where I think you can get 5 good years. As I had said in my recent video, I think look at it as a 5-year plan. You get 5 years of the prime of Jamal Adams, Hall of Fame career, potentially Hall of Fame career, at least Hall of Fame ascent. That's a good deal to get. That's a good player to grab, especially when it's for just a little bit below market value as I see it. Okay. Michael Wright, do you think the Hawks are going to be number 1 in rushing with Carlos Hyde like the Hawks did in 2018 with Mike Davis, Carson, and Penny? Yeah, probably I could see it being that way, Michael. I'm a little bit, I don't know if we've got the road graders up front as much. If we lose Mike Iupati, for instance, I think that the run blocking game is going to be tough right up the middle. And I say Mike Iupati, I think Damian Lewis is going to be fine out at LSU for your right guard. That's your starter. I really am still high on Posick. I've told you guys for a while, I think Posick is your day 1 starter coming in here. The left guard position, though, is really the key there, because as you watch film last year, Mike Iupati, especially through the first early part of the year, was moving guys off the ball and doing very well in pass protection, might I add, at the same time. Watch some plays the other night with him, and I wasn't even watching him. I was looking at other guys, and just really impressed by how he picks up stunts, slide and pass protection. One-on-one, he can sometimes get eaten up. But he's really an underrated, valuable guy for us to have on that line. When he went out injured last year, that's when we stopped really being able to run it all effectively. We need Mike Iupati back in that role. But if he's in there, if you can keep the offensive line together with those three, Michael, I would say yes, just because, or at least you'll be right there with the Ravens, because you and the Ravens are going to rush so many times. There's going to be so many more attempts than the second and third place teams. So it isn't even about being necessarily effective or explosive in the run game. It's just a matter of they throw so many attempts at it that they're just by that definition of it are going to have more yards. Jeffrey Hammond, percentage-wise, what are the chances Quinton Dunbar suits up not just by week 1, but anytime this 2020 season? Jamal, Quandre, Quinton, Shaq, Griffin, it cut off at very there for you, Jeffrey. I'm going to guess you're saying, it's a very good group if I'll finish your point for you on that one. I'm not high on Dunbar suiting up on week 1. My chances would be at about, we'll give it 3%. I think that, as I've said from the process, and I've been pretty consistent on this as far as Quinton Dunbar goes, it looks like you committed armed robbery. It looks like you lied to cops. It looks like you had your attorneys pay witnesses to recant their testimony. We can get caught up on proof and evidence and all that other stuff, but this is also what I've maintained. The commissioner does not need proof. He does not need evidence. A couple years ago, it's about 10 years ago, there was a bunch of off this field shenanigans going on with the players. And there was a lot of players in the league who didn't like that the whole players were being sort of tarnished by these bad apples. And so they said, okay, we're going to give over our power of discipline. We're going to give that back over to you, Roger Goodell. You're going to have this unilaterally to throw down justice as you see fit. The players gave it up. They can complain about it and moan about it, but they didn't try to get it back in the last CBA either. So it doesn't seem to be all that important to them. But the bottom line is he doesn't have to have evidence. You've got these three counts sort of looking at Goodell. Armed robbery, paying witnesses to recant their testimony, lying to cops. It would seem to me that that's going to be hard for him to get back on the football field this year. And secondly, Jeffrey, I don't understand why they hold the guy on the cap at this point. That part doesn't make sense to me as well, because he's counting on the cap while he's suspended. What do you owe this guy? And we'll talk a little more about that in a second on that. I was talking with Mike Bell on Twitter about it. He got a little snippy with me about it. Thomas E. What is Thomas E? Do you think our chances of winning the division went up by adding Jamal Adams? Yes, they did, Jamal. Or Thomas, sorry, Jamal. Yes, they did, Tom. I think, like I said, I had us at about 11 wins. I think that he pushes you up another win or so, maybe even into that 13 range. But specifically, the thing I really like about him, Thomas, is if you're grabbing a player, and it's never a good option to do this, but it's good for this is because this is how teams attack us now. The Rams attack us with where they try to go outside zone and really spread you out and test your team speed. Whereas the 49ers like to use the motion-based stuff to confuse you a little bit about where the running game is going to go. And so a guy like this is a guy who's going to help you with both of those two teams, specifically in run stopping and in other places, but in run stuffing, and not allow you to get gashed like you've gotten gashed at times against those teams. He helps you in that respect. He helps you up against the toughest of your division. So I really do believe that that's going to push us up over the top now. I would put us as now the favorite to win the division here with this move. And I'm still anticipating we're getting another one-tech Thomas. We're going to get another pass rusher here too. So I am kind of anticipating that in my projection a little bit as well. John C. Yo, what up, John C? I missed your live streams lately. I'm sorry about that, John. I say we take our second round picks and others and go get an elite lineman or two. It's not a horrible idea, John. I'd say it's probably you don't want to let go of all your draft at this point. You want to at least retain some of your draft assets here because you've given so much over the next 2 years. So I don't think you probably want to go out there. And there's the other thing is that there's just not a lineman to go get. Linemen are valued right now. Why? Because there's a dearth of offensive linemen. It's been for years now just a bunch of linemen who want to come out and patty cake guys and pass protection, can't blow guys off the ball, aren't really physical. it's a problem in the game right now. Well, as conversely, you have defensive linemen getting more athletic, more dynamic as pass rushers, more fast, more quick, more powerful. It's a tough one. Teams don't want to give up those offensive linemen. And John, I mentioned at the start of this offseason, right after the Packer game, I asked you guys in the chat. I said, chat, what do you guys think about this idea? Quentin Nelson is a generational left guard in this league. He's just entering into his prime. Would you guys trade 3 first-round picks to Quentin Nelson? And everybody in the chat told me there's no way that would cost 3 first-round picks. No way, no way. Are we so sure about that now? And would we not have maybe have thought to make that trade now, thinking about that in retrospect as being maybe an okay option if you think about it? Seattle would never do it. It's just total hot stove league talk. But the point is, John, is that it's very hard to acquire offensive linemen. It's very difficult to pull them in. Teams don't want to give them up. Jarl, how you doing? Jarl, sounds like Snacks is leaning towards opting out retirement. What would be the one tech you would go after? There's not a lot of good options, Jarl, at that point. Al Woods just opted out too, by the way. That was a guy that I was surprised to see opt out for the Jacksonville Jaguars, but I agree with you, Jarl. It does look like Snacks is leaning towards opting out. And the options go a little bit further down below there. You have Brandon McBain. There's a guy that played for the Cincinnati Bengals for years, going into like his 15th, 16th year in his career, who's all right, but these guys are really long in the tooth. And I don't know how many snaps they can really give you. And if you don't have Snacks, Seattle might have to find a way to get creative, Jarl, with this. The good news is that you can usually go find a one tech somewhere if you really need. What is it going to cost? How are they going to pull that off at that point? That's a good question. I don't necessarily have an awesome answer for. I've been so locked in on it being Snacks and thinking that was the natural fit for things. But this is the COVID reality we're living in now. Yes, please. Thank you, Dustin. Please do smash that like button if you do like this. Help the channel out. The second, oh no, it's the guy who said Tyler Lockett is average and the dog Baldwin wasn't a legend. Oh yeah, you're talking. I know you're talking to Y2K. You're not talking to me. Or the second, I know you're not talking to me. I didn't say that. So I think you're speaking to someone else in the chat. Y2K, watching Adams' press conference really sold me. He definitely wants to be here. Yeah, he wants to be here. It's a little bit like my point, Y2K, in my recent video where I said, look, the Jets management, and it's sort of a bit of a smart move by, I think, Jets management, gave Jamal Adams 2 pathways he could go down. He could go down the pathway where he gets paid every last dollar he gets now after his 3rd year, a new contract, or he waits, takes the second path and actually goes plays for a winner. Because no doubt Jamal came to the front office initially and said, look, you guys got to pay me. You're putting me in crap. We're not winning. We're not going to win anytime in the future. Now you're going to have to pay me if you're going to make me play in this stuff. And they go, oh, you really want to play for a winner? Yeah, I really want to play for a winner. Oh, you really want to play? Yes, I want to play for a freaking winner. Okay. Give us some teams you'll go to, but you don't get paid when you walk in the door to them. You can have your cake, but you cannot eat it too. And he went and had his cake. He's coming to Seattle. So I'm encouraged by that he made that choice. When people call him a guy all about the money himself, a me guy, that choice doesn't seem to indicate that. The second, we absolutely got the best middle linebacker and certainly the best, at least strong safety in the National Football League. TJ Wilborn, I love how Adams said in his interview that he's not guaranteed a spot. He has to work for it a lot like, bro, we did not trade 2 firsts for a player that won't start. I like that attitude too, TJ, and it fits in line with watch him on the field, watch how he interacts with guys, watch how he talks, it's not just swagger with him. You can tell he's rolling out there with the reckless abandon. And a lot of people were knocking him that after his first year, he kind of, as a leader should and would, went after the rest of the Jets. So we got a lot of guys in this locker room doing the bare minimum. And people were knocking him for this. They were like, oh, why he can't call out his guys out like this publicly? He can't? Who's to say he didn't call him out privately and now he's going at him publicly? And if it's a truth, it's a truth. And if guys are putting in the bare minimum, that's not acceptable to win in this football league. And if I got a leader on my team, I want to hear about that. I want him calling them out. I want him in their ear. And if they don't like it, they can go on to another team and go be a loser somewhere else. So I am encouraged by it as well, TJ, when he said that. The second, all we need is AB 16-0. It's I think we're a likely destination once that week 8 finishes up. The second. The second makes a good point about the Redskins. A lot of people have trademarked some really good options that would have been good names for them. And now I'm sure they're trying to get paid 20, 30 million for those trademarks. That is probably holding up why Washington hasn't gone to a new name yet. It's just like, come on, though, Washington football team, like, get creative, figure out something outside the box that's not just Washington Warriors. Okay, we'll come up with something creative then. I mean, it's like, I thought Seattle Kraken was at least pretty creative, whether you like it or not. Shaquem Wagner, we did not overpay for Jamal because we mess up our first round picks every year. Jamal will be 10 times better than both of those first rounders, and the third rounder might be better than the two first. I agree with you, man. I do not think we overpaid either, Shaquem, at all. Especially when you consider the back end of this is that we get a discounted deal with Jamal Adams. Even if you sign him next year to a new deal, you get this first year at $3.6 million. You go just below top of the market, you get into that 16 to 18 million per range on him. Actually, the full how that deal would break out on a 5-year front at that point would come out to about 15.5 million per. For a potential player you get 5 years of a Hall of Fame player's prime for just a little bit below market price. Not a bad deal, even if you got to give up some draft capital for that. Yeah, let's just chill, guys. Everybody chill. No fighting. Let's chill. Let's all be. We got good news, happy news here. All right. John C. Look, 2 first rounds is a starting safety and a third is a lot and a high price. But how many 24-year-old 2-time Pro Bowlers are you really going to find? Also, none in college football. No college football. How do you scout? Yeah, John. Oh, I'm sorry, John. So let me reread that, John, because I messed that up. Look, John says, look, 2 first-round picks, a starting safety, and a third is a lot and a high price. But how many 24-year-old 2-time Pro Bowler safeties are you really going to find with that? Also, there's not going to be any college football, so how are you going to scout these guys? And I agree, John. I know that there's a lot of college football teams out there that have released their schedule for the new year. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying that they're going to get games off, or if they're going to get games off, it's going to be just a handful at the end of the day. It doesn't hurt them right now to schedule them right now. It doesn't cost you to schedule anything right now. But I just don't know how you ask student athletes to go out there and risk their health, potentially their life, for somewhere they're not getting paid. Kitty Cararina. Hope I pronounced that right. 90% of Seahawks fans don't even know who Ricky Waters is. That's true, Kitty. There's certain guy. It's certainly a lot of the reason why I create my channel, Kitty, is to try to maybe provide a YouTube channel with some historical references and some stuff to kind of give people references back to the history of the Hawks, because it's not just starting with Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson. There's been a rich history to this team and organization. Kitty says, I used to live in Seattle. It's a city with a large amount of bandwagon fans who only show up when they are winning, but there were nowhere to be seen before the 2005 season. Well, Kitty, we used to fill up the stadium a lot back in the day in the Kingdom in the 80s. I can attest to that. I was in the Kingdom during that time. We put 69,000 strong, and it wasn't a team that was exactly competing for Super Bowls during that time period. The tough thing, Kitty, was that a lot like what's going on with the Mariners right now. Prior to about 2005, just as you're getting, I'd argue right in about the 2003 season, as Holmgren was really clicking in and they moved to CenturyLink, you had about 10 years of crap football, of an organization mismanaging and misrunning things. And let's not forget as well, you had an owner at that time before Paul Allen took over who was trying to actively move the team out of the city, to take the team away. I mean, it doesn't endear yourself to fans when you start threatening to go to Los Angeles with the team. But there is some bandwagon parts to it, Kitty. I will give you that. D-Boy says, do you think Jamal Adams is really going to stay a Seahawk for the long run, or do you think he was just talking that because he's happy to be on a winning team now? I think he's probably talking and happy. But I think the important part for us in this, D-Boy, is that we get him for the 5 years. That's the part I go back to, is you get the first year, $3.6 million. You sign him to a 4-year extension at that point, because that's Seattle's sort of tried and true contracts they like to give out. You then get him at 5 years. You can get out after the year 4 of the deal for only a $10 million loss as far as bonus money. It just works out for everybody. You get the prime career. Maybe you still sign him to another contract after that point. But I do think Seattle is a little bit hesitant as we're going to move forward to signing guys to third contracts. They did it with Bobby. Did it with Russell, but they had a lot of other guys they did it with where it didn't quite work out as well, and they lost a lot of dead money because of it. We'll see, though. Kitty, Hall of Fame career, but only had 2 interceptions. I think you're talking about Jamal Adams here. And again, it's the interceptions are definitely not a great thing that he doesn't have that as much. You'd like to see him pick the ball off more, but he does get forced fumbles. He does get sacks. He makes up for it in other departments, Kitty, as far as his play goes. So interceptions alone are not the only metric for this guy. He's a guy a lot like I was talking about earlier, Kitty, where it's people take safeties and they go, okay, is he a center field safety or is he a box safety? And there's not a lot of rooms for different designation for safeties that are a little bit outside of the range of just those easy designations. The second, 49ers don't need Clowney. They need a wide receiver. Yeah, the second, I think that the 49ers are just sort of kind of, they're dipping their toe there, but they don't have the money to pull this off for Clowney. They've got 2 pass rushers already there with Bosa and D Ford. They paid a lot of money to him, 2nd round pick. What are you going to tell Clowney? That, oh, you're going to come in on a 1-year deal, Jadeveon, and you're only going to be a rotational pass rusher? If he's coming in to be a guy on a 1-year flyer, he's going to want every chance he can to get every last sack he can to up his ante so he can get paid next offseason. I don't buy it. It just doesn't add up for me. All right, Hovan, in which stage of training camp should we expect some sign that Posick could be a starter? Because others mostly think that Finney would be a starter and Posick isn't their projection. Yeah, you're right. This is one of my going against the narrative predictions, Hovan. So I have nothing to base this off of as far as saying we've heard from the coaching staff that he's the front runner or anything else. Everyone is right to say BJ Finney is probably the front runner to be the starter right now as we stand. But I do lean back on the fact that Ethan Posick was a center in college. He was a very good center at LSU. Just the type of center that Seattle would love to bring in, a guy that could push people off the ball from the center position, not just be like a Joey Hunt guy that needs to combo block, and if you one-on-one him, he's just going to get destroyed. But what Seattle did, Hovan, off the shoot with this guy, the second you brought him in is you moved him to the guard position. And guys that are centers don't necessarily make good guards, just like guys that are guards don't make good tackles necessarily. Sometimes you are the position that you are, and there's a reason that coaches from junior high to high school to college have put you at that position. It's your best fit. So I come back and say that, I like Posick for his upside. I think Finney, you kind of know what you get. And the thing that really determines it for me is that Finney, when I watched his tape, was more of a pass protector from the center position than a road grader. Whereas I think Posick can be more of a road grader from the center position. And what does Seattle want to do above all else? They want to run the football. So I'm doing a lot of logic, going down the road of logic here to project this a bit. And it does speak a little bit just how much I like Posick as a player at center. Cameron Hughes, my breakout player for this year is Steven Sullivan. If he makes the team, he's huge and runs a 4.5 40. I don't know if he'll make the team over Ursua because Carroll loves Ursua so much. I actually think that there is a decent chance with it, Cameron, because he could play into that role of Colby Parkinson. Right, Cameron? You drafted Colby Parkinson out of Stanford, 6'7". They have very kind of similar builds to a degree. Parkinson's a much better player, a little more refined, better hands, all that kind of stuff. But if Sullivan can come in and fill into that de facto role between the essentially the joker tight end position, the guy between a tight end to a receiver, and he's got the physical makeup to put up with it. And the thing I hit on with Ursula is this. Tyler Lockett was the most effective receiver last year out of the slot, according to the statistics. You just got Dorsett from Philadelphia, Philip Dorsett, or from the Patriots. You got him specifically to be a slot guy. That's what he was specifically last year for the Patriots. John Ursula is not going to play on the outside, Cameron. He's got 30.5-inch arms. And just to give you a metric on this, the Seahawks do not draft wide receivers who have below 32-inch arms. They've only done it 3 times. Let me get my third in. They've only done it 3 times in the 10 years of John Snyder and Carroll. Golden Tate, Tyler Lockett, and John Ursula. Every other receiver's had over 32-inch arms, and it's very hard for short-armed receivers to operate on the outside, especially when you factor in the final thing for me on Ursula, which is he's 5'9". So he's got a chance, but I think he'll probably stay up on the practice squad once again this year, Cameron. The expanded practice squad is going to be out to 16 players this year. That's where I see him probably being placed, Ursula. And Sullivan will probably end up there too, but there's a chance. There's a chance. JSD, is Josh Gordon re-signing? I would put it about 95% chance he's resigning, JSD. The only thing holding it up at this point is the commissioner's ruling. So he's applied for reinstatement, just waiting for the commission to just show some leniency. Just mercy. Mercy. Green frogs are cool. The second you literally brought it up for Cameron Hughes, I would take Sullivan over Ursula. I don't think you'll have to pick Cameron with the practice squad at 16 players now. It's not 8 like it was in prior years. You're going to have a lot of room to keep a lot of guys. You can keep them both. D-Boy's, yes, D-Boy's my admin here, guys, and he's a good one at that. Kitty Karina Karaina, fire Pete Carroll. Every year it's the same dumb play calling in the playoffs. Don't even get me started on the 1-yard pass. He was lucky in 2014 and was a cheater at USC. Not loving the Carroll train, Kitty. I'm not fully on board yet with the fire Pete Carroll thing. There's some things that he does bring to the table as well. You can make the argument, maybe the best motivator in the entire NFL at the head coaching position. He's also, I would offer, the greatest recruiter in the NFL. The reason guys like Antonio Brown flirt with us, the reason we bring Josh Gordon easily over from the Patriots afterwards, the reason you go down this list of things of guys wanting to come and play for this team is because of Pete Carroll. Now, granted, you have a point. He's got some deficiencies right now as a play caller. He's gotten a little safe in his older age. He's not as willing to be as innovative as he used to be. But does that mean it's time to move him out to pasture? I'm not quite there myself. I still think he might just have one more bullet in that gun. Ewan Tyrell, what is up, Ewan? Good to see you in the chat, my guy. I'm doing great, man. I'm super stoked about this trade. Really am. I was a little bit depressed throughout this offseason, kind of going through our moves, and I was squinting and trying to make it in my head to where this was all going to work out and be fantastic and awesome. And the guys are going to develop. Collier's going to develop. Rasheem's going to develop. Puna's taking that step forward. But I kept coming back to, man, there's just not enough meat in this sandwich. You know, I got the cheese, I got a little mayo, but there's not enough meat in here. Now I feel like we got some roast beef there. You know, it's kind of coming out the sides. It's thick. You know, I'm good with it. Cole, Jerkus, how will Adams support against players like Kittle and Hopkins? I think his greatest effect, Cole, is going to be in the running game and his help there. I think people are getting a little caught up in his abilities as a coverage guy. He's a good coverage guy. Where he's probably at his best, Cole, to get specific to an answer for you, is that Adams is a great scheme fit for Seattle in what they run with coverage. And what I mean by that, of course, is that Seattle loves their zone defense. They play some man-on-man, but it's a lot of zone, and it's built to be zone within their technique. The bail coverage technique that our cornerbacks utilize, and it's so hard to pick up for guys that come from other teams, is basically part and parcel itself built to be utilized off the back of zone coverage, dropping to your deep zone. So where Adams is at his best is playing sort of off-man coverage in a zone pre-snap, reading the play, driving on the ball. That's where he's at his best, as opposed to you line him up man-on-man on the guy and have him try to be sticky in coverage. So it fits well into what Seattle wants to do from their zone standpoint in that way. I think it's getting a little overplayed with some of the stuff of his ability as like a slot corner or his ability to be that guy. I don't think he's going to be that exactly. He's a guy you just move all over the place. You make the offenses have to really be aware of him, change what they're even doing potentially to adjust to him and his movements and where he's going. That's his kind of his best skill set. He can do some coverage stuff, but you want him in zone. Where do we find our next big man TD dance? Maybe Cedric Abuja, bleed blue and green. We don't know, man. Maybe Cedric's got some hands on him. Green frogs are cool. No, I just don't like all this fighting. He was one of the first to say it. Yeah, we don't need to fight here, guys. Again, I just offer, if you're fighting or they may just, let's stop. Don't buy into it. No fights. Let's just talk Hawks, man. We got a lot to be happy about today. We should be nothing but smiles, man. Aiden Brooks, what is up, Aiden? Seahawks going to be unrecognizable once Carroll and Wilson are gone. Yeah. Well, and I think as it goes though, Aiden, I think I'm led to believe at times that they're suddenly pushing Wilson out the door, but then I'm led to believe at times, well, Carroll's going to retire and then Wilson's going to have kind of full control. They'll come to him and go, okay, what do you think about Lincoln Riley coming in now? You know, and then if you bring in a guy like Lincoln Riley, if we are hearing true reports out there that Pete Carroll is maybe going into his last year here. There's nothing concrete on this, but maybe that they're looking towards retirement. There's some certain things that lead us to maybe believe this might be the case. Then you go to Russell, say, oh, here's a pick of a guy coming in. Who do you like as a head coach? And he's got maybe some input on it, and you understand. And now maybe you've endeared yourself a little bit to Russell and now cemented that relationship as we go forward for the next 10 years. And we don't have to even think about that possibility, Aiden, of Wilson moving on. But with Carroll, he's 70 years old. It's getting the clock's winding down. It is winding down. Charlie Anderton, will Adams help on coverage on Kittle a little bit? He will a little bit. He can do some coverage stuff. He can, Charlie. And as long as you're asking him to do it mainly within zone and letting him come downhill, he's good. If you're going to ask him to go man on a guy, stay in the back pocket, that's where he will not be that's not the greatest part of his game. It's good. It's better than average, better than what you usually get in a box safety. But that'd be where I'd be maybe a little bit hesitant with it in that respect. But it will be a help. He's not, it's not that he's bad in coverage, not that he can't handle himself. Just, I think some people were trying to lead you to believe that you're going to just put him on Jordan, you'll just shut him down all day. He can do a little bit of that, but it's not all the way. Randall McDaniel, are we the only team with 2 wide receivers in the top 100? How many had a quarterback, running back, and a wide receiver? We got 2. I got the rankings, don't necessarily matter, but it shows respect other players have for our offense. Go Hawks. Yeah, Randall, I believe that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had 2 wide receivers inside the 100. You would have Mike Edwards and Chris Godwin on that one. I don't think that there would have been any other receivers, though. You're right on that. I think that would have been probably about it. Of course, you would have had Adam Thielen and Stephon Diggs, but Diggs has now moved on to Buffalo, so it doesn't really count. But you're right. There wasn't one with a quarterback and a running back as well as you could factor in there. So it speaks volumes. It also says, look, our offense is in pretty good shape. I'm worried about our offensive line. I'm worried about pass protection. I'm worried about Russell Wilson getting injured. But the going narrative that remains out there, a guy like Cowherd pushes this narrative of, oh, there's nothing surrounding Russell right now. They've given him nothing. It's like, you got 2,000-yard receivers. You got a running back in Carson who's legitimately a bull back there who can do damage with little. Carlos Hyde gives you some stuff. Disley's there. They brought in Greg Olsen. He's got some targets here, man. I knew what you meant, Charlie. Aiden, were the 49ers a one-hit wonder last year, and how hard will the Super Bowl hangover hit them? I don't think it will hit them as hard as it hits other teams, Aiden, because mostly, if anybody isn't aware, the recent history has been if you're the Super Bowl loser, you don't even get back to the playoffs the next year. It seems like about 8 out of 10 times that seems to be the case. I don't think that will be the case with them because I think the moves they've made this offseason have been very proactive to allowing them to maintain themselves, being that you'll lose a little bit from your prior year, but then they overcome that loss by gaining a little bit on the front side. The Trent Williams trade makes them better at left tackle over what Joe Staley was. Joe Staley was still all right, but to me, Trent Williams is a much better player. With Kinlaw and DeForest Buckner, I think you get a very similar amount of production between those two guys. I'm really high on Kinlaw. I like him a lot. I think he's going to be a good pass rusher for him, a good player for them. And then they didn't really lose a whole lot else. I know they got Emmanuel Sanders out the door, but they brought in Brandon Ayuk. So things all, to my mind, fit pretty well. They were still a young team. Garoppolo's still coming along, getting more and more starts. Is he going to continue to take those next step forward that we see quarterbacks take as they get more and more starts, 1, 2, 3 seasons under their belt? I think he could. So I see them still being our toughest competition and still being legitimately good. I've got them at 11-5 to 12-4 right now, the second. But they could go to 10-6 too. That, historically speaking, is where the Super Bowl loser does fall, into that 9-7, 10-6 range, if not worse. Barry Sotoro says, is there a possibility that Schneider is waiting to see who gets cut in the preseason before committing to Clowney, Snacks, or Everson? No, I think that he's waiting on Clowney, and I don't have anything to back this up, Barry, but I think that Schneider's waiting right now on the Clowney domino. Clowney signs, then I think, well, Snacks is before the two of them. We know that they're right now openly trying to push for Snacks, but he's separate a little bit of the Clowney Griffin. With Clowney, the offer's out there. It's sitting out there. It hasn't probably been increased, I'm guessing, but I don't know for sure. Then if that domino falls and Clowney goes to somebody else, then they go right to probably Everson Griffin at that point and pick him up. But I do think you're on the right track, Barry. I think that we are going to see a couple of surprise releases here in preseason because teams have got to start getting out ahead of that cap situation. We're in good shape. We got the 6th most cap going into next year at the reduced 175 rate. But there's a lot of teams that are, even right now as we sit, are over the cap. And they're not going to be able to afford to wait until this thing all plays out before they decide that they're going to do something next year. They got to start doing some stuff now, theoretically. User Hitstick, could you see Clowney going to the Jets? No, User Hitstick. I saw that same thing. You're referencing, of course, Bradley McDougall posting his Instagram where he called Jadeveon, took a screenshot, and then he said, I asked Jadeveon if he'd come to the Jets, and he told the Jets to come and get him. No. And I'll back this up with some proof for you. Goodness, it's hot today. I'll back this up with proof. Last year, Jadeveon Clowney, if you wanted to go for the money, could have gone to the Miami Dolphins last year, got paid top of the market, broke the bank, because that was the first trade on the table between the Texans and the Dolphins. Jadeveon turned that deal down and then accepted the trade to Seattle. Everybody's been a little hesitant to buy out on this fact that he actually wants to go play for a winner, but I know that he does want to actually go play for a winner. In the few conversations I've had with him and the couple times I've played with Jadeveon, he's got that really nice, affable, he's not going to be, confrontational. So if I'm a guy, you ask me, hey, Brandon, you want to go play for the Jets, man? Come play with me with the Jets. I'm be like, hell no. I'm not playing for googly eyes Adam Gase. They can't. No. Well, he goes, here's how he responds. This is kind of his personality. Hey, Jadeveon, come play with me in New York, man. I'm in New York. Let's do this. Man, yeah, all right, man. Tell him to come get me, man. Tell him come get me. And then Bradley posts it without any context of he said come and get him. And so the context gets removed. That's not what he really said. In fact, Jadeveon later on, some fan was posting to that comment and Jadeveon later on was put some laughing emojis when somebody was oh, he's really coming here. And he started laughing about it. And I don't see it happening, man. He wants to go to a winner. I believe him on that. I'd be shocked to see him go to somebody else. And if he does go to somebody else, it's just because they've blown up they've been willing to throw $25 million a year at him or something, which I don't think any team's willing to do because they would have done it by this point. Dustin says, how much longer will Wagner play? Well, my prediction on this is that we have 2 more seasons of Bobby Wagner. That's my prediction at this point. I think that there's a soft agreement between Seahawks front office and Bobby Wagner. There's an understanding between the two of them that this will be a 2-year more experience. And I base this upon the Jordan Brooks pick because I know that the sales job, the PR machine, the narrative is, oh, we can move him out to Sam linebacker. Oh, he can play some Will. I don't buy into that. His best position, his natural fit position is going to be at the middle linebacker role. I think Seattle knows that Bobby's going to be heading out soon, so they're getting out ahead of that. They saw a player they really like for their system and scheme at the middle linebacker position, and that's where he will fit long-term. Yeah, I think KJ is done soon. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if KJ gets to training camp and Cody Barton outplays him here. I think that there's a good chance that he might even retire in training camp. I do. Because I think Cody's much faster, much quicker. I think that KJ is really slowing down. It really seemed like, I know he had the tackles last year, but it seemed like at times he had really lost a couple steps versus what he was in his prime. Yeah, I just don't think we can get 5 more years out of him, D-boy. I think it's 2 more years and he's going to retire. Look at Luke Kuechly, a guy drafted in the same class, just retired this year. I think these guys aren't going to play as late into their careers as we once used to see them do, especially a guy like Bobby who's got a lot of off-the-field stuff and interest that he's really into. John Devereaux, what is up, John? The second says KJ is so underrated. I do think he's been underrated in his career. I do. I do think though that he's getting old. I think that the issues he's had with his shoulders, two off-season shoulder surgeries this year. He's had issues with the knees. I just think he's had a lot of tread taken off his tires and just not the same player, and that there's probably better options on this team because I'm really actually high on Cody Barton. You misplayed Cody last year when you put him at the Sam. He's not a Sam linebacker. He's a Will. When he gets over to Will, he's really going to excel in my opinion. I like Washington Hogs, Dustin. I'm feeling Washington Hogs totally. I like it. And it would fit with their history. All right. Bear with me, folks, on the chat. You know how this goes. We get behind, but damn, I got way behind. I didn't mean to get behind, folks. I'm going as fast as I can. I promise you on that. So we will push through. I'm going to try to catch up here on the chat a little bit. Irina says, I'm going to be visiting Seattle in a few weeks and I need some extremely important advice. Whose jersey should I get? I already have Rashad Penny's. I'd go with Jamal Adams because it's going to be a solid bet to stick with the team. Moving forward, it's pretty, it's pretty badass to get that, be one of the first people to be grabbing that jersey if you're out and about. Your cool factor gets raised huge. Irina Milan. Team 12s, what is up, my guy? How you doing? Thank you for jumping on in the chat. I like the Kraken name too, Dustin. Seahawks, how does the Jamal Adams trade affect Shaq Griffin contract, and how does it affect their ability to sign free agents in the future? I don't think that it precludes us from being able to sign Shaq Griffin. The thing we look towards next year is that as we stand right now, we have the 6th most amount of cap space. We know right now, or at least I'm fairly sure right now, that we're not going to be signing Jamal Adams to a new contract extension this first year. He's playing it out on a 1-year, $3.6 million deal. So next offseason, we really only have 2 real free agents I'm all that worried about. Yes, Chris Carson is going to be a free agent, but I just don't think we're going to sign him. So you've got Shaq Griffin, you got Jamal Adams. In my opinion, you're going to end up signing both of those 2 guys. And what you'll do is, as I said in my recent video, you're going to be about 16 to 18 million for Jamal Adams. I actually think that because he doesn't intercept the ball that often with Shaquille, you're not going to be breaking the market with him as far as the cornerback contract goes. He'll make top of the market. He'll make good money, 15 million a year, let's say. But yeah, you're able at that point to fit him in. Let's consider also the fact that Dwayne Brown after this year is probably going to retire. That's $13 million off the books. You've also then at that point got an option there with Quandre Diggs to move his money off the books. I think he's got a one-year deal after this year to where you could move him and move maybe Marquise Blair into his spot at free safety and roll with that. So you have that option to go with as well with this as far as how you could mix and match that. That's a little bit more money off. You got Lockett. You can sign him to an extension, lower the contract money down on that. I mentioned the fact Bobby Wagner could be flirting with retirement in the next year or 2 as well. That might be more money coming off the books. So yeah, when you look at us already having the 6th most amount of cap space, Seahawks and the fact that you can then move around some contracts around it too as well, you've got the flexibility to get that deal done with Griffin. He's not going to get paid top of the market though. He needs to put that dream to rest. Emmett Brown, I don't care if we suck at picking in round 1. Don't compound stupid with more stupid. A box safety with 3 career picks costs more than Khalil Mack. I hate this, and I want the front office gone. I get where you're coming from, Emmett. As I've said, I certainly will concede some ground to the folks who don't like the fact that we gave up this amount of draft capital. The couple of things that I want to just maybe take a couple issues in what you're saying is that this guy's not just a box safety. And I've spoken a couple of times about this. I'm sorry I'm repeating myself on this, guys, but you want to designate people in football into these easily categorized columns, and then you put them in that place and you go, that's what they are. So like a free safety, is he a center field free safety, a roamer back there? Is he a box safety? There's not a lot of movement within safeties for nuance into the player and really understanding who he is. He's so much more, Emmett, than just a box safety. And there's so many videos out there from guys like Brett Kohlerman. Samuel Gold just posted a video this last week where they're showing you all 22 tape, Emmett, and they're showing you how he's different. They're showing you the way this guy's not just a box safety. A box safety is Cam Chancellor. And by that I mean, he's going to come down, he's going to fill the hole, he's going to go into a gap, take on a guy, or set an edge. It's going to be very simplistic in what you're going to be asking that box safety to do. This guy with his instincts and his ability to pull the trigger when he sees a play, his ability to diagnose pre-snap, which has been missing on this defense, Emmett. Who is the guy pre-snap who diagnoses on this defense? And don't tell me it's Bobby Wagner. From time to time he will, but play in and play out can know what's going on. Because this is why the Rams have been so successful against us. This is why the 49ers have been so successful against us. We don't know where things are going pre-snap. We don't trust our reads, and we get confused. We get misdirected, and we get gashed. This is a guy to go really far to stopping that. And again, I would argue, Emmett, the number one thing this defense stops and starts on, the place it begins and finishes with, is stopping the run. It's not running the ball. It's not big plays, explosive plays. It's not limiting the big play. The place where this team starts is with stopping the run. You get 4.9 yards per carry last year. That's not acceptable when that's the tenet of your team. As well, we cannot compare this to the Khalil Mack trade, Emmett, for this reason and this reason alone. Khalil Mack walked in the door, got paid immediately. And so not only did he get paid immediately, he set the market for edge rushers, blew it out of the water. We are not paying this guy immediately. You are getting a prime year of Jamal Adams, the 25-year-old prime season of Jamal Adams at $3.6 million per year. You'll eventually get him, in my estimation, on a 5-year deal at about, with this first year included, at about $16.5 million per year. That's less than 7% of the cap on a $200 million cap. So the cost of what Khalil Mack costed up against the Chicago Bears cap versus what this guy's going to cost are two completely different things, Emmett. But I do get where you're coming from. And I'm going to try to roll through looking for questions here. So I see your comments, guys, but I'm going to get the questions here. Look up Dustin, look up Ricky Waters. He was a fantastic running back. Randall McDaniel, what made Legion of Boom so special was they came together, a brotherhood. In your opinion, what are the pros and cons of basically buying a safety duo as opposed to organic? Well, in a lot of ways, like I was talking with Emmett on about the box safety situation, I don't know that you can just have a box safety anymore, Randall, in this modern era of this game, and how the game is moving to more pass-happy affairs and passing attacks being so instrumental to the success of offenses. I don't know that you can just do what you did before, where you just took Earl Thomas and said, take that deep center field safety. Like I was saying, you had your center field safety and you had your box safety. I think these safeties have to be a little more ubiquitous now. They've got to be willing to be able to do a variety of different things rather than just a couple of skill set items that they bring to the table. Both Quandre Diggs and Jamal Adams do that. Both of those guys can play a multitude of positions. It's no coincidence that with Quandre Diggs, he started out as a slot corner in this league. And then he's moved over to strong safety. He's played some free safety. You've got guys that can play a variety of different things, which makes it harder for offenses to know pre-snap what you're going to do in coverage, because both guys can do each thing essentially. So it's a different form of kind of a Legion of Boom. You're never going to replicate the Legion of Boom and what that was. You're never going to be able to just, in my opinion, stack out those tall kind of corners like you had in conjunction with Cam Chancellor, the size he was. That was just a special kind of beast. But you can get an iteration that's something else that can be equally special as a different thing. And again, with Quandre Diggs, there's something to be said about a guy going from one place where he's not fit in that scheme. He's not rightfully placed. Look at Diggs in Detroit with Matt Patricia, who came in there after Diggs was already there. And it wasn't exactly a fit for what Patricia wants to do with his man-on-man stuff in Detroit and being coming from that Belichick tree where he's trying to move guys all over the place and be very, just complex in what he's trying to do. Diggs comes over to Seattle. The simplification fits right into what he wants to do, and he flies. I think you're going to see the same thing with him here. And there's something to be said about that with Jamal Adams too, coming from a scheme where he had no help around him to having guys like Bobby Wagner and KJ Wright around him, having a front four around him, having the Quandre Diggs as a safety tandem partner back there where he didn't have a good safety partner back there in Marcus May prior. So he could take his game to the next level. We saw this with Minkah Fitzpatrick last year, Randall, where Minkah Fitzpatrick was a guy on his way to being a bust with the Miami Dolphins. He was a guy that everybody was going, oh man, that was a way over draft. They can't find a position for him. And he was mad at Miami because they were putting him in all these places, but not letting him just set at a position. Then he goes to Pittsburgh and now he's suddenly the best safety in the entire league, maybe one of the best safeties in the league. I could see Jamal Adams having a similar kind of ascent coming into this environment. Cletus Van Dam, should the Seahawks re-sign Bobby Boucher? Cletus, I always believe they should re-sign Bobby Boucher. He's a great hitter. He can fill the lane. He's the kind of physicality you need on this defense. TJ Wilborn, Ricky Waters was with us in the late 90s and early 2000s. Only fans would know that as fans that were born before that or fans that want to know about the histories. That's enough to say that's true, man. It's a little fact on him. He wasn't, and again, you're looking all the time. He's probably maybe around that 5th, 6th all-time running back in Seahawks history. You got guys like Kurt Warner and probably even Chris Warren who go up ahead of Ricky on that list. So it's understandable not to know who he is. Shaquem Wagner, I think Shaquille will get better, and I think that Trey Flowers will be able to fill the role for Dunbar. I hope Shaquem will have 7 sacks. He could do it, man. I'm big on Shaquem too. He had that 9% pass rush win rate. I can't say that word last year. which speaks to the fact that he's going to be an efficient pass rusher when he's in. When he loses, he gets eaten up. Like the offensive linemen just swallow him whole. But every once in a while, he gets off that edge, and he does it enough that where he can be a factor, I think. Love his speed coming off that edge. I hope they can find a role for him. Jeremy, if they don't let fans into the games, are we hurt the most? No, Jeremy, because frankly, we've lost a lot of our home field advantage in recent years. We've talked about this in recent live streams. CenturyLink Link has not been as loud as it was in 2013, 2014. We can speak to the reasons behind that. There's a few, in my opinion, but it just is what it is. It's just not as loud. And that's why teams have been able to come in recently and win in CenturyLink and CenturyLink, because it's just the stadium noise has not been as much a factor. It's still a really great place to play. It's still a tough environment to go to. But no, I think we've lost just a little bit as far as our home field advantage in recent years, unfortunately, Jeremy. So I don't think it'll be that big of a cost to us. The Hawks Nest 50, whose job is harder, the wide receiver or the defensive back? Is it harder to get open or is it harder to cover? It's harder to cover. Harder to cover. Now we can make a call about catching, D-boy. If you got to factor in the receiver's got to catch the ball too, it's probably harder for the receiver at that point. But in factor of just trying to cover somebody is always going to be tougher than knowing where you're going and being able to change direction wherever you want to be. Green Frogs are cool. Will AB be suspended for more games? I thought the 8 games were for only 2 out of the 3 of the NFL investigations. No, if they're bringing down, the investigations would have concluded at this point, Green Frogs. And if they're bringing down a judgment, it's to include all 3, and they would not have done the judgment until the last investigation was finished. So 8 games is all it's going to be at this point. They're factoring into Green Frogs the fact that, again, he got suspended a little bit of last season. He didn't get officially suspended, but everyone knew he was basically going to be put on the NFI list if you signed him after the Patriots thing. So he's already essentially by the NFL's commissioner's office served basically a year suspension. I see them bringing him back into play. Yeah, we got over 60 in the chat. Please do hit that like. It definitely helps this channel grow a ton if you guys could. I really do appreciate it. Don't crack your screen, Green Fogs. Jose Rodriguez, should we look into Logan Ryan? I can't quite get on the Logan Ryan train. I tend to fall in line with the fact he's in his best scheme, Jose, when he's in a 3-4 scheme, and he's a lot like Jamal Adams, sort of playing the same kind of Jamal Adams role where he's being lined up all over the place. I don't think we would be able to utilize him as well. He is really good in coverage. I watched some tape on him, and he can definitely break on the ball, do it all from as far as being coverage and man on man. He does both really well. So you probably would be upgrading your position, bringing him in. But man, I sure would like to see that money being spent, Jose, on a pass rusher or one tech instead, because that's where I feel like we're a little more light. I appreciate you liking the vid, Charlie. Will Butler, any worries on players opting out? I don't have as much worry about it, Will, because I think you're going to see the initial opting out happening prior to training camp. And then if guys are going to come in, they're in, right? If you're going to go in, then do it. So I would be led to believe you'll only see players opting out if we see some pandemic flow across the league of players where everyone's just suddenly testing positive and guys are like, I've had enough of that. I don't think that'll happen. It's hard to make this prediction on this type of stuff, Will, but no, I think the opting out you'll see opted out prior to camp. Once camp hits, guys are locked and loaded. Jeffrey Hammond, between the Eagles, 49ers, and the Seahawks, I believe when he retired, he had over 10,000 rushing yards. At the time, he had the most yards without being in the Hall of Fame, but only averaged like 3.9 yards per carry. And Jeffrey's talking about, of course, Ricky Waters. And yeah, he was a guy who played it for a couple different teams, so people, I think, make it easier for them to forget him, Jeffrey. But he did win, I think, a Super Bowl with the Niners on that Steve Young team that won in the 90s. So he has a ring too. And he was a really good multifaceted back. He's a guy that you could use him in pass protection. He'd take on a linebacker. He had great hands, had really good hands too. Underrated guy, probably historically speaking. Dustin, I don't think Russell Wilson opts out. There's no way, no shape, form he would do that, in my opinion. Raging Crocodile, bro, why would you want to fire Pete Carroll? He's a Hall of Fame coach and one of the few reasons this team has been successful the past decade. Yeah, I wouldn't want to fire him at all either. I'm still riding or dying with Pete Carroll at this point. Emma Brown, wow, I think Pete's recruiting skills are actually pretty poor. We trade for our name guys, front office names, just tickle our boys, Pro Bowl coach, and we land Finney not impressed. It's a valid point, Emmett. I mean, we didn't bring anybody in as far as a big name free agent this offseason. You know, I would argue, I guess a little bit, not argue, but maybe just debate to the other side of that, who was available. There were other teams that other players were going to want to go to. Calais Campbell, he wanted to go play for his former defensive line coach at Baltimore and be on the East Coast. That's where he wanted to be. Jack Conklin's played his whole career going back to college in the Midwest. The reports were Jack Conklin didn't want to leave the Midwest. Recruiting skills help, but the players got to be open to moving on as well. I think if we look past just this year, Emmett, and even look over the last 4 or 5 years, we can see we've done a good job of being able to recruit players here who want to come to play and stay. Dwayne Brown, after the trade, remained and stayed, right? Guys want to come back. Jadeveon Clowney, I can speak to, wants to come back. And a lot of that is, Emmett, due to the fact that Carroll's created the atmosphere he has and the environment he is. He likes the players, likes the coaches. That's a big part of that aspect of things. It's not going to be the end-all, be-all. The money still comes into play, and that's probably why it's been a struggle somewhat recently for us, is up until this last offseason, we just haven't had as much set cap space over the last 3 years. You can be a great recruiter, but if I can't pay you half of what somebody else is going to pay you, it doesn't matter how much of a recruiter I am. Hovan says, our divisional opponents have improved this last year, so 12-4 won't be easy to make. Considering that last year we won almost all of our one games by one-score games, I'm afraid it will come back to bite us this season. It could. And it certainly has been historically an indicator that if you don't have a great margin of victory, essentially, your plus minus rates up just barely above, I think they're up in the teens or something. And as you spoke, they didn't win in one game by more than 7 points. Some of that, Hovan, I will offer, though, is a little bit in the nature of how Carroll coaches the team. When you're going to run the ball as much as we run the ball, you're going to shorten the game down, which means you're going to reduce the amount of possessions in totality over the course of a football game. When you do that, you're going to get a lot less as far as scores go. So there'll be a lot less of a difference between the scores as well, as opposed to, like, let's say the Chiefs, who are going to throw the ball over the football field and try to score as much as possible. Just a different way in which they run the team. So some of it's just a bit of how we play football and the way Carroll goes about it from a fundamental level. But I agree with you. The opponents are better. I think the Rams did dial back a little bit, but the 49ers have held strong, and I certainly think the Cardinals are taking a step forward. I love what the Cardinals have done this offseason, and they're a legitimate problem. So it'll be hard to get there, Hovan, but I think we can do it. Yeah, the Rams have been the toughest, Hovan, but they've also, don't forget, Hovan, that the Rams really played for today, right? They made a bunch of trades with first-round picks, paid through the moon on draft caps. They still paid through the move on their cap, and they've still got to deal with something here with Jalen Ramsey. Like, they still have to pay Jalen Ramsey. They're in a little bit of a tough situation, to agree, Hovan. So they've been good, but the arrow and the needle are somewhat going down. And Jared Goff, the league might have started to maybe figure that guy out a little bit if he was ever a mystery to begin with. Raging Crocodile, do you think Adams and Diggs is the best safety duo in the NFL? I do, Raging Crocodile, and I think they're the best safety duo by far right now. I do. Roxanne Roll, what's the salary cap situation currently, and are they working towards making Clowney a Seahawk one more time? Salary cap, as I understand it, is we're sitting right around, I think, $16 million. I would expect them to utilize that money here before the year one way or another. I don't see us sitting on the money. There is maybe a thought process that they leave a few more million in the kitty just to get maybe an Antonio Brown midseason, pick a midseason trade up, keep that flexibility for the deal that you don't know that could happen. I've mentioned, for instance, that you could have a guy like, let's say, Von Miller. Everybody's prognosticating that the Broncos are going to be much improved with Drew Lock and that they're going to blow up this year. What if they fall off and they start out 1-5? You've got Von Miller on a 1-year deal. Maybe they could offload a little bit of salary, get out ahead of next year's cap in their situation, and they've got some young players they're going to be paying here soon themselves. Maybe you could pluck a guy like Von Miller later down the road midseason. So it helps maybe Roxanne to keep that flexibility, even if you don't sign Clowney, even if you don't sign Everson Griffin here immediately out the chute. But yeah, Clowney, they're still in play for Clowney. I still think the Hawks are hoping and praying. I know that he's leaning towards them. The problem is, Roxanne, you could have a player at any moment on a primetime team, a team that's going to push for the Super Bowl. Let's say TJ Watt suddenly, not opts out, but I'm just going off the top of my head. He suddenly opts out with the Steelers. The Steelers suddenly got a little bit of money and they got a need and they got a team that they feel like with Ben coming back is maybe a Super Bowl contender. Do they make the call then to a guy like Clowney? Maybe at that point. That's hard to predict that. And it could easily happen. Hope it doesn't. He's in play. Think Seattle's a front runner, but it's fluid. Givenchy, I finally found your channel after 6 months when we talked about Thaddeus Moss. Well, that's lucky me, Jiven. Make sure you subscribe, man, so you don't get lost from me again. So you don't lose from me again. Thaddeus Moss, man, yeah, I think I do remember us talking a little bit about them. He went undrafted, as I remember it. Not surprised. Granted, some of it was the foot surgery that he had to get, but the guy's 6'1", not a lot of explosiveness, okay hands, not the greatest, willing blocker, not a great blocker. There was just some limitations to his game. Eek, 34. Do you think a player like Snacks Harrison would fit? Oh, he'd be a great fit, Eek. He's not what he was a few years ago, which there was a run of 3 or 4 years ago where he was the highest rated player on Pro Football Focus's board. It was kind of weird, but he was absolutely a guy that you could not run at all. You couldn't move him off the ball. I think he's not exactly as much of what he was before. He's probably 90% of what he was in his prime at this point. But certainly if you ask him to come in as a rotational guy, he's not asked to play all the snaps every game, but play maybe 50, 60% of the snaps over the course of the game, especially in that run stuffing role. I think he'd be effective like that. I do. The question with him becomes, does he want to play? Because there seems to be indications that he's leaning towards retirement. Yeah, Roxanne finally came in. Roxanne, it's always better in the chat when you get in here. Roxanne. Raging Crocodile. I think Poona Ford has a breakout year. I was watching, gosh, you guys sometimes have like psychic stuff going on, Raging Crocodile. I was just watching Hawks Maven's breakdown on Poona last night because I was thinking about that. I was putting that list together of guys that, like I was saying, be a star, be a solid starter, you're not going to get anything from him. And Poona's a guy that you're just wondering with him if he does go forward a little bit because you watch his physical skill set and you watch what he can do on a football field and you just feel like it should translate a little bit more. He had a little bit better season in his second year than his first year, but it was very much just a little bit of a marginal push forward. And certainly there are those times that last year where when you look at us not being able to stop the run, he's a guy that you can certainly point to at times as being a little bit of a struggle in that respect. But he's got a skill set that I really like. And it reminds me a little bit of Brandon McBain and his ability to create leverage every play just naturally because of his size. I do think he's going to take a little bit of a step forward. Don't see a Pro Bowler, but I see a solid starter, an upper level one tech that he's been sort of flirting with becoming over the last couple of years. I'm not sure if Cole says, I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but I want to see the Seattle Kraken's team raise the 12th man flag. I'm good with that, Cole. It'd be a good little, yeah, it's a nice idea. I'm sure they'll do something with the Kraken, man. They'll do something. Jeffrey Emmon, when I see or hear things I enjoy, it's money, but incredible shows like this, it's the bank. Keep up the fantastic input and data. Hawks Nest is hands down my favorite show. Jeffrey, I do salute you, man. I really do appreciate that. I love doing this, and I have a ball interacting with you guys. It's so much fun getting on here talking with people that know football too, and we can just kind of like, sync up, mesh minds. It's gives us something to talk about here in this time when there's not a lot of fun stuff otherwise to talk about. So, but I do appreciate that, Jeffrey. Thank you so much, man. Teams 12 says, I can't believe Mark Andrews did not make the top 100. Yeah, I'm same. I really like that guy. He is such a big target for Lamar Jackson there at the tight end position. And he really was, I really felt like at times he was kind of the engine that was driving that offense a little bit beyond Lamar Jackson. Certainly Lamar was the main thing, but he was so necessary to Lamar as a security blanket, and especially just being so big with that catch radius. Lamar's not always the most accurate, and he really is able to go out there and pluck that ball outside of his body in a way when a defender's hanging on him. A little bit like that Greg Olsen skill set I've talked about with Cam Newton, where it's part of what made Olsen so good throughout his time is the ability to really work with passers that weren't necessarily super accurate, even though they might have big arms. There was a couple of weird guys on that top 100 that had me sort of going, really? I was surprised by a few of them. Charlie Anderton, will Trey Flowers have a breakout year with Dunbar? Doubtful. Well, Charlie, I'm going back. I'm gonna die in this trench, Charlie. I think Trey Flowers, and I've said this for a while, will be taking the step forward that we saw from Shaquille Griffin. Shaquille Griffin in his first year was all right. In his second year, even by his own assessment, he played at a D+ level. Now, last year he got into the Pro Bowl, I think as a Pro Bowl alternate once one of the guys dropped out. He still doesn't intercept the ball a ton, but Shaquille got into that B+, A- range as a quarterback last year. I think Trey Flowers can get into a similar place. And you look at a guy like Griffin, 3 interceptions for his career. Guy in Trey Flowers last year had 3 interceptions alone, and they weren't cheap interceptions. He can jump around. So I look at a guy, he's a straight safety convert coming out of college. He's only played 2 years at the cornerback position and had to do it at a pro level, learn on the fly. So I think he's going to continue to get better, continue to learn further, and I really like Trey Flowers' upside. I really do. No worries, Jose. This is hot. It's hot as hell outside. I can relate. I'm over in Spokane right now. I'm surprised I'm not dripping down sweat in front of you guys here, having to dab myself every second. Yeah, Jeffrey, I'll give you even a little bit more. So Jeffrey says, great fact about the receivers and 32-inch arms. Man, you know everything about the Hawks. So yeah, here we go. There's a couple things with this too, Jeffrey, if you really get into the depths of it. And that is that they've got these metrics that they stand on the receivers. They're the same way with defensive linemen, cornerbacks. They've got certain set metrics they look for. And if linemen or the receivers or cornerbacks don't hit their metrics, you can have great game film, but they're really not going to consider you at that point. So with receivers, 32-inch arms, 35-inch vertical leap, 120-inch broad jump. These are the things that they're going to look for as far as that go. And then 4.4 speed. So Jeffrey, if you want to look for a great indicator of this, look at Brett Swain, or is it Brett Swain? I might be mispronouncing. Anyway, our 7th round pick out of Florida, that receiver. You go look at his metrics and his measurements. This guy had not a lot of production, not a lot of great film, but what does he have? Oh, Nelly. Does he fit within the Seattle Seahawks metrics? 32-inch plus arms, 35-inch vertical leap, 4.4 speed, 120 broad jump. I think it's 9-inch hands or another one. When you look through the history of who we drafted at wide receiver, from your Chris Harpers to your Mara Darbos to your Paul Richardsons and on, there's not many outliers. They stay pretty much within these metrics on the wide receivers. And we can talk about the cornerbacks too, because it's similar with the cornerbacks, where they absolutely do not go below 32 inches on cornerbacks. I think Ugo Amadi last year was one of the very first ones, if not the first one, that they provided an exception on. Are we getting the Ravens fan in here? Yeah, they love to come in right around this time. Not surprised. Cole Churkas, if one of our backs gets injured, do you see Marshawn part 3? I absolutely do, Cole. And a part of me, maybe I'm just being sentimental about it. Maybe I need to look at the reality of the fact that he's not what he was. And so it's just not a great option. But I had really hoped, Cole, that they were really going to look at maybe bringing him back, essentially with what they did with the Carlos Hyde, doing with Marshawn Lynch. They chose not to do it, but I don't think that precludes them from necessarily having him on ice and telling him, you be ready. It's happened year in and year out for the last few years where we've lost all of our running backs, right? Go back to the years where Thomas Rawls went out and you end up in a Minnesota Viking game with a guy named DeJuan Harris at running back. So for whatever reason, maybe it's because the inside zone we run just batters the hell out of running backs. And so you're going to go through more of them because of it. But I think it's still a feasible possibility. You could have to pick up that bat line midseason and say, hey, Marshawn, come on, beast mode. Come on back, big dog. Why are you bad-mouthing Disley? If he never got injured, be a top 7 tight end. Somebody bad-mouthing Disley? I like Disley. I don't think you're talking to me, Team 12s. I like Disley. Yeah, I think with Disley, it's a matter of not needing to prove himself. Just it's a matter of staying healthy. And if he can has some health, he's going to be good. He's shown he can be productive. He can be a great blocker, and he can be a phenomenal pass catching tight end in this league. Actually, can he stay healthy? I mean, that's where the fly lands in the ointment. Certainly, I don't know. And on that one, that's who knows. But they were 2 different freakish injuries that he had in 2 back-to-back years. He's been training and rehabbing for 2 straight years now on both of those 2 legs. There has been a past history with guys that have had early career injuries to lower legs, and they fought through it. You got like Frank Gore going through college, got through it, and look, he's had an 18-year career. There was another guy that was a linebacker for the Panthers for many years. It was really good, similar early on in his career. He was tearing Achilles, tearing ACLs, got it turned around. So there is a history of certain guys getting it turned around. It's hard to do at times. Sometimes you're just injury prone, but I still like Disley's upside. Great. He does have a great upside. Y2K hot. If the Hawks got Clowney and we had an average quarterback, say Sam Darnold, I feel our team is now good enough to still be a solid 8-8 maybe 9-17. Thoughts? Y2K, I would say that no, I don't. The problem for me, Y2K, is we play in the strongest division in football, and not just the strongest division in football, but the strongest division in football by far. So I think that really holds you up at that point if you had a lesser quarterback in, and what Russell does and how valuable he is in this team to this team put you in that position where I don't think another lesser quarterback could get things done here. I think you'd still be at about a 6-10 on the top side as a team without Russell Wilson flopped out for, let's say, Sam Darnold. John Staff. What's up, John Staff? Thoughts on Darrell Taylor or Alton Robinson adding anything to the pass rush in the first year? Unfortunately, John, I think that this is another one of those things like Jordan Brooks where, as Pete Carroll's talked about a couple of different times this offseason, the rookies are going to be up against it this year. It's already hard for rookies to get on the field. Last year, our rookies had all of their rookie mini camps, all the training camp, all of the offseason stuff, all of the preseason, all 4 free preseason games. And still, what did we see? Marquise Blair couldn't get on the football field. Our first round, who was the first? God, I'm trying to think of our first round. LJ Collier couldn't get on the football field even after he got healthy. Cody Barton didn't get on the football field until Michael Kendricks had his injury at the Sam linebacker. Ugo Amadi didn't get out there onto the football field until they had fully realized that the 4-3 base defense does not work against 3 wide receiver sets. So what I'm saying in my base point is if those guys in that draft with all those picks, all you could get was a guy like DK Metcalf to actually see the field, and that's just because you didn't have any other wide receivers. You had to throw him out there. How hard is it going to be for these guys who are already being selected as projection type players who are not going to have all of this offseason to work through and operate through to improve and get better and get closer to getting on the football field? I think those guys will have it up against it. I really do. I do love Taylor, especially for his bend, John. When I look at a pass rusher, explosiveness is probably one of the first traits I look for, but maybe even ahead of that, I look for bend. How low can the guy get to round that corner, get below the hands of the offensive tackle? He's got that. You can't teach it. You have it or you don't. He's got it in spades. Robinson doesn't quite have the same bend as Darrell Taylor does, John, but he's got more of a plethora of pass rushing moves. He's really great with his hands. And the thing I like about both of them, John, maybe the one silver lining you can take on this is that I do think both of them, when they do create pressure, are going to create early pressure. That is to get that pass rush win rate up really high. Both of them were in the upper teens in their college career. And that's because when they win fast. They're not those high effort pass rushers who rely on second effort, second moves to get free of the lineman. They're going to get free quick when they get free. And that has been missing from our defense. We've had more of those guys that are, when they're going to get sacks, it's like Rasheem Green, they're backing the tackle down. They're using the secondary moves. The guys have that. Long-term, I do like their upside, John, but they're really up against it this season, unfortunately. Dustin, push for snacks. Like what types? Like the Snacks Harrison's type, Dustin. Jeffrey Hammond, since Dunbar is out of the equation and I'm not totally sold on Trey Flowers, is there anyone on the free agent radar you might see as a good fit opposite Shaquille? I don't, Jeffrey. The biggest issue with it might be, Jeffrey, just the way we play our scheme. Seattle asked their cornerbacks to play the kick step, bail technique. Basically, I combine the two. Bail technique is one thing, and kick step, I'm sort of combining them, Jeffrey, because they utilize the two of them. So if you watch the cornerbacks pre-snap, what you see a lot of the time is they'll start out over the top of the wide receiver, almost like they might give a little bit of a press look to the quarterback. Then they slowly start to back up as we get closer to the snap. And then right at the snap, you usually then see an additional 2-3 steps in backpedal. So that's the kick step back. That's the kick step bail technique, essentially. And they've got a certain way in their technique, that kick step, to do the back pedal at that point. It's hard to bring guys in who haven't played in that scheme to operate within it. You saw this with a guy like Kerry Williams that they brought over a few years ago from the Eagles and the Ravens, who came in, veteran quarterback, smart cornerback, bigger cornerback, theoretically would have been a scheme fit for what Seattle did, but he really struggled to pick up how they did that kick step technique. And I think another free agent would struggle likewise, especially having the reduced amount of time, Jeffrey, to operate in and learn it and pick it up on the fly. They would probably end up looking for somebody else out there, maybe even a Deshaun Shed type that's still maybe lurking out there if they were to really need to push and look. Unfortunately, Akeem King, who was in our system last year, I think just got signed to another team. So you're right. They might have to look and get creative in their options here because there's not anything really out on the street right now. But this may be a spot too where we see somebody become available because a team wants to release a guy and get ahead of that salary situation. And like I was talking about, moving into next year. Dustin's Hawks Nest chances of starting 1-0 this year. Good. Falcons are tough though, right? Because the Falcons you want to play at the end of the season. You got to play them at the start of the year. You got all their horses going. You want to get them at the end of the year when Deion Jones is injured and Julio Jones is fighting through something and they've lost a couple of their running backs, their offensive line's in shambles. We got to get their full kind of strength, and they're, in a lot of respects, that coach is fighting for his life, right? He's fighting. If he doesn't get them going this season, he's probably on the chopping block. So, and likewise, Matt Ryan's getting through his prime, getting to the end of his stuff. He's not a guy who I see playing into his 40s because he just doesn't have the arm strength to do it, in my opinion. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a tough game. But, yeah, I'm going to go with us winning that game. Want to know? I think we're better than the Falcons. Assuming it goes planned, Dustin. Yeah, I was assuming essentially we do get to play the first game. Cameron Hughes, like 2 years ago, I used to like Colin Cowherd because he was the only guy on TV that actually praised Russ. But now literally he trashes the Hawks to make Russ look good, like a god. And our O-line is top 10. You're saying our O-line's top 10. I think our O-line has a potential of top 10, Cameron. I don't think that they're top 10 right now. In fact, right now, as we stand, we're maybe one of the bottom units in the league until we know what production we get out of Damian Lewis, Posick at center, and even the right tackle situation. Brandon Shell is not an upgrade over Effetti. And if he is, it's a tiny, itty bitty, teeny tinsy fraction of an inch upgrade over what you had in Effetti in watching his tape. In regards to Cowherd, I agree. It's gotten a bit of annoying at this point where he's harping. I do feel like Russ is in his ear and that Russ and him have some kind of relationship on some kind of friendly terms, and that he is doing a little bit of being a mouthpiece for Russell Wilson. And I think that he could be operating from this kind of distinction that I operate from that he might be intimately aware of the fact that Russ will look to go somewhere else if he doesn't get the support with this organization. If they don't eventually decide they want to build the offense around him, if they don't decide to eventually give him the control that most quarterbacks moving into his point in his career, and the type of player he is, would be given. So some of this could be that Cowherd is trying, Cameron, to serve the best interest of the Hawks, even if he's doing it in a way that sort of looks like they're trashing him, because he doesn't want to see that end game play out that sort of started a little bit this offseason with the potential of Russ maybe eventually moving on. Not now, not in the interim years we approach, but long term, how it could eventually play out. Shane Hafner, did you happen to see Al Woods opted out for the season? Guess it worked out for us. Yes, I did. And it did work out for us in that respect, thankfully, with it. So it makes me feel a little bit better at the fact that we didn't re-sign him, because I liked the year that he gave us as that backup one tech. You know, that's what we're looking for here. We're not looking for a starter one tech, but a good backup. Come in and give you some rotational snaps. If we get Clowney outside of O-line, our team is pretty much perfect. Yeah, I would say we're in good shape at that point. We need another one tech, Y2K. We do. Like, again, coming back to, we gave up 4.9 yards per carry last year. That was with Al Woods having a good year. Jaron Reed didn't give us much last year. Obviously, you're going to get a lot more you're hoping from him, and you're hoping Poona Ford gives you a step forward. But you need that as well. You need a little more depth at the defensive tackle position. Brian Monet is not going to be enough for us as a backup one tech. I'm not buying into that myself. Jose Rodriguez says, if it's possible next offseason, would you be okay with the Hawks bringing back Sherman? I would. I think that, though, Jose, you probably want to look at this current Michael Bennett situation and how it's played out as an indicator that if you do burn your bridge on the way out the door here, you're probably not coming back to play during your career. With Michael Bennett, he was available this offseason. We don't know what he was wanting to be paid. We don't know if Seattle was interested. But as a rotational guy, if you could have gotten him cheap to come back to the team and give you some snaps here and there, you would have maybe thought they would have been potentially interested in that. But we didn't hear any interest. There was no, he basically shortly retired here just a little while ago after they had some time to maybe dip back into that pool. So I think that the players just have to be a little more careful, Jose, about not burning their bridges on the way out the door, not talking about the kumbaya meetings like Sherman referenced, and being a good soldier. But I wouldn't be opposed to it. Meme the Penguin, what's your record prediction? I've got us right now, Meme, at 12-4, but if we fully, and I'm anticipating we add another pass rusher. If we do add Clowney and Snacks, I'll put us at 13-3. If you sign Everson Griffin, I'm going to keep you about 12-4, especially if you sign a lesser one tech in addition to that, because Snacks might just retire, Meme. So I'm going to put us 12-4, but there's still a potential of even upping that into the 13-3 range if we can get those two guys. And yeah, Y2K mentions Josh Gordon as well. I should probably add that into it too, man, as I'm anticipating Gordon coming back to the team too here. I really am. It's just the guy's blown up his Instagram throughout the whole offseason, saying how much he loves Seattle, puts himself in a Seahawks uniform, wanting to be here. We've got no indicators at all that he's going anywhere else at this point. D-Boy, do you watch the CFL and do you know if the CFL pays good or bad? I'm asking because of a player like Marquette King, who's a good kicker, but he's not on an NFL team. Does not pay well, D-Boy. They've had past history at times where monies have been tight in the CFL, and players have actually sometimes, it's not recently, but in far back in the history, some of those guys had a really hard time even getting their checks when it was due. So they don't get paid a lot. Marquette King, the problem with Marquette, I think, is that he's a punter. Punters need to be quiet. Punters need to know their lane. Punters need to just be punters. And he started to try to be kind of a personality on the football field. And you saw him at times, I think he was even doing like dances and stuff to draw personal foul penalties from the referees. If you're a punter drawing personal foul referees, you better be an amazing punter at that point. You better be 50 yards on average because they'll find somebody else. It's too close to the other guys that are out on the street and available of a difference between you and somebody else. So I think that really is what kind of upended Marquette. I think too, when Gruden came in there, he kind of started popping off on Twitter after Gruden came in there. So it just wasn't a good look for my guy. Cash, not a fan of Cash is not a fan of the Seahawks. It's got some virulent rage going for our Hawks. Sometimes the chat just updates slow. Overtraded. Did you mean to say overrated or overtraded? CTE ass safety. I guess time will tell, Cash. We feel really good about it ourselves right now. So it's a possibility, but there is a narrative out there. A lot of people feel like we did overtrade. So I get where you're coming from. You're not alone in saying that. Cash says we're going to finish second in the West again. We'll see how it plays out, man. We shall see. Jeremy, thank you for the $1.99 donation, my guy. Appreciate that. If Wilson opts out, how many games do we win? I just don't think Wilson's going to opt out. I think that he was trying to get, with some of the stuff that he talked about with having a new child come in, he was trying to push, along with a lot of the other players, push the owners along to getting a plan in place that was more secure and firm, to protecting the players and just showing them that they have a cogent plan in place. Look at Russell throughout his career. This guy is a guy that will not leave the field due to injury. High ankle sprain, shoulder problem. He's gonna take a beating and go out on the football field. He's got that kind of mentality of, I've got a starting streak that's gone for every game of my whole career. He's going to let that end now due to this. I just, in the guy Russell is, Jeremy, I don't see him doing it. I don't think he's going to, I just don't see he's going. I don't think it's even a small possibility of even happening. With that said, you just gave me $1.99 donation, so I better at least address your question, right? Rather than creating my own. If he does opt out, we are a 2 to 3 win football team, in my opinion, with Geno Smith as the starter. That's where I would have placed it. But hopefully that just, like I said, doesn't happen under any way, shape, or form. It's all good if he spams it, Cameron. I'm moving through it. Let's not spam the chat, guys. I'm getting behind. So unless you're asking a question, let's not fill the chat up with stuff. Team 12s, if I wear my rubber bands for 2 weeks straight, I get my braces, I get a Jamal Adams jersey. That sounds like a fair trade. I know how bad those bands can hurt, man. I had braces back in the day. It is brutal. It's a brutal pain, especially when they're putting them in. Ravens fan, you liking yourself Lamar a little more than Russell? I get it, man. He's developing nicely, Ravens fan. I can see why you like your guy. You guys, I think you and Kansas City are the two teams that are pushing for that mark in the AFC. I think those will be their two potential teams as Super Bowl contenders. If Carson leaves after this year, is Penny the running back number 1? Asked Charlie. You know what, Charlie? I just don't think that they've really kind of fully bought into the Rashad Penny experience and what he brings to the table. He's a guy that you need to move out on the outside, let him rush outside, let him operate in space. They started to do a little bit of that last year, but their compunction is always to fall back into running the inside zone, read option up the middle. And that's really not his game. It's not where you're going to be using Rashad Penny best. I feel like here eventually we might probably see actually Rashad Penny moved in a trade to get other assets in. And it's mainly Carlos Hyde signing that makes me think this, Charlie, is that they're just going to go back into doubling back down on the Marshawn Lynch mold of running back that they tend to prefer. And I think they're really stuck on that type. And Rashard Penny's just not that type of running back. He's a different kind of cat. He's more, to a guy like Dustin who likes, he's more of a Sean Alexander type. D-Boy says, when the Seahawks signed Jimmy Graham, was that a good or a bad move by the Seahawks? It was a good move by the Seahawks, D-Boy. It was poorly executed. And the reason it was poorly executed is because, a little bit like I was talking about earlier in this stream, Jimmy Graham was a guy that played 67% of his snaps with the New Orleans Saints out at the wide receiver position, either lined up out wide or in the slot. Seattle brought him in, and then they tried to move him into like 80 to 90% of the time as an inline tight end and have him block. It's not his game. That's not where you utilize Jimmy correctly. You saw right at the end, they started to figure this out. Seattle sometimes figures stuff out a little bit too late, where Russell really in that last year of Jimmy's career, he was really able to utilize Jimmy in the red zone properly like they should have been doing, where it's just a lot of those trust throws, let Jimmy just go up and moss guys. So I still like the trade. It just wasn't executed properly in the way that they utilized the player. Y2K, also Khalil Mack, the 2 first-round picks are likely way higher picks than we gave up. 2 second-round picks aren't great. Yeah, that's another great point about that trade with Khalil Mack, why it's different from the Jamal Adams trade, is that not only were you paying him in the door, but they knew that they were getting probably better picks than what you're probably thinking the Jets are thinking they're going to get with giving Jamal Adams to Seattle. If I'm trading to the Bears, I know they've got Trubisky at that time, a young guy, rookie quarterback, essentially. I'm thinking, no, this is a 8-8 team. You know, I'm getting a couple years of 8-8 teens first-round picks. With Seattle, it's like they're going to be picking up in 26, 27. So that's a gulf of difference in value as far as the draft picks go with that. One other thing, too, I want to just mention with this, as far as the draft picks go, in studying the draft the last few years, and I've studied it pretty closely, the thing that jumps out every single time, and this is pretty uniformly accepted, it's not really controversial to say this, the way the draft talent factors out is it's a tier system. What I mean by that is the top 15 picks are guys that are in a talent level, a talent tier that is all their own. They are the cream of the crop, the best of the best, truly star potential players that you have there. When you get above 16 and up into the end of the second round, you've got the next tier of guys all grouped together. And this is what makes it sometimes all that much harder at that point to, sorry, I got kids yelling outside. This is what makes it harder at times. I lost my whole train of thought. Kids are so loud. This is what makes it harder at times and was probably contributed to the failures of our Seahawks as far as picking that late in the first round. Kind of a crapshoot there. Picking the guy in that 27th, very similar to picking that guy at 38. You know, Emma Brown, you're really trying to shine this Adams situation. I get where you're coming from too. Wasn't Diggs supposed to be that instinctual guy? Lord knows PC can't coach up a rookie safety anymore. Well, it's not as much as trying to shine the situation, Emmett. It's that I literally do like the move. I think, Emmett, and you've been a long time guy here with me, man. You're an OG subscriber. I think you will. You can at least say this about me. I'm not a homer, and I'm not a guy that just rose-colored glasses looks at every move. I have, for this whole offseason, done a ton of going after the Seattle Seahawks front office and some of the moves that they've made, some of the way that they've gone about their schematic changes, the 4-3 base, all that stuff. I will go hard when it needs to go hard. This ain't that type of situation, though. It's one of those ones where, and again, it's like when you're trying to relate it to the Khalil Mack trade, it's like, that's where I take this issue, because you're trying to now take apples to oranges in a comparison. Well, both of them had 2 first-round picks, so they must be exactly like the same. And, well, Khalil Mack's playing at a more important position, so then it's you gave up more for a less important. You start going down this road where you may, but no, it's not the same. You paid Khalil Mack $20 million when he walked in the door. $3.6 million is what Jamal Adams cost this year. That's not just a small, tiny little thing, Emmett. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. So you can't just throw it off to the side and throw it away. And likewise, when it comes to calling him a box safety, he's not just a box safety. And there's a lot more just beyond me saying that. There's a lot of breakdowns available online that will go into the all 22 tape and show you how he's beyond just a box safety. And so I can get why you don't necessarily like the move. I'm not going to necessarily hammer somebody who says we gave up too much of draft capital. I will concede a little bit of ground to you in that respect. But there's also the upside to this is real. It is real. And again, like I mentioned with a guy like Minka Fitzpatrick, there's times in the past in football where you've had guys who have upped their game, gotten better when they've gone to other teams, left one team where they might be good, solid players, and then upped their ante, got even better when they went to the next team. Look at a guy like Stephon Gilmore with the Patriots. This is a guy with the Buffalo Bills who was a solid corner, even maybe a sub-Pro Bowl level corner. But now he's defensive player of the year type material once he goes to the Patriots. I mentioned Minka Fitzpatrick, a guy who was going to be a bust with the Dolphins. Players who are playing on piss-poor organizations and who still shine, it's not out of the realm of possibility to say that they're going to take off when they go to a well-run organization, when they go to be surrounded by phenomenal players around them. They've got the help. And as far as Quandre Diggs, I thought he balled out last year, Emmett Brown. In 5 games last year, he had 3 interceptions for us at the safety position. And that was with 2 of those games, him playing through a high ankle sprain. When we had him healthy in the first couple of games when he was healthy and didn't have the high ankle sprain, he had 3 interceptions in 2 games. He's a guy who, again, speaking to my point, moving one player from one scheme and one situation and one dysfunctional organization to a good organization and a good scheme can bring about maximum benefits. And Quandre Diggs was not playing well in the Detroit Lions scheme where he's mismatched as a guy in Matt Patricia's man-on-man scheme, blitz-heavy scheme, multi-dimensional scheme. But send him here to a 4-3 where he plays that center fielder role. Oh my gosh, it's a night and day difference in the type of player you're getting. The Hawks Nest, you're missing a lot of questions. Yeah, I'm trying to go through this on this. I don't see any questions on this, man. Okay, get a four. Yeah, I don't see a lot of questions. If I'm missing them, I'm sorry. If I missed your question, repost it in the deal. I'm trying to go through these as quick as I can and catch all that I can. But it's coming fast and heavy here. So yeah, if I've missed your question, I'm sorry, guys. I'm moving through here. Dustin Elron, how can you like our tight ends? I like our tight ends. I'm worried about the injury situation with them. I don't question their talent. I question whether we're going to get a full season of them. So if your question's in regards, Dustin, to whether or not it's the injury aspect, yeah, that's valid. I'm worried about that. But if they're on the field, both these two guys, they'll give you production. Makeup Minion, Bam Bam. You missing Bam Bam Makeup? He was a great player, man. Sucks about the neck injury, but with both him and Cliff Averill. It's certainly with both of those two guys retiring as early as they did, that was a 2 big really hits to our team for that time period. Sorry I missed the questions though, D-Boy. Just feel free to ask them again. I appreciate the donation. If I missed your question, put them back in there. I'll catch back up here. It's no worries. If I'm missing questions, I want him to let me know. So he's being nice about it. Emmett Brown, when the first 3 quarters of every game is always a feel-out snooze fest, it takes some air out of the stadium. It does indeed. Dustin Elroy, guys. Let's get to questions here. Pox, what's up, Pox? You think the Hawks could win Super Bowl this season? Pox, they absolutely could win the Super Bowl this season. And they should easily be a favorite here after this Jamal Adams trade. They should. You got basically within a half yard, a false first down call last year, or a half yard with the Jacob Hollister catch against the Niners at the last game of the season to almost get in the end zone. Both of those 2 situations change for you slightly. You're already maybe pushing for the Super Bowl last year with the roster you had. And as limiting as that roster was, you have improved it this offseason. Maybe it's been just a marginal improvement. Maybe it's been a wide improvement. I think there's some argument between the Seahawks fans in regards to that. But there has been improvement. So you got that close already with some marginal improvement. Equals out that you should be at least considered a Super Bowl contender, if not a potential favorite. D-Boy says, do you think this is the year that the Browns put it together and maybe go 500 or better? Yep. I do, D-Boy. I'm a guy on point of saying I think the Browns are 9-7 or 10-6 this year. It's a tough division over there in the AFC North, I believe they're in. You got the Ravens there, you got the Steelers there. Those guys are stacked up too. But I like how they've rebuilt the offensive line specifically, D-Boy. They've went out with the draft, got a first rounder there for the for the offensive line. They signed Jack Conklin to the right tackle position. Nick Chubb is a stud, man. That guy is an awesome running back, really underrated. And I expect him to have these now better blockers blocking from him up front to him to take that next level as well, as he's playing for a contract. So the defense has got some guys with Chubb, Denzel Ward. They've started to kind of fill things out. Yeah. I like where they're going as far as this year goes. They're not going to be maybe 12-4. They're not going to push the Ravens. They're not going to, I think that they'll be a playoff team, but they did good this offseason. The Browns did, at least on paper, they did pretty good. Can you break down the holdout that Bam Bam Cam did and why he did it? And what was the new contract he got for doing it? How much was he paid? Yeah, so he held out. He was not in the final year of his contract, D-Boy. Of course, Seattle had a very strict mandate saying that they were not going to ever pay a player if he's 2 years out on his deal. You had to get to the final year of your deal before they would renegotiate. They then changed this a little bit, though, because they made an exception to this rule with Marshawn Lynch, which then slightly opened the door on it for other players to come in and then take advantage of the situation a little bit, which is what Cam did. He then came in a year early, essentially, to get paid. They didn't break the market for him at that point. They didn't pay him at the top end of the deal. I can't remember off the top of my head what the exact numbers were, D-Boy, but I remember that it wasn't one where it was going to make him the highest paid safety in the league, but what it did is give him a lot of bonus money. Where this hurt our Seattle Seahawks is then he retired prematurely, bonus money all accelerated into that year. That really kind of fangled up the cap a bit for us. And it made it really hard for us for roster building there for a year or two between the combination of him and Cliff Averill both retiring early. Rob Vegas Todd, how long do the players have to opt out? As I understand it, Rob Vegas Todd, they have until the 4th of August is what I had heard originally, that there was they were negotiating the date. So the letter had to go out and the players had to accept it. But we're looking at within probably the next week, Rob Vegas, that cutoff will come. Joe F. Ahmad, what's up, Ahmad? Thanks for hopping on the chat. Yeah, Dustin's got it. 7 days sounds like it was what it'll be. Rod Vegas Todd, how long did it take to make and edit your opener to your vids? Well, I took the opener on my vids. I don't know. I think you're talking about my stock thing that I run with my different, and those are just different moments from other Hawks Nest episodes. So I just cut in Rod Vegas, a couple of those funny bits from my other episodes and just kind of crunched them a little bit together. So I didn't actually have to film them. They were already filmed, just put them together. But I appreciate your kind words on it, man. I really love doing it and going forward here with it. So thank you for welcome aboard. Welcome to the chat, man. Dustin says, I can't take Jared Goff seriously. I remembered him getting absolutely destroyed by Sherman on Thursday night game. Yeah, I'm not completely sold on Jared Goff either. I go back, I oscillate back and forth on him to where I think, maybe he's a pretty good upper level thrower of the football. And then I go, oh man, he's got some holes in his game. I don't know. It's one of those depend on the day you ask me. Going down from 80 to 53 players will free up a lot more cap space as well, correct? I'm not sure how that works. No, I don't think it's going to necessarily free up like you think on that. As I understand it with that, it's the cap is counted to like the top 53 players, and I don't think it counts after that point. So no, it won't really free up from just that standpoint, especially because the guys you're freeing up are on minimum deals and all that. So I think it's just the top 53 is what it counts. My pleasure, Roxanne. Yeah, we don't pay players. They're on a salary. So like, let's say you have a guy on a salary for $400,000. It's only the top 53 that are going to count against the salary cap. So if you have a guy at the $500,000, he's not going to be in that top. So as I understand it, up until you get to the final cut downs, it doesn't count. It counts after the final cut down. You can't have a guys overpass that roster of final cut downs. I could be off on this. I need to maybe study up on that a little bit. Raging Crocodile, do you think with the addition of Adams, this is a top 10 defense? According to PFF, the Seahawks have the 5th best secondary and the number 1 line backing group. Number 1 line backing group. What does the number 1 linebacking group mean, Raging Crocodile? Because they definitely don't have the number 1 defensive line. And that's the thing that would prevent it, in my mind, from them getting into the top 10. With where we are right now with the defensive line, I can't see us being top 10. If you add Snacks, you add Clowney, you could push into that range. You could. Where we sit right now, though, we're probably a top 20 defense, 19, 20-ish. That is opposed to, of course, that's the addition of Jamal Adams taking you up from being bottom end. Remember, last year we were in the back end 29, 30, 31st, depends on the metric you use. but that's where we were landing at last year. So that's still an upgrade off of what we were last year to even get into the top 20, top 19, 18 or so. But I do think you need another edge rusher and you need a one-tech Raging Crocodile in order to get yourself into that range. D-Boy says that the Seahawks only have 15 to 16 million left. How are we going to get Clowney and Gordon? Well, you don't just have 15 to 16 million left. Well, yes, you did release Brandon Jackson and you did release Joey Hunt, and that's part of those top 53 players that count against that cap. Those guys saved you a couple million each to get you to that 15, 16 million range. You still have Hollister as well, who's sitting there with $3.2 million on the cap. And you can cut him at any point in time. That's not guaranteed money. You can get out from under him. And, D-Boy, you've got David Moore at $2.1 million on the cap. So theoretically, you could get yourself all the way up into the range of $20 million under the cap right now. And I would like to see them do it, honestly. I would rather them do that with that money and use it to other places than keep those two particular players. Pete got a bunch of guys this offseason at on top of that rumblings of this being his last year, plus the trigger being pulled on the Adams trade, panic move, IMO. I think Jody put him on notice. Could be Emmett. It could be Jody Allen is who you're speaking to. And it could be that they did put him on notice and they say, yeah, it's you guys are going backwards on this. You need to get Carol, you need to figure this out or we're going to have to go. I tend to think Jody's a little bit off. What you hear with her is that she's a little hands off with the situation right now, is what I've kind of heard with it. And it could be a panic move with Carol. But it does improve the team, Emmett. I mean, that's the thing about it you can say is that it improves your team off of what you had. He's a much better player than Bradley McDougald. It's not even close with these two guys. And don't throw the 5 interceptions at me in the last couple of years with Bradley McDougald. Jamal Adams is far and away a better player than Bradley McDougald was. Y2K, the cap doesn't count players from 54 at the moment. No, I don't believe it counts. It counts the top 54 that you have on contract, but I don't think that it counts the others. As I understand it. Again, I could be off on that Y2K. I'm for some reason a little fuzzy at this moment on that. Rachel Crocodile says really the only weakness on this team is the pass rush, and if we sign Clowney or Griffin, this defense will be terrifying. Yeah, your run stuff, you don't discount the run stuffing either, though, Raging Crocodile, because like I say, if you don't get another one tech in here, you've got, at that point, Jaron Reed, Poona Ford, and Brian Monet as the interior of your defense. Your teams are going to, in my opinion, run into that a little bit at times, especially if they're asked to play too many snaps and get wore out over the course of the game. Rasheem Green's an all right run defender. He needs to improve a little bit with that, and we don't know what we got with LJ Collier. So, as it stands right now, I don't know if we're good at pass rush, and I don't know if we're good at stopping the run up front. I know we got the linebackers and the safeties to help out with the run, but do we have the dogs up front to do it? I don't know on that one. TJ Wilburn says Clowney got 9 sacks in a 3-4 defensive end, so he would be used to getting double teamed. So 3 sacks is not good, and people can't use that as an excuse. Absolutely, we can use it as an excuse. TJ, my goodness. If you're a guy who's being blocked predominantly by a single guy versus another guy who's being predominantly blocked by 2 and 3 defenders, you don't think that that's an advantage to the first guy? And as far as how he was used with the Texans, he was not asked to be blocking 2 guys. He was blocked and double teamed and triple teamed more often last year than he ever was with the Texans. It's not even close, TJ, as far as the rate at which he was being double and triple teamed. So again, too, he was moved around in the spinner role within the 3-4 as well. So let me expand on this as well. He wasn't asked to rush from the edge as much in that role, TJ. They would have him attack a guard heads up and just let him try to drive a guy back. So he was used in a variety of different ways within the 3-4, and it was in a lot of blitzing. And the one thing that you see, TJ, was a lot of these guys that are not necessarily traditional ends within the 3-4, but are moved around a lot like that. TJ Watt gets used like this. Matt Judon with the Ravens like this. If you look at a guy like Matt Judon, for instance, last year, and his production and where his sacks came from, a high propensity of them came on blitzing. So what that means is they were getting a lot of their sack production because they were getting one-on-one opportunities because the defense was sending more guys than the offensive line could block. Whereas Clowney in this system is more often than not being put in a situation on the edge, especially last year, especially not having any other help on that defensive line. He was the only threat. He was all that the offenses had to worry about. So why wouldn't you put 2 people on him at once all the time? I can't say I agree with it, man. It makes a difference getting blocked by 2 or 3 defenders. And if you're an edge defender being blocked by 2 or 3, you're being blocked by 2 guys a predominant amount of time or a high propensity amount of the time, your numbers are going to suffer. I don't care if you're Khalil Mack, Von Miller. I don't care if you're whoever you are. That's just going to be how it is. Everybody needs help. This is one of the reasons I don't like sacks, TJ, is sacks are so built upon the other talent that you have surrounding you. Or the scheme. It's why you got to go to pressures and quarterback hits and pass rush win rate and factor in the double and triple team. AK Ollie, can you please respond to me? You're my favorite YouTuber. AK Ollie, I'd love to respond to you, man. If I missed your comment, if you got a question, definitely. I appreciate that though. I salute you. Thank you for making me your favorite food YouTuber. I'll continue to try to earn that distinction. Enrique M, with 2 spots left in the roster, who are we signing? 1 tech defensive tackle and a edge rusher, probably ended for that Leo end role. Hopefully it's Jadeveon Clowney, Enrique, but it could be Everson Griffin that they look to put in that role as well. So that would be who I'd expect at this point. A 1 tech defensive tackle, a run plugger, and an edge rusher. Pox, what's the Seattle Kraken? Kraken is a mythical creature from the deep, Pox, that was known to take out sailors in the middle of the ocean randomly. Legends have it. But now they're our local hockey team. We just got a hockey team here. Paul Stevens, what's up, Paul? How do you feel about Jamal Adams bringing the Seahawks? How do you feel about Jamal Adams bringing to the Seahawks defense this year? What he's bringing to the defense? He's going to bring quite a bit. Paul, I go to as on the bottom level. If you're just asking what you're going to get from this guy is on the low end, what they call the floor. His floor is what he's going to improve our run stuffing a bunch. Just in his abilities on that alone, his instincts are going to muck up a lot of plays. He's a play wrecker. This is a little bit of a distinction that I apply to a guy like Jadeveon Clowney too. And just to piggyback on my talk I was just having with TJ in regards to this. And that is that sometimes you got to look beyond statistics for a football field. You got to just watch the game and how it's being played out. Watch Jadeveon Clowney on a football field. You'll watch him wreck shop when he's not being double and triple teamed every other play. You just got to watch it. He's not necessarily going to run up a bunch of statistics, a bunch of tackles, a bunch of sacks, but he's going to muck up the offense. He's going to disrupt the flow of things. Jamal Adams is that same type of player. This is why people are struggling so much to say, well, he's an in-the-box safety. They're trying to designate him and put him into a box, a literal box, as to what he is and what he's capable of doing. But you've got to look a little bit outside of the statistics with the guy and watch him just play in and play out. Go watch Samuel Gold's breakdown or Brett Coleman's breakdown where they show you the all 22 film and what he's doing and how he's doing it and how unique a skill set he brings to the football field. So I do believe that, Paul. I think he brings that. I think he's going to improve the defense. If last year we just take take all the metric numbers for defense and how they're related from yards to points to all that, and we say, okay, Seattle was probably about the 29th or 30th best defense in the league, if not a little worse last year. He puts us into the teens. Not a monumental jump where you get to top 10, but I think he brings you into that teens mark. Cameron Hughes made a video on Trey Flowers. I'll try to track out that Trey Flowers tape, man. I'd be interested to see what you did on it. There should be some decent film on him, man. Yeah, and I really like Flowers. I do, man. I feel like people sell him short because there's a couple of key moments last year, Emmett, where he didn't do as well, right? He had the Green Bay game and a couple spots where people are going, oh my gosh, this guy can't even cover. Get him out. But look through the totality of the whole year. And he was solid throughout the year. He didn't get burned deep often every other week. He wasn't the problem on defense. And in fact, when you factor into the fact that we didn't have any pass rush and we were asking those cornerbacks to cover for so long last year, I think he actually did some yeoman's work. But I think he's taken that step forward this year. My gut instinct is that he moves up a little bit here. Dustin, is Russell Wilson overrated? Dustin asks, is Russell Wilson overrated? No, I do not think he's overrated. I think he's the best quarterback in football right now. I got you on that one, Paul. Charlie Anderton, top 3 Seahawks going into the 2020 season. I'm going to go with, all right, so let's go with Russell Wilson. We'll go with Jamal Adams. And I'm going to go with DK Metcalf. How about that? I think Bobby Wagner is still really good. Bobby and DK will probably be for that. Charlie, they'll swing for the 2. But I got DK taking a step forward this year. So I think he's going to be a star in this offense. We got a lot of running backs, tight ends, linebackers, and safeties. Why do we devalue devalued positions? Emmett, well, I mean, some of it's I'm sure just you're able to maybe pluck players that you couldn't get at those positions because they're made available, whereas players aren't made at other positions. You're not as easily to snag an elite level guard or an elite level right tackle like Conklin or some of these other positions that are valued because everybody's competing with you to get those positions. So they've leaned back in other directions. I don't think they value the tight ends as much. A 1-year deal for Greg Olsen and a 5th-round pick on Disley's not overrating the tight end position there. Linebackers, yes, certainly there. And safeties, you do have to wonder with what the plan is with Marquise Blair as we move forward now that you've got a guy you picked in the 2nd round who doesn't really have a starting position allocated for him as we go forward. But I don't have a great answer for necessarily why they've drafted the way they've drafted Emmett. It's frustrated me as well. I haven't loved the approach in the last couple drafts in every way, shape, and form. There's some problems with it. And it's probably a little bit why this trade was being consummated. I think I got your question on there, Paul. Paul's got some questions. Paul wants to make sure I got that answered. William Teja. I hope I pronounced that right, William. Who do you think will resign at the end of the season? I certainly do think Shaquille Griffin is going to be re-signed. He'll make some money, but I don't think he's going to set the market cornerback. I don't think that we're going to re-sign Chris Carson. There's going to be a lot of running backs available on the market next offseason, and I think that with his fumble problems and his injury history, I don't think that that's going to happen. I hope they don't sign him. That's maybe more of me just hoping they don't. But you don't have a lot of other guys outside of that you have to re-sign at that point. We don't have a lot of free agents that I would offer will really be guys that we have to target. Everybody's under contract still moving forward at that point. That's important. You're in a really good situation moving into offseason. This is why the Jamal Adams trade doesn't hit, because when you eventually do pay him next year, you'll have the cap space and nobody else that you're really having to pay necessarily. So maybe hopefully, William, if we do sign Clowney to a 1-year deal this year, we can get him onto a multi-year deal if he balls out this year. So maybe that'd be one other guy. But only Shaquille is the guy that, as far as I've looked at and seen, is the only guy you have to really is the only guy that you really got to look at bringing back in here. Dustin, is Antonio Brown a Hall of Famer if he retired now? Oh, God, dude, that's a good question. Let me think on it, Dustin. I would probably lean towards probably not, because there's going to be so many receivers with so many yardage up around him. It'll eventually probably push him down unless you get up well over that 10,000 yard mark now. It's going to get harder and harder, and then you've got his reputation with it too. So it'll probably be the thing that does kind of kill it for him. Jose Rodriguez says, am I the only one nervous we have to go to Miami? Gosh, wouldn't it suck, Jose, if like we know that the Miami's been this epicenter. You've got the Marlins down there that are having their outbreak go on. And then, we got to go down there and you're just like, geez. And we come out of that and half our players get infected or something. I feel like the air isn't even breathable in Florida right now. But yeah, you should be nervous, man. We should all be nervous as this year goes on, and hold on, just fingers crossed that this thing doesn't go sideways quick, because it certainly can. The threat is always there and available. This thing just goes off the rails. I will catch up, man. I'm sorry if I'm a little behind. Paul Stevens, I know I got you, Paul. Oh, no. I'm always working on my Keith Jackson, Jeffrey Hammond. I love me some Keith Jackson. If I could do a Seahawks game in a Keith Jackson voice and redo a narrated, and Russell Wilson's going out for a long pair. I can't do it good even right now. I got to work on it. Oh, no. But I love me some Keith Jackson. He's one of my all-time favorites, man. I miss Keith Jackson. I might miss Keith Jackson more than I miss Madden. Matthias asks, how is the Jamal Adams deal affecting Clowney? The Jamal Adams deal is and folks, we don't have to fill up the chat here. Adams R. Gamez, I'll get to you, man. Just put one question in. I know I'm behind, but if you guys fill up the chat, it just takes me longer to get down to get your question. Matthias 323451. How does the Jamal Adams deal affect Jadeveon Clowney and his signing? I don't think it affects it, Matthias. And the key on why it doesn't affect it is that the agreement was that he only gets paid the $3.6 million in the first year of the deal. That being the case, that means you can still afford to bring Jadeveon in on the 1-year proof deal. So I don't think it affects it from that standpoint. If you had to have paid Jamal coming in the door, then yeah, that probably means it's a Knicks deal to bring back Clowney. But I don't think that it holds it up, and I think that it's a big part of this trade. It's a big part of why the draft capital was as high as it was, is the fact that you're not paying him initially. You're getting the 1 year of cheap prime Jamal Adams play at a $3.6 million deal. Yeah, if you guys got to send him there. Boy, we're certainly getting the folks coming in spamming lately. Last couple of weeks, it speaks to maybe how much we're raising up here and the popularity is growing. But I appreciate you mods staying on top of this. Sorry, this stuff's getting active. Folks are needing their comments out. Rock Lee, Y2K, I have to hop out of here. Have fun. Have fun to yourself too, Y2K. Thank you for hopping on in, man. Yeah, Adams Garmez went crazy. What's the Brendan Eichrick? What's up, Brendan? What's the best way to get Blair Adams and Diggs on the field at once? I think the best way would be when you get at times Adams to play in the linebacker role. Go back to his snap counts, Brendan, and the thing that jumps out to you is just how much Adams was moved all over the field. For being a guy that's supposed to be just a box safety, he had a ton of snaps at free safety and a ton of snaps at linebacker. I don't think there's any reason that he can't play more into even potentially like the will linebacker role at times. Slide in there when you maybe know that it's going to be a passing play, and then you could move at that point, of course, then Blair into the strong safety position. What's up, JSD? You could move Blair out into the strong safety position and have Diggs on the field. That'd be a creative way to get all three of them out on the field at once. And they should be looking to do that as well, Brandon. It shouldn't just be something that just kind of happenstances to happen. Find a way to get Marquise Blair out on the field as well, especially utilizing Jamal Adams in that sub linebacker role that he can play really well in. He played a lot of snaps for the Jets like that. He can do it well. It fits him good. I think you can do it. It'd be great to get all three at once all the time. That's not going to happen, unfortunately, but there's no reason that you couldn't maybe get 35% of snaps a game with all three of those guys out there. I'd love to see them get creative like that and do that, or even maybe, God forbid, think about, trying maybe even a 3 safety look at times. I'm going to go into a little bit deeper here later. We're going to do a video, not today, but with my buddy D-Mac. We're going to go into this role he calls it the apex role in the defense. It's a role that's been in Alabama de jure role for years now. And it's essentially what he's foreseeing Adams playing in for us. And it's essentially a role that you don't designate as a safety or a linebacker or a slot corner. It's a guy that sort of moves around in the various roles. He can be the linebacker in a dime look, for instance, but he's got a certain set. They call him an apex, like the apex predator, where he's just there roaming around, just wrecking havoc, just reading and reacting, essentially, utilizing his natural born instincts to the utmost. Oh, thank you, Boom Shakalaka. I'm glad you liked the opening on it, man. I'm trying to get that in. I like to put the humor in where I can on my vids. Cole Churkas, what do you think of Penn State defender Micah Parsons? Haven't watched anything on him, Cole. I've got to be honest with you. I've been a little bit behind on getting into looking at any of the college players as of yet into the new year. And it's probably going to be pretty hesitant with me now as we go forward, because we don't have the 2 first-round picks. I'll definitely dive in and do some research on this stuff, but it's removed a little bit for me that we don't have that available as much anymore with it. So I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't have a great answer for you on that one, but I will maybe look into it a little bit more, get an answer on the next vid. Rockley says linebacking groupies equals KJ Wright, Bobby, and Jordan Brooks. I actually think, Rockley, that you're going to see Bruce Irvin at the Sam linebacker role. So I think Bruce Irvin fills in for Jordan Brooks in that list. Don't forget, Rockley, that Bruce Irvin played the Sam linebacker role really well for us back in 2013 and 2014 before he was signed to a big deal with the Oakland Raiders. Expect him at that $6 million price tag that he's costing to be slid right back into that same role. I feel like a little bit of this Jordan Brooks hype to the Will or the Sam linebacker role has been just hype, and it's really unfounded and nothing real and tangible. Boom Shakalaka says maybe no defensive tackle moves because Seattle's looking to use Collier. Thoughts? They are looking to maybe use Collier as a 3-tech in that sort of de facto NASCAR package that they used to run. But on early downs, that's not going to help you against stopping the run. You're going to want Collier at the 5-tech at the defensive end position on early downs. So you still would need that body in down low to give you some rotational depth in there. I don't think you can use Collier for that. I'm not as worried about the pass rush from the defensive tackle position because I don't think that's where it's as elemental that we get that. I'm just worried about more the run stuffing aspect of it. Shane Hafter says, will Collier get more snaps this season? I do think he will get more snaps this season, Shane, and I have hopefulness that he can become a good run-stuffing 5-tech. That's his upper end, in my opinion. I don't think he'll ever be a very good pass rusher. Maybe he can get you a couple sacks a year, but he could be, theoretically, a guy who can set the edge well for you as that 5-tech on that strong side of the offensive formation and give you some really good play there. But I'm still very much bearish on is it bearish or bullish? Bearish on Collier. Irina, I've had a good feeling about Rasheem Green. He's got really good potential. He's only going to get better. He led the team in sacks, and I believe he had 2 blocked field goals. Like him a lot as a guy, too. And let's go back with him on Irina Milan. He initially comes out, he's a 3rd-round pick, and the going consensus at that time when he comes out is that if he just waits a year, he would have maybe been a top 15, top 10 pick. With his talent, with his physical makeup. He didn't do it. He kind of came out a year early in a lot of assessments. So that also meant that he was going to be a little bit slow probably to develop because he was coming out as a very young player. I think he was 20, 21 years old as he was coming out. It's going to take a while for him to top out and get out to what he was going to be eventually. But I've maintained and still do that he's on that same kind of Everson Griffin trajectory. Both these guys are about the same kind of size, build, length. They both came from USC. Just like Rasheem, Everson's had kind of a slow development as he came into the league, but then really rounded out into that guy that was a good run-stuffing defensive end, and he could get you about 8 to 10 sacks a year, essentially playing that traditional defensive end role in a 4-3 scheme. So I think he can get there. Is he going to get all the way there this year, Irina? I don't know. I think he's still maybe a year out from getting that top-out point, but he's going to be even more improved, I think. Cappy McCappy, tell the NFL and sports to stop the kneeling twattery. CBLMM ain't no one's friend. I understand where you're coming from, man. TJ, do you think the Chiefs will be back in the Super Bowl? Yeah, I've got him as my Super Bowl favorite right now, TJ. I do. I really like that running back. They've upgraded, in my opinion, the running back position. They still have Damian Williams, I think, there. He might have opted out. Was he an opt-out guy? I can't remember. But I like the Clyde Hilaire guy coming in there. They didn't really lose anything off their team, really. They've maintained and were able to hold on to everybody, including Sammy Watkins, including Chris Jones. And I just think that they're going to be kind of humming next year. You know, I mean, they did what they did last year with Patrick Mahomes out for a decent amount of the season. So I think they're the front runners. I think the Ravens are just behind them. Fat Daddy Stacks, how's it from Hawaii? Go Hawks. What's up, Fat Daddy? I'm going to be over in Hawaii within 45 days. So I'm moving over to Maui inside that time. I don't know if you're on Maui, Fat Daddy, but that is where I will be. JSD, can we get the Sonics back? Eventually we will, man. I don't know when. I don't know where. I don't know how. But I do hope one day we get them back. I miss having our Sonics. It's brutal not having them. I can't believe they took them. I'm okay with that. Thunder can send them back to us. We'll take them back. They're ours anyway. Matthias 23451 says, I don't get how anybody values 2 late first-round picks from Seattle over Jamal Adams, a possible Hall of Famer. It's a little bit where things have gotten nutsy with the first-round picks. I think the hype of the combine now, we got all 3 days of the combine and 3 straight days of the draft being broadcast from 2 different networks. And there's all this hype and talking and build up to the draft now. And I think what that has kind of done just a little bit is just sort of a gentle, subtle push has really kind of maybe over elevated some of these first round picks, especially when you consider, guys, it's at the end of the first round. Like I was talking about a moment ago, you've got these tiers of the draft and it's year in and year out. I hear this from the pundits, former scouts. You heard from the general managers themselves. They'll tell you this. Snyder's told us this a couple times over recent years. He'll say, what you got? You got the top 15, 16 guys are in their own tier. Up here from 16 on into the end of the second round, even the top of the third round is the next kind of tier. And all those guys are all in about the same kind of range. They're all very similarly evaluated by our scouts and our pro personnel. So picking one guy up at 27 who's got a similar value to a guy at 41 is harder. And if they're all the same value at that point, you got a team that's going to value that 27th pick like it's actual first rounder, like it's actually one of those top tier guys they're getting then at that point. And you can kind of, I'm not going to say fleece them, but kind of take him to school a little bit on that. Then I'm okay with it too, Matthias. I get where people are coming from. I will say, Matthias, I'm not a hater on people saying it's too much. I do understand the point they're coming from, but you just have to look at this through the lens of our poor ability to pick in the late 20s in the first round, the fact we'll be picking late in the 20s in the first round, and the player you're getting back, as you spoke to, is a possible Hall of Famer under 25 years of age. Internet. No worries, man. Dunbar has been put on the commissioner's exemption list. As I read this morning, Quentin Dunbar has appealed that suspension. I don't know whenever appeal ever works for anything. So, strike that. Sherman once appealed and he got it overturned on that piss test back in the day. But it doesn't rarely ever really work. I don't know how it's going to work here. My prediction on this internet is that he's done for the year. I think, again, if commissioner's office doesn't have to operate off of the fact that he has to prove the case, that he has to show that this is what it is, all they have to do is they have to understand that he's been accused of armed robbery, accused of lying to police, accused of them paying witnesses to recant their testimony. That's the trifecta of crap, and I think it's going to get him out for a year. Maybe I'm wrong on this. I'd like to see them release and free up the money at this point if they think that's going to be the likely conclusion. Maybe they have other information than they know differently. Maybe they think he's going to come back. TJ Wilborn says, I want us to re-sign Poona Ford. He's been good for us. I think you could still put him on the restricted tag next year, TJ. What I would think they would do is they would probably, if they can't get him re-signed to a long-term deal after this year, I think that they would probably put like a second-round restricted tag on him, and I don't think anybody would give that up necessarily for Poona. So I don't think he's even a street-level free agent just right out the gate because he's outside of contract. We still have the fourth year of control, I believe, on him. I might be wrong on that. And what's up, internet? What's the deal with them? D-Boy, is it me or is Jimmy Graham a soft tight end? And how do you feel about the type of player he was? Yeah, Jimmy Graham was a soft tight end. It's always why you've got to know when you're making a trade how you're going to use a player. And it's why, D-Boy, I hope in this Jamal Adams trade that the coaching staff has a firm plan for how they're deciding they're going to utilize Jamal Adams correctly, because they're going to have to go outside of their comfort zone. They're going to have to go outside of we fit the player into our scheme, as opposed to they're going to fit their player to the scheme. They're going to need to utilize what he does well, allow him to blitz a little bit more, allow him to read stuff on the fly and pull the trigger when he sees something. Like, for instance, like I mentioned earlier, the Jacksonville Jaguars tape, where he talked about noticing that the lineman had his hand a little bit off the ground, which was to him an indicator that the lineman was going to be pulling, which to him was an indicator that it was going to be a run play. So his deep cover zone that he had his responsibility for early on in that play was then null and void. He didn't have to worry about going to that deep cover, whereas the corners we've had on this team, the guys we've had in that similar place, a guy like Tedrick Thompson would have been bailing out to that back end of that half of that field every time. So they've got to utilize him right. Was Jimmy soft? Yeah, he was soft, but I think he was a guy that was a guy between a wide receiver and a tight end. He's a tweener guy. Don't use him as a tight end, but every once in a while, align him outside wide, and he can be very effective in that role. I just don't think we ever got to see Seattle D-Boy really utilize him in that role in that way. They sort of sold him short a bit with that, in my opinion. He should not have been an inline tight end. That was not Jimmy Graham's game. Roxanne says, Major League Baseball Marlins were reported as to going to a nightclub a couple of nights in a row prior to testing positive for COVID-19. Florida's the can't get right state with this COVID-19 thing. You saw it with with all the guys out on the beaches and stuff that, like, right as the thing was really blowing up. It seems to be an epicenter place for whatever reason. Is he far back in the chat? Yeah, I'm far back in the chat, GSD. I'm sorry, man. Trying to get up, but I'm slow. TJ says we agree on the stuff like the draft was, and I'm different on the side of the Adams trade with me and the Clowney signing, but you're still one of my favorite Seahawks YouTubers. Well, that's all right, TJ, and I don't require all of you guys to agree with me. In fact, I'd welcome us to disagree, because then we're all just being sycophantic a little bit at that point, right? So it's good to have different opinions on here, and I certainly have been wrong before, and I could certainly be wrong in regards to this Adams trade. So I appreciate you, man. Thank you for saying that. The toast fact: COVID-19 government psyop pandemic. Go to YouTube, John Thor on YouTube. Philip Wiseman, the ultimate big nickel. Yep. He's definitely can be used live in the big nickel position. You don't want to do a lot, Philip, with him, and welcome in the chat. You don't want to do a lot with him in the man-on-man stuff. I don't know if you're going to put him up in press coverage on a slot receiver a lot here and there, maybe. But playing in zone out of the big nickel, oh yeah, he can do that all day. JSD, this is live, man. Sorry, I'm behind, JSD. It's there's a lot of questions today, and we're getting bigger and bigger, so it gets harder and harder to stay up current with the questions. Do you think either Bellamy, the OC from, I think it's Bieniemy, the offensive coordinator from the Chiefs, or the Oklahoma State or the Oklahoma coach, that'd be Lincoln Riley, would be a good fit after Pete Carroll retires? I'm on board with both of them being okay. Both of them seem like good hires, and both of them go to what I'd like to see happen above and beyond all with this, Jose, which is the next coach we bring in. I want an offensive-minded centric head coach who will build the offense around Russell Wilson and his skill sets. That is what I want. Wholly. It's not a let Russ cook crowd thing. It's just, that's what I want to see. So the guy that I would fall in line with that being would be Lincoln Riley, Jose. That's who I would prefer. I think he's an offensive mastermind. I think he knows how to work with smaller quarterbacks and work around some of the limitations of their game. And his scheme fits really well to work around those limitations. So I love Lincoln Riley. I think you could bring him here because you're offering Russell Wilson in a fantastic organization. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how long Pete decides to continue to coach, but that's who I would lean towards. Boom shakalaka. Do you think Seattle plays three safeties this year? Blair, Diggs, and Adams? Yeah, I do think at times they'll do it. It'll be a struggle at times, but when they're willing to put Adams at the linebacker role, I could see them doing it. And I think they will put him there because that's where his snap counts have been for his career. He played a lot of snaps at linebacker for the New York Jets. Philip Wiseman, this trade was great after taking a deeper look at it. You get a potential Hall of Famer on a rookie deal for a year, then salary cap clears up even more next year. So can you sign? So you can sign him long term, especially with how the draft will work next year. Those picks we gave up aren't worth it, and they aren't worth what they would have been had COVID not messed up the entire world. Philip, I agree with everything you said in absolute totality, my guy. It's one of those things that this is a trade that you can't just look off of the initial blush, but look through it all the way. Look through and understand that you're not paying him out the gate. COVID situation is going to make it harder to pick first round selections next year and any other selection for that matter beyond. That speaks to the third round pick even. He's not going to cost you a ton of money even after you have to then sign him long term. And again, a Hall of Fame type talent, again, a Hall of Fame ascent. So again, I agree with everything you're saying, Philip. I think you look at the totality of the move itself and all the factors at play, not just you traded 2 first round picks and a third for a guy. Well, no, think of it a little bit further beyond that. Let's get into the finer tooth details. Yeah, he did opt. Roxanne says Damian Williams did opt out. So that is a bit of a hit for them. They do lose a little bit of depth. And I like that backfield, Roxanne, a whole lot more with Clyde Hilaire back there with Damian Williams. I liked a little bit of the mix there. But I think Clyde Hilaire can be a Darren Sproles 2.0. I think he can be. Imagine a Darren Sproles 2.0 in that offense. Scary stuff. Fat Daddy Stack, sweet. I'm on the Big Island living in the woods. Well, I'll probably be making my way to the Big Island too as part of my job, Fat Daddy. So I'll hit you up if I make my way to the Big Island. I will. I'm going there to move, Fat Daddy. So I'll be in Maui, and I'm there to stay. I am moving to Maui indeed. 45 days or less, hopefully here. 2 first round picks and a safety and another pick, third or fourth, I think. Yeah, we traded the third round pick in addition to our first round picks this year, but we do get a 4th round pick back next year, which will be a high 4th round pick, by the way. So you're getting a decent 4th round pick in 2022. And the worst part is I get low and then Destin Elrod, Sherman probably did use performance enhancing drugs, right? But he got off on a technicality. I guess it's possible. The technicality was that the guy took the piss cup from both him and Brandon Browner, and he put his piss cup in Brandon Browner's piss cup. That's why he got off supposedly. And Brandon Browner at the same test got popped, and Brandon Browner wasn't able to appeal his suspension for whatever reason. But it's possible, Dustin. It's possible that Sherman did do the Adderall, or I guess was what the thing was. I don't know though. Rockley says, who is the biggest threat to the Seahawks in the NFC besides the 49ers? Rockley, for me, it's the Cardinals. The DeAndre Hopkins trade filled out a receiving core that was already starting to get pretty darn stacked. Christian Kirk has finally revolved into a pretty reliable receiver for them. Fitzgerald's still there. Isabella, I think they got out of Boston College last year, is going to prove, I think, to be a very good slot receiver for them, kind of a Wes Welker type. And then you go get DeAndre Hopkins on top of it. I mean, this is not to say they've got Hakeem Butler, who they drafted last year as well, who could end up being development a pretty decent guy. A guy I scouted back last year out of college football was a good receiver in college football. So they've got a stacked wide receiver core, which is important because they run so much of the spread formation stuff. Kenyon Drake came in there last year as a great move right midseason for them, and he's a perfect fit for that offense and what they do with the spread, and just he's got a lot of operating space to work. He gashed the hell out of Seattle with the same kind of scheme early on in the game last year in that second Cardinals game. So yeah, they're the biggest threat to me. Isaiah Simmons, who they drafted in the first round, I think they got another lineman in the second round. I loved their draft. They killed it from that standpoint. Isaiah Simmons matched in there with Chandler Jones, matched in there with Budda Baker. Whew, they're going to be a little bit tough. They're going to be tough. D-Boy says, the Hawks Nest, are you a Thunder fan because they're the ex-Sonics? No, never in a million years. The Thunder can go to hell. The Thunder can rot in hell, frankly. Because Bennett bought that team, just like Baring bought the team, just like we've had other owners in this region buy the team specifically to move the team. That's the only reason they bought it. And they give you this big song and dance about how they're going to play for a new stadium and they're going to be patient. They want to keep the team and no. Bennett wanted to move the team to Oklahoma City. That's what he wanted to do. That's what he did. That's what his whole goal was to do from start to finish in that situation, in my opinion. Fat Kid Ori. What's up, Fat Kid? Thank you for hopping in the chat. Do you think we will re-sign Shaquille Griffin? I do. We've got the money to do it. We've only got a couple guys coming up for free agency next year that we really got to even consider signing. Chris Carson's one of them. Shaquille Griffin's really the only other. So you should have the money to do it. I know we'll probably be signing Jamal Adams to the top of the market deal at that point as well. But let's not forget, Fat Kid, that even with the cap potentially being put down to $175 million, which is what it's somewhat tentatively projected to be placed at, Seattle still has the sixth amount of cap space available at that point in time. And they can still create more cap space with a contract renewal to Tyler Lockett at that point, Quandre Diggs, or a release to Quandre Diggs if you wanted to. And I'm probably anticipating that Dwayne Brown with his $13 million per is going to retire after this year at the age of 35. Could change on that, but that's where I'm projecting. Michael J. Cox, man, you always come in with the donations. I salute you, brother. Honestly, have no idea what to make of these acquisitions. Just hoping John and Pete know what they are doing. It's like Leslie Nielsen's line in Airplane. Good luck. We're all counting on you. Well, just to borrow another line from that movie, Michael, I picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue. I love saying that line. Yeah, look, I'm a lot more in favor of this move, Michael, than I've been of the other moves that we've made throughout this offseason, because this move does the one thing that I've been trying and just pounding the table forth with every live stream I do with you guys, and that is let's play for today. Let's take advantage of Russell Wilson's prime. And if that's got to be that by bringing Antonio Brown, so be it. If that's got to be it by bringing in Jamal Adams at a position that we're already strong at, so be it. It improves the team. It gets us better. If it gets us better, it's doing more to maximize Russell Wilson's prime, which is what I want to do. I don't want to kick it down the road. I mean, for all of the liking that I did of the fact that Schneider is playing a little bit to next year and playing into some of this COVID stuff and taking advantage of it, as much as I am on board with that, I did really want to see them go for it this year. I don't want to piss Russell off and make him feel like, yeah, we're just kind of subtly pushing you out the door. And it's these kind of moves that let him know that we're going for it, that we're doing all we can, maximizing the roster out year in and year out, even if it's to pay a price a little bit down the road. I've been begging for it. I've been asking for it. I'd be a hypocrite, Michael, right now if I suddenly reverse traction on this and win a different way. So I get where you're coming from with it. I understand that there are a few people out there, TJ's mentioned here in the chat, that are a little confused by some of these moves and aren't always feeling maybe like there's a cogent plan here. But I do think there is. I do like it as a move, and he's going to make this team a lot better, especially defensively. 55. Who is CJ Procise? For some reason, I don't remember him. Can you tell me a little bit about him? CJ Procise was a running back who came out of Notre Dame, a very smooth running back with a little bit of an upright style. Played his first 2 years at Notre Dame at the wide receiver position. Played pretty decently at the wide receiver position. So when he made the transition to running back, and he was a very good running back for Notre Dame, kind of all that offense had a little bit at the time, it really jumped out with him. He could be a guy that had all the receiver skills that you want in a running back in this modern age, because that's what you want in the modern age in your running back, is the Christian McCaffrey types who could almost be like a de facto wide receiver when you want to get him out line. And he had a lot of talent as a running back. He had an exceptional burst in the draft. It's sort of like that Rashad Penny's burst, that when he gets past the hole, when he gets in that second level, he's gone. And we saw a little bit of that when he walked in the door of Debo. He had a couple of wow games, a Patriot game where he basically just blew up the Patriots. But unfortunately, he couldn't stay healthy. He just couldn't. He's a guy that, if you want to say he's made of glass, I'm going to just say it. He's made of glass. Couldn't hold up. And so we never got to see that great talent really take off on the football field. It's unfortunate because the guy could have been a really good player. Your cat looks like Jones from Alien. It does look like Jones from Alien. I never had thought about that, but you are kind of right on that one. That is for sure. Yes, Cameron's right. He was a piece of glass. Cameron, you stole my words. Boom shakalaka. I don't trust Ken Norton one bit to use Adams properly. Can't say that I when I'm talking to my buddy D-Mac about this boom shakalaka, he's swearing they're going to do it. He says there's no way they're not going to do it. It's out of the breach of contention that they don't use him properly. But like you, I do have a little bit of skepticism at times that they're going to be able to use him correctly. I'm hoping and praying they do. I just can't think you make this kind of trade, give up this much draft capital to come in and try to retrofit him in like a square peg into a round hole. No, let him be the square peg he is. You be the hole. Yeah, it's understandable why you don't remember him, D-Boy. He got on the field only a couple times, and he was literally injured his whole career. Rock Lee, the Saints are definitely a threat as well. The Saints, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, those guys are going to be good teams. And the Saints, man, if you can say anything about the Saints, it's not that their talent or their scheme or their play has stopped them over the last couple of years. It's been the last 2 seasons have ended probably due to the officials and poor calls. You could make that argument very much. So they've been a team right on the precipice right there. They're certainly getting older. Breeze is kind of falling back a bit, but that roster's legit. I love them going out in the first round and getting that kid out of Michigan. One of the safest picks in the draft, Rock Lee, that Ruiz kid. Vikings and Packers too. I'm not as much on the Vikings. They don't scare me as much. Maybe they should, Destin. But the Packers are still going to be really good. Yeah, I think the Packers are still going to be really good. Though again, that Packers could be so much better this year if they use their first and second round picks in the right way. They needed to do it in the right way, and they did not. The Jordan Love and then going out and getting that the running back at a Boston college was really just a short yardage back, in my opinion. AJ Dillon. I wasn't feeling those moves, Dustin. I don't know what they're doing there. I absolutely welcome disagreement, you guys. I don't want anybody in here thinking they got to just agree with everything I'm saying. I love your guys' perspectives, and I listen to them. I take into account. It's part of what helps me mold my opinion. It's how you get your opinion stronger is by going up against people who you disagree with, not by going up against a bunch of people who agree with you. So I love people coming in here and having a different take. It expands my mind, man. Doing a little bit better on the chat, you guys. Let's get here. D-Boy, with Peyton Manning breaking records, going 13-3 and being the number 1 offense in 2013, and with all of his accomplishments that year be overshadowed by the beating he took in the Super Bowl by the Seahawks. Yeah. It goes from being a banner that you would hang off of Peyton Manning's career to being a footnote of Peyton Manning's career that season, because it's wonderful and it's great, but you got the doors blown off of you in the Super Bowl. And at the same time, elevating the Seattle Seahawks defense. One of the reasons that you can really feasibly, D-Boy, say, if we look at the last 40 years and the top defenses over the last 40 years, and you go, okay, you've got right in the early 2000s, you got the Ravens and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who each won a Super Bowl with just elite, amazing defenses that separate themselves historically from other great defenses in the NFL. In addition to that, you could add on the Chicago Bears in 1985, truly special defense. And in addition to those three, and none of them in a certain order, I would put the Legion of Boom 2013 Super Bowl win right there with them. Those four teams are the four teams that have really distinguished themselves from other defenses over the last 4 years. So, and part of that is that you took out the Manning attack. You took out this prolific, record-breaking attack. Because someone said, Evergreen says, I'm moving to San Diego soon. First time in my life living outside of Seattle. What should I watch? What should I watch the Seahawks games on? You're going to say, I lived in San Diego for a time. It's a wonderful city. You'll really love it there, Evergreen. Depends a little bit where you're living at. What should I watch the Seahawks game on? Are you meaning should you go to the bar, Evergreen, or you mean like what kind of TV should you watch it on? I'm a guy, I don't know, and I might be doing bar this year because I might be in Maui, so they don't have it on the local TV. I might have to go to the bar to watch the games myself, which means you guys are going to get a bunch of post-game Hawks Nest Brandon drunkard just, swearing and drooling on myself. But you'll love it there in San Diego, Evergreen. It's a great place. D-Boy says, do you think AB is suffering from CTE or personal problem, or is it just his ego? I think it's just ego, honestly, D-Boy. One thing that they said back in the day, you heard this from a couple people like Ryan Clark told the Steeler organization, and this was prior to Antonio Brown being paid initially. He said, the second you guys pay him, you're going to have a problem on your hands. And there is some of this, personality stuff that goes back to him and follows him back even into college, and why he maybe dropped in the draft a little bit, despite some of the athleticism that he had. So it's, I think, more ego than it is CTE. Oh, I meant the whole NFC West, not just the AFC West. Oh, I'm sorry, Rockley. I misunderstood you on that. Yeah. So I think the Cardinals are definitely a threat, though, still with that in the Niner realm. I think you can speak about them being an elite team next year, because I put them at a 9-7, 10-6 mark. I think you're right on the Saints. I think you're right. The Buccaneers are the team that I have right there as the main adversary for us right now, Rockley. That is for me. And the Saints I'd put in the same situation as they're just the next rung below. I think the Cowboys could be a little bit of a scary team if they can kind of put things together a bit. I've liked the moves this offseason, and the Cowboys absolutely did kill the draft. They did an awesome drop in this last draft and how they selected and who they picked. I mean, we can make the argument that maybe, getting in the receiver like they did wasn't a position of need, but they filled up the positions and the needs they had. I mean, they went and got that Wisconsin center after they lost Travis Frederick. They may not lose a step there in play. So I would put it as those three teams. I don't buy as much into the Eagles as much. The Packers, I feel like, are a little bit like they feast off of a weaker division, and I think Rodgers is starting to dial back a bit. And as I pointed to, I think that the Packers could have easily screwed themselves out this next year and just not going for it with those 2 picks in the draft, going for players who could improve them right now, getting another wide receiver for Aaron Rodgers right now. They didn't do that, which if I'm a Packer fan, I am pissed off about that. So I think I answered on that, Rockley. If I was off a little bit, sorry, I misunderstood. AB7, hey man, appreciate you jumping in the stream. I as well think he will have Jamal Adams will have a massive impact. Appreciate you coming from the U to UK, man. Love you, B7. Got my worldwide people. I'm telling you, B7. Eventually, I'm gonna do me a London trip. We're gonna bring in all the Hawks nesters that we've got out there in the UK. I'm a bachelor. I got nothing but time on my hands here, so you guys gotta just be ready to show me a good time when I come into town. Dustin says, Rock, yeah, I give the Packers, Vikings, Tampa Bay Saints, and the Cards and the Rams. Not bad. I think the Rams are going to fall off a little bit, Dustin. I think they're a 5-11 team. I do. D-Boy says, who is the better duo, Russ and Tate, Russ and Tyler, Russ and DK, or Russ and Doug? I always do tend to think that the Russ and Doug combination was a great combination, but it was maybe held out a little bit from the fact that I don't know if personally those two guys got along really well, if they were really tight from a standpoint of one liking the other. You know what I mean? I don't know on that. And this is conjecture on my part. Russ and Tyler, of course, are going to have the most efficient duo aspect to him. And D-Boy, it's one of the things that drives me crazy is why we don't have more targets going to Tyler when he had a couple years ago where he had a perfect catch, perfect rating for Russell Wilson when he's throwing to Lockett. But at the end of the day, and to touch that, Russ and Tate didn't have that great of chemistry. Honestly, they had all right chemistry, but it wasn't marvelous. So the best one for me is going to be proving to be DK and Russ. Some of this is where it's going to go in a projection standpoint, not where it is exactly right now. But I think with how hard they're working out, how much DK wants to be great to go in addition with his physical gifts and what he can be as a player, he's going to be the best duo. And they'll frankly can end up being one of the best duos in the history of the league. With Russ's deep ball, with as young as DK is, with as much years as Russ still has ahead of him, don't sell that short. Don't sell this short on maybe an all-time great combination we could be seeing formed here. I love the sniffing glue. He delivered the line so nice, Roxanne, in the movie Airplane. If you've never seen the movie Airplane, guys, it might be a little too old for some of you guys, but a great film. There's so many gags and funny bits in it. Jason Voorhees, when should we get offensive linemen? In draft from second round and up through free agency? I would have preferred us this last year, Jason, to get an offensive tackle in this draft. Of course, as we were leading up to the draft, the guy I would have liked to have seen Seattle go after was Isaiah Wilson out of Georgia, the right tackle who was available when we picked at 27. I felt like he would have really helped out our offensive line right out the gate. I would have liked to have seen them go and get a lineman in the draft, and especially in the draft when we had this was the deepest draft for offensive linemen we've seen probably in 20 years. This last draft, you're not going to see another one of those coming along very often. And it's really hard too, because like I was speaking about earlier in the stream, Jason, the offensive line position is one that has slowly eroded over the years in the NFL. The talent's gotten lesser. The technical skills gotten lesser because in college football, they don't run as much. They're in pass protection, running those spread schemes a lot. So the development of the linemen are behind the eight ball by the time they arrive in the NFL. So I guess to kind of run my way through your question, up and around the bend through the Glen, I'd come out and say, well, you're probably going to have to lean back towards doing it a little bit like what you did with Dwayne Brown. You're going to probably have to trade for it, pluck them out on the open market, guys that are fits. What's nice about this is you can go get a guy, though, that is like a Mike Iupati, who can have a great effect on your team, does have some injury concerns, but does still give you some talent to do what you want to do, being a road grader, a guy that can blow guys off the line, even at his age. It's what you need. Not every team's looking for that. Not every team's going to value that in the same way. So you can get kind of somewhat of depressed assets at that point, Jason, through that means. But maybe it's probably a bit much to expect them at this point in the first and second round to find guys there. They haven't had a lot of success picking in that range. James Carpenter wasn't the greatest of players. He's had a long career, but he's never been really anything better than a league average guard. You picked him in, I think, 23, 24 in the first round. Jermaine Ifedi's a guy being moved to guard now with the Bears. He gave you 4 years of really well below league average play at the right tackle position. So it doesn't seem to be their bread and butter picking linemen in the draft. Maybe best to just pick certain things, known quantities that are out there. He will never catch up. Fat Daddy Stacks, cool. That was awesome. That will be awesome. You'll love it. When you get here settled and need some cool fruit trees, we can hook you up. If not from us there, plenty on Maui as well. Absolutely, Fat Daddy Stacks. And maybe we'll eventually do a bar meetup over at Maui up at like Lahaina or something. Maybe I can talk you into doing a inter-island flight, just come right over and bop over there to Kapalua. D-Boy, with Pete being the oldest coach in the NFL, how many more years do you think he has left in the NFL as a head coach? Not many, D-Boy. Not many. I think you've got to be looking at it from Pete's standpoint like this could be feasibly, easily the last season that he coaches our Seahawks. I'd be okay with that too, by the way. I'm not on the full, as somebody was mentioned earlier in the stream, we have people that are fully on board with saying, he's gotten too old. He needs to move on. The scheme's gotten, so there's certain things that have gotten to be problematic and probably why I would be a little bit more embracing of Pete moving on now than I would have been a couple years ago, maybe even. But I still come back to feeling like he's got one more good bullet in that gun. He's a guy that's been from USC to here, a coach very good for a long time, who's kept consistent winners at play through all the stuff that he's gone through. I still like him as a coach. I still think he's got that one. It's like Clint Eastwood, D-Boy, right? Clint Eastwood's been directing movies here in his early 70s to late 70s. And man, not all of them have been very good. There's been some clunkers. But then then every once in a while it gives you just, it gives you a Gran Torino. You know what I mean? It gives you one that kind of just, whoa, Clint. Ballsy Clint's back a little bit here. So maybe Coach Carroll's got one little Clint Eastwood movie left in him. One more last little, one last ride. No, I hope he does. But I do lean back towards Debo. If it's not 1 year, he's not got more than, in my estimation, 2 years. There's not a large history of NFL coaches coaching into their mid-70s to late 70s. And there's not a large history of coaches when they do coach into that realm being very successful at coaching at that elder of an age. You get a lot of mixed results at that time. Dustin, you have a good one, man. Appreciate you jumping in the chat. TJ Wilborn, Pete is a secondary boss. He turned Cam into a god, so he will make a role for Adams and play it to Adams' strength. I agree with you, TJ. It's a solid, salient point as well. Let's not just look at Adams, but Pete Carroll's coached guys like Ronnie Lott. He's got, geez, I can't think of the guy. It was the Steelers safety that played at UC. Troy Polamalu, Coach Polamalu there. He's got a wide history from Cam and Earls, and you can go down the list. The guy knows how to coach safeties. He knows what to do with them. And certainly Quandre Diggs' game took a next step when he got under Pete Carroll's wing and came into this team. So that is his bread and butter, and that is what he is good at. Nobody can doubt. You can say what you want about Pete and schematic deficiencies and being unwilling to change or be innovative. One thing he still knows, and one thing that remains, is that he knows what he's doing when it comes to coaching secondary players. Shane Hafner, will we re-sign Carson to a long-term deal this season? How much do we pay him if we do? I lean back to, and maybe it's me being just hopeful, Shane, but I do lean back to thinking that you're just not going to pay a running back in this day and age. The analytics don't bear out to do it. It doesn't make sense to do it. And the thing that sort of seals the deal for me on this, Shane, that makes it unlikely to happen, in my opinion, are Chris Carson having the biggest, worst fumble problem in the entire NFL, and the fact that the first two of his first 3 seasons have ended due to major injury. Those two things to me are those are the not game breakers, but that's what basically upsets it for me. I just don't know how you can give a guy money with that in a position where already you can go get another guy with similar talents at a much lesser value versus having to pay him. What it would look like if you did re-sign him would probably be like a 3-year, $25 million deal with like 12, 13 million guaranteed. That would probably be somewhere in the range of what you would be looking at, Shane, if they did it. And it's not out of contention that they do. They love him. They're very high on him. They may feel way differently about this situation, because let's face it, they showed a willingness to go out and draft a first-round running back a couple years ago. So they obviously view the running back position in a different way than the national narrative or what the analytics tell us that you should view the running back position at. Oh, sorry. I'm just getting reset here on the chat. D-Boy asks, Seahawks have a Super Bowl ring. We have the best fans. We have the world record loudest fans, but we're still overlooked. What can we do to fix that? It'll be a little bit hard, D-Boy. It's going to be hard as we move forward, because a little bit of what's gotten on here is that I think once we won the Super Bowl, there was a little bit of a relaxing by Seahawks fans. Like, oh, we finally got it. We're legitimate. We're this. And it's one of my only explanations for when you look at CenturyLink, it's just that how loud it is there has gone down. It's not as loud as it once used to be. For better or worse, you can say, well, we brought in a lot of the wine and cheese crowd, a lot of the upper level people who can afford the ticket. I can afford the ticket and I will not be bothered to yell or scream. I'm here to sit and watch the game, sip on my beer and enjoy. I think there's a lot of those type of fans in the stadium, as opposed to, I think, in the 2013s, D-Boy, it was really raucous, and you had a lot of, guys getting hammered and getting loud, just good football. So it's going to get hard to fix that perception. We are a little bit, somebody mentioned there is a little bit of some bandwagon aspect to certain Seattle fans, not all diehards, but there is some of that in there a little bit. So those things are going to hurt you, but it's okay. We know we're great. We know we're the best in the world. That's all that matters to me. D-Boy, Colin Kaepernick's career versus Seattle, 3 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, 18 sacks, 2 fumbles. What did the Niners see in Colin that the rest of the world didn't see? Well, what happened here with Colin, and happens with a lot of quarterbacks, or it can happen with quarterbacks. This is, I think, a little bit of what you'll see with Lamar Jackson as we move forward. To a degree, Lamar Jackson is a much better player than Colin Kaepernick was by leaps and bounds. But a little bit what happened was Colin Kaepernick burst on the scene with a skill set that was very unique in football. It was right at the height of the read option craze, where everybody was running the read option, and it was successful for everybody. And he was really utilizing that to his benefit. But he had a lot of limitations as a passer, D-boy. And the more tape teams got him, the more they could see those limitations, like a lack of touch on the deep ball, a lack of an ability to get off of his first read. They really started to then take away his first read, force him to throw the deep ball with touch. They pushed him into the things that he didn't do well. And this happened to Russell Wilson as well, by the way, for his first couple of years. The quarterbacks then have to adjust to the adjustment. You've got to adjust to how those teams are now taking away your strengths and take your weaknesses and start to turn them into strengths a little bit. And you see that with Russell, for instance, on his pre-snap recognition. His pre-snap reads used to be a weakness of his game, locating the blitz, knowing when there was going to be a blitz, knowing who his hot route was and why he had to get out and when he had to get out on time. Now he's picked up that element of his game as defenses have challenged him to do so. So Kaepernick just didn't step up in that same way in the development of his game as he moved along and as his flaws got exposed. And the Niners released him at that point, didn't try to bring him back, haven't tried to bring him back since then, and nobody else has either. So maybe it's political, but I do think that there were some skill problems there as well. Michael J. Cox says, thank you for the $10 donation, Michael. I'm laughing before I even read this. Will number 37 house a team in an Alabama church to shield from the virus? He will, unless he needs to crash through a locked door for supplies. He slides at the door, will be met with too much resistance. Michael, speaking, of course, to number 37 and Sean Alexander's softness, I'm guessing. I think Dustin left the chat, Michael, but I think he might have seen that before he left. All right, we'll see if he does. It would be the good thing to do, wouldn't it, Michael? But I think your point about if he has to crash the door, it ain't happening. It's got to be easily opened up. Just always got to just push on the door and have it wide and open. So it's probably going to be the deal breaker for him on that one. D-Boy says, is Jamal Adams a ball hawk or a hard-hitting safety? He's a hard-hitting safety over being a ball hawk. I wouldn't call him that. But he's a hard-hitting safety, and as a hard-hitting safety, in hard-hitting safety terms, D-Boy, I'll say this too, because he's a guy's only 5'11", but there's certain guys that just play bigger than they are. And when you watch some of the tapes on him and watch some of the film on him with Jamal Adams, the thing that jumps out to me with him is that when he arrives, he really arrives with that force. You know, he's really going to, it seems like when he's arriving against bigger guys, he's knocking people back. Look at some of the sacks when he runs into the quarterbacks, and the quarterbacks just like flip over and fall down. It's kind of jarring at times when you watch him hit guys. And I think he's really got that element to his game that we shouldn't undersell, where he's going to smack people in the face and in the mouth. So he has got some ball skills. He's not completely like a guy like, for instance, Shaquille Griffin, who doesn't have really any ball skills at all. He's got a little bit to his game, D-Boy, but it's certainly, if you're going to have to categorize him, you'd say more hard-hitting safety and really in that realm more than ball hawk. Arazos, what's up, Arazos? How does Jamal Adams fit in our scheme, considering he plays more than a safety? I think he'll fit well, because I do fall back on that they'll utilize him appropriately, Azos, which is to move him all around the field. You should be providing him snaps at free safety, strong safety, and the linebacker position. If we go into, for instance, a dime defense where you're bringing out one linebacker and four cornerbacks, I'd love to see, even maybe at times, we slide him in as the middle linebacker in that role outside of Bobby Wagner. You guys go, taking Bobby off the field. Maybe. I'd just like to see them get creative with it, Azos, but that's going to be the key to this deal, is that you've got to be creative in how you use Jamal Adams. If you just try to fit him into your scheme and what you've had strong safeties do here recently, just be a box safety, or kind of like what they did with Bradley McDougald, where he's really just kind of, he's protecting against the deep ball, helping out where he can. You're not utilizing him right. You're not getting the most out of him at that point. I don't think that's going to be the case with him, though. I think they're going to utilize him correctly, utilize him right. And I would expect that I'd expect him to take off here, Zos. I think he'll take that. Like I mentioned before, there's guys like Minka Fitzpatrick and Stephon Gilmore who are good players, or even maybe considered bust players to a degree at their first teams. They go to a good organization, to a better team, to better talent surrounding them. Their game takes off. I really expect that with Jamal Adams. And yes, Zos, you're right. We will blitz more with Adams. You will. You'll definitely at least double the amount of your strong safety blitzes off what you had last year, and give him the freedom to choose when he does that. That'll be kind of the key on it too. It's not always going to be when we draw up the blitzes, but when he's got the freedom to kind of do it. But big part of why we failed at blitzing folks last year over the last couple years, and why it's been a little bit of a problem is because when they look and they scout for players for this team, they don't scout for players who blitz well or who disguise their blitzes well, which is something that we don't do as well. That's been another kind of another problem with this defense is that last year you blitzed in the top 10 in the NFL as far as blitzing goes. And this goes counter to what you've done historically, which is that you were like number 31, number 32 in the league prior. But you weren't very efficient at it, right? We were 29th in the league in sacks. We weren't getting to the quarterback. Why? Because teams could see the sack. They could see the blitzers coming. They knew pre-snap a quarterback did. He could adjust his protections and then go. Well, it's hard to do that with Jamal Adams because he's so hard to predict when he's coming and when he's not coming. And he hides it and disguises it really well. So it's a trait he brings to play here that we've not had on this team before, and at least not in a long time. Zoe says, what are your thoughts on Russell Wilson being ranked the second best player in the NFL last year? I'm okay with it. At least he's getting up higher and higher than he's been historically as So's. They've kept him up. I think at 20 was maybe his highest ranked prior. They're finally figuring out where he should be appropriately. My opinion, he's the best player in the NFL right now. He's the best quarterback in the NFL right now. He should be number one. But if you get him at number two, I can't split hairs with that. At least you guys are getting closer to the appropriate value. Absolutely, guys. Please do check out Jose Rodriguez's channel if you get a chance. Another guy talks just like me. He's actually a little bit even on top of his videos. If you guys is looking for some just quick hot take news right after the moves we hit, Jose is on the button, on call with that. So if you're great channel Jose's got, I definitely like your channel a bunch, Jose, and certainly, man, please head over there and sub to Jose's channel if you guys get a chance. For just again, he's much more even on it than I am as far as getting the videos out quick and getting the takes out fast. I tend to be a little bit slow. Deanna, thank you for the $9.99 donation. Deanna, I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. And you're my number one fan. All right, you can take that role for $9.99. You can have that. I am almost caught up with the chat. I am indeed. If you got to go to a Seahawks game, again, I'm going to start We Will Rock chant and make an earthquake. That sounds good, TJ. I want to see it, man. I'll tell you, like, I was talking in a couple chats. Sometimes people don't want to get loud in the stadium. Then, trying to ask them, and it turns into like a situation because they're going, I don't want to yell. I'm here to be quiet and drink my beer. It's like, come on, help the defense out. It helps them. It's worthwhile. Come on. You guys can have an effect on the game. Whether fans can ever have an effect on the actual game, a tangible, real effect. It's a hard thing to do. So if we got that power in our hands, why don't we utilize it? JSD says, bring back the Sonics. I'm okay with that, JSD. I hope they do, man. I really do. Boom Shakalaka says, want to see Adams like a roaming Polamalu type. I'd like to see that too, Boom Shakalaka. I think the best player pro comparison that I've seen placed on this, I can't take credit for it. Somebody else did it online and has spoken to it. He really does compare out to a guy by the name of, oh my gosh, I just lost his name now. Oh, Brian Dawkins. This guy is just like Brian Dawkins was for the Philadelphia Eagles back when the Eagles went to, I think, 4 or 5 straight NFC conference championship games. This guy was the leader of that defense. He was the heart and soul of that defense. He could do everything all over the field. He would blitz, he'd intercept passes, he'd cover, great in the run game. There was nothing he couldn't do. This guy has a lot of that same kind of ferocity to his game, same kind of play to his game. If you're looking for a great comparison, that would be probably the more one I'd aptly point him to, Boom Shakalaka. But yeah, if we can have him do just what Polamalu did with the Steelers, that'd be a great role for Adams. He'd fit. He's going to do a lot of the similar stuff that Polamalu did. You might even have him blitz a little more than you had Polamalu blitz. But I still think it's a decent player comparison, man. It's a decent player comparison. And Polamalu did play for Carroll at USC, by the way. I don't know if you remember that. So, Azos, do you see Seattle signing Antonio Brown now since he got banned for 8 weeks? It's a hard call to say whether or not now this makes him into the territory of being likely to be signed by Seattle Azos. But I think that if you were to put a front runner, a team that's at the foreground to sign him now, this helps in that. I think if he was actually not suspended and available week 1, it might be a little more less unlikely Seattle signs him because they're going to pick up Gordon instead. But with it being into the week 8, There's some time for maybe some injuries or a COVID situation to affect your wide receiver room. Maybe you get an opening at that time, and then it's likely you bring him in. As well as if he was going to be for a full season, it was going to probably cost you a 1 year, $7-8 million deal. Now, half a season of a play, it's going to be probably a 1 year, $3 million deal. So the cost goes down a little bit more. The need may go up a little bit more as we get into halfway into the year. I think it makes it more likely, albeit just a marginally more likely, that maybe you're in contention to pull him in mid-season at that point. It's still completely could be anything kind of situation, but yeah, I do think that it helps now that we've got a firm understanding about how long he's going to be out, and that we know he wants to go Seattle. We know Russell wants him here. We know they've been working out. Azoz says, do you know the status of Josh Gordon? It's right now on the commissioner's desk, Azoz. The paperwork is there for reinstatement on his desk. The commissioner has to decide if he's going to allow Josh to be brought back in with all of Gordon's past history. So it's no slam dunk that he doesn't still get some suspension here, but he served out his suspension through the end of last year. It was not for a violent thing, but a drug thing. You would think maybe they would be open to bringing him back in and letting him have at least one more chance here. And I do expect Azoz to be activated, maybe not game one, but right around within the first start of the season, I would expect him to be activated and on the Seahawks roster. Rick Sabeda, do you got the Mariners game on? No, Rick, I'm actually right now, I'm going kind of cheap and lean because I'm dialing everything back. So I'm moving here within about the next month. So I'm already turning in the cable boxes and everything else. I don't watch enough TV anyway as it is. When it comes to the Mariners, man, I've invested so much over the last few years at times to watching crappy baseball. Some of me feels a little bit like, Rick, they need to kind of show me that they could put a decent product on the diamond again. You know, I like having young players out there. I like that they're starting to finally really not try to get in that in-between phase of playing for tomorrow and trying to play for the future. They're now firmly playing for the future, but they're still, I think, a couple years away here. Azoz, what's our cap situation next year since Jamal Adams is going to cost a lot more? I don't think he's going to cost that much as those. You get him this year on a 1 year, $3.6 million deal. So you don't have to sign him until next year. When you sign him next year, you can then functionally put the cost of the contract to where the first year hit can be low, second year's a little higher, third year gets higher, fourth year is pretty high, but you can get out after the fourth year with only a $10 million dead money hit, because I'm anticipating it'll probably be a $40 million signing bonus when he does sign. So the cap next year, I think he'll be around $13 million. $11 to $13 million would be the cap hit next year if he signed a new deal. That puts you underneath about 7% of the total cap. Or to give you some perspective on this, you could have Russell Wilson's contract and Jamal Adams' new contract into next year's cap at $200 million or $175. You're still under 25% of the cap with just those two players. So still a lot of room to go out there and do a lot of other things. You only got Shaquille Griffin really coming up for free agency next year, is the only guy you've got to re-sign going into next year. So you don't have a lot of your own guys coming up for renewal. And I do think that Dwayne Brown's going to retire, our left tackle, after this season. I think this is going to be it for him. That's $13 million that goes off the books. That's essentially, you flop out Dwayne Brown's for Jamal Adams' contract, essentially at that point. Boom Shakalaka, does Mike Florio have something against Seattle? His constant trading Russ talk and saying Adams' trade was a Jets fleecing. Yeah, he's watching him talk about the Jets trade. Boom Shakalaka has been frustrating because he gets, Florio's not a guy who really has that wide of an understanding or knowledge base of football. It's a guy who's sort of taken advantage of this market opportunity that was there for the site that could be an aggregator for football news, and he just caught people at the right time. Good on him. He's taking advantage of it. But he has a lot of holes in his game at times when he does talk about football. And there's things that I could punch holes into. I think Chris Sims is a lot more solid, especially when Sims is talking about quarterbacks. But with Florio, he does get stuck in his narratives, and he's not as understanding as how this game really runs and works. He knows certain aspects of things legally, but when it comes to actually how the game's played and bringing in players and the quality of players, he gets lost on things at certain times. The other thing with him is I think he's a Vikings fan, and the Seahawks have kicked the shit out of the Vikings the last few years. So I think that he's just kind of like a little bit, butthurt about it. No problem, Jose. Love the channel, man. Sounds good, TJ. Azoz, do you see Jamal Adams being a longtime player being for Azoz? Do you see Jamal Adams being a longtime player for our Seahawks for the rest of his career? I don't see it going for the full career, Azoz. I tend to think the guys, and as we've seen recently in the past, when you get the guys that are brash and that are arrogant and got a little bit of that, just they're going to tell you everything about everything all the time. it can work for a little while. And I think it can work within the scheme for a bit, 5 years even. But I don't think that you'll probably be able to get him through the full course of a career. Kind of like with Sherman, you can get about 5, 6, 7 years, and then they're going to kind of start to wear maybe out their welcome just a little bit. But I'd love to see him here for the full career of those if they can. Right now, I'm projecting it out as you're going to get the next 5 years of his career. So you've got this year are the 1 year deal for $3.6 million. And then you've got 4 more years. You'll sign him to a 4-year contract extension after the season, 5 years of his play, 5 years of the prime of his career on a Hall of Fame ascent. I think that'll be a pretty doggone good deal for our Seahawks. D-Boy, with DK Metcalf's wingspan being 6'11", do you think he should be our number 1 receiver option in the red zone? Not necessarily, D-Boy. I think he has elements to his game where he can go up and get it and take the ball away and high point the ball really well. Certainly that Eagle game at the end of the game to close the game out, you saw it on that play, and he had moments where he showed it last year. I don't know that it's not as much of a part of his game as it was, for instance, with Calvin Johnson, where Calvin was really, really adept at high pointing that ball. It's a part of his game. It's a facet of his game. It's not the number 1 aspect of his game as a receiver. I would say that guys like even Greg Olsen and Will Disley might be at times better trust guys in the red zone at times on those throws. And even a guy like Colby Parkinson showed a great skill set with that in college. So there might be some other options that might be kind of better for that. But the nice thing is with this, D-Boys, that you can get all those guys out on the field at once. And then it's more about, rather than attacking the guy who's got that skill set or the wingspan, you're going to attack the mismatch. You're going to go after the guy who's lined up against the 3rd or 4th best corner on the team. Or if you've got Disley matched up against a middle linebacker, you're going to throw a trust throw up over a guy who might be only 6 feet tall versus Disley being a guy like 6'4", who's going to be able to just reach up over the top of that defender with ease. So still they'll use him somewhat, I would say, in the red zone. Boom Shakalaka asks, what's the deal with this Niners interest in Clowney? I think it's smoke. I don't think that there's any fire to it. I think that they're kicking the tires and probably trying to freak Seattle out a little bit. And certainly it's maybe a little reaction to the Jamal Adams deal. They're trying to, but they don't have the money to spend on him. They got to get the Kittle deal done. If you're going to try to say you're going to bring in Clowney, you're the Niners right now, Boom Shakalaka. How many snaps are you promising him? Because you're not bringing in Clowney on a multi-year deal at that point. You're bringing him in on a 1 year, $12, $13 million deal. Bosa's rushing from the blind side, which would be the prime area Clowney would like to be rushing from anyway, and he's going to be taking up most of those snaps. The other side, you got D Ford rushing out of. So how many snaps are you going to be able to give to Clowney, who's going to want to be playing on a prove-it deal to get the multi-year extension after this next season? I don't think they're in play. Cameron Hughes, I do think Kyle Lewis is the future of the Mariners as well. Great player, and I do love to see the Mariners going to a youth movement, Cameron, showing a willingness to start to embrace that and just bring young guys on and just start developing them. You're going to suck for a couple of years, but eventually you'll have a glut of good players that have gotten their feet wet at the show and they're ready to roll at the perfect time. No worry, Ringo. What's up? Cameron Hughes, Florio is a Vikings fan. Yeah, that's why I think too. I think that's where some of his hate comes from, Cameron, is the Seahawks have really had their way with the Vikings over the last couple of years. Going back to that playoff game a few years ago where the Blair Walsh kick went wide left. So, yeah, I think, I don't know. I think secretly he's got a little bit of hate just because he knows that our Hawks got the Vikings number. Ringo says, also, do you think the Seahawks, do you think Jamal Adams will retire as a Seahawk or no? No, I don't think so, Ringo. Kind of like I was just saying a second ago, I think it's he's a guy who's got a little bit of a mouth on him. He's got a little bit of like, he'll tell you how it is. And this is a good thing to a degree. It's good for leadership. It's good to have guys that are vocal there that when things are going askew, they're going to be like, this is going askew. We need to fix this ship. But those guys can kind of eventually maybe wear their welcome out a little bit. Maybe I'm forecasting too much here, Ringo, but I think you can get 5 good prime years out of him. I do think you can get that. You get the best 5 years of his career. I do think that. I don't think he's going to cost a boatload. But I don't know if I'm fully on board with, I think he can retire a Seahawk. D-Boy says, what does Chris Carson have to do or what can he do to take his game to the next level? It's very simple for Chris Carson, D-Boy, because he showed he's got okay hands. He's shown that he can be a strong runner, and I think he can do it. He can run it all. I think he's not just an inside guy. You can get him to the outside. He's got just enough speed to operate out there. The thing that Chris Carson's got to do, D-Boy, is there's 2 things that can really help him out. But the first and foremost thing is the fumbling thing. High and tight, man. So these guys get running the ball like this. This is when you get it knocked out. This is when you get it protected. Because when somebody comes down and they smash on the ball, it's the force comes back into your body. When you see with Carson is that ball gets out here on the side like this, and the guy can just kind of knock it right out with a lot of ease. It's the part of if he wants to get paid this next offseason, because there's a lot of running backs coming up for free agent deals after this year. And there's not going to be a lot of money out there to spend because the 175 cap's going to go down like it is. That being the case, you can't have the biggest fumble problem in the NFL as a running back and expect to get paid, just in my opinion. The other thing that he could do a little bit better on is the pass protection game. He's a little weak at times in pass protection. It kind of comes and goes. When he's on and he does it, it's great, but there's times where guys will just run right past him, a safety and whatnot, and that can't happen at times. He needs to get a little bit better. I don't know if he can improve on those two aspects of it. You've got a guy like recent history Debo, a guy like Tiki Barber back with the Giants, had a horrible fumbling problem. He eventually solved it. He had to go just crazy. If you go watch Tiki Barber highlights, he just goes crazy on those highlights to the high and tight. You never see it because he had to like bang it into his head. Keep the ball here. Keep the ball here. Maybe Carson can do it, but it's kind of, you're a fumbler, you're a fumbler. Roxanne says, is there a key player on our Hawks we may lose to trade fodder or cap casualty? The guy that I would probably point to potentially you running into this, Roxanne, and it's not something you run into this season. There's nobody this year that you're going to probably run into that you're going to have to release outside of Jacob Hollister, David Moore. I don't think that you really have anybody else that's really taking up a big cap hit right now that you would be putting in that realm. I do think you have, going into next offseason, 1 year remaining on Quandre Diggs' deal at, I think, $8.6 million or somewhere in that range. If the Seahawks feel at that time that Marquise Blair can slide into the free safety role with Jamal Adams at the strong safety then, and they can save that $8.6 million, especially as we go forward to the fact that the cap will be down at 175 and they may need to look to do that in a place, he'd be the one guy I might point to, Roxanne, as a guy that potentially they do that with. But they might just as well turn around and re-sign him to a contract extension, lower his first-year cap hit down, and go that route as well. So they could go either route. But there's nobody right now that's really up on that chopping block. They've done a good job of not putting a lot of dollars to the future right now. The guys you've signed on the contracts like Tyler Lockett, you like those deals. You like where they're at. You feel good about him. You're not paying through the roof on him. He's actually at somewhat of a bargain, or at least a discount. Thank you, Zos. I appreciate you, man. You have a good one. Boom Shakalaka, when you move to Maui, where are you going to watch the Hawks game, or are you a solo game watcher? So Boom Shakalaka, up until this point, I've been a solo game watcher, and the reason why is because I tend to be pretty insufferable when I watch Seahawks games. I don't make it fun for anybody else that's around me because I get really intense. I get really emotional. There's a lot of anger and it's just a lot of cussing. I don't know why. I've tried to check it. I've got to start I got to start being more aware of it now as I get older here, because eventually I got to be careful with the heart situations. But I'm going to need to transition out of that, because the Hawaii games, you're not going to get it on the local telecast. And most of the places you stay in Hawaii, you can't get the direct TV dishes put out on the stuff, right? So you end up getting stuck in a situation where you have to go to the bar. I'm just going to need to do it no matter what. But there's a great bar in Lahaina. There's this place called Old Lahaina Town in Maui. It's like 200-year-old little town city thing. It's the place you go to as a tourist to watch, go check stuff out. Bars everywhere, food everywhere. They've got a place called, I think, the Monkey Wrench or the Broken Monkey, something like that. And that's where there's a collection of Seahawks fans that kind of gather there. I think we might set up shop there, and I might even live stream from the bar because we know the owner there. Could be fun for you guys as we're live streaming from it. I don't know. I'm kind of trying to decide on that one. So we'll see what I end up deciding. Jose Rodriguez says, stay healthy and not fumble. That's it, Jose. It's got to stay healthy and not fumble, man. You're not getting paid as a running back if you're not able to stay on the football field through the course of a season. And you're certainly not going to get paid if you've got the biggest fumble problem in the entire NFL. Ringo says, is Rashad Penny getting better, worse, or staying the same? I feel like he's gotten a little better last year. What do you think? Yeah, I do. Let me see if I've got I want to see if I've got a little bit of a stat here to give you on this one, because there's something that I do think that is important. It was not just kind of interesting, maybe, I guess. Bookmarks. This was a stat I saw on Rashad Penny last year. Okay, so just listen to this for a second, guys, because this speaks to a little bit of my point about Rashad Penny. And what I've hammered on Ringo with Rashad Penny is that Seattle hasn't used him right. Seattle loves the inside zone. They want to run their running back between the two guards almost most of the time, be it through the read option or just ramming the run right up the middle. So what I've offered with Rashad Penny, Ringo, is that you've got to move him out on the outside. You've got to let him work in space and utilize his speed. So a stat I want to bring up to you guys is Rashad Penny had an 8.2 yard per carry average on outside runs last year. He had a 7 yard per carry off tackle last year. Okay. So it means essentially on a pitch play, for instance, he's averaging 8.4 yards per play on a pitch onto the outside. And then just on a play where you're running outside zone just off of the tackle's back end, he's averaging 7.4 yards per carry. But for some reason, if you go watch the carries that they give this guy over and over again, they hammer him up the middle. It's not his game. He's not Marshawn Lynch. He's not a grinder. He's not a fall forward kind of guy. He's a big play running back. Let's let him be what he is, you know? D-Boy, do you think players should take pay cuts if they believe in their team? I think it depends on the player, D-Boy. I would probably offer that if you're at any other position in football outside of the quarterback position, you probably should not be taking a discount. Maybe a kicker, because those guys can play until they're 42 too. But I think with quarterbacks, it's become so grossly, inaccurate, whatever. Sorry, I was just getting a text here. With quarterbacks, they get paid what? 2-3 times. An average quarterback, the Kirk Cousins type quarterback in this league, is going to make even way more than the Khalil Max and Aaron Donalds. It's gotten grossly out of whack a bit with how much they've gotten paid. And if there's a position I go to, D-Boy, and I'm actually kind of militant about this, they should be taking discounts. Once you get your first 2 contracts and you've made your 25, 30, 35 million per over a few different seasons, yeah, you should be willing to take a $5-10 million hit, in my opinion. Russell Wilson at this point should be willing, as we move forward, to start taking some of the same hits we saw Tom Brady take when he went down to $17 million per in order for the Patriots to add other players onto the team, especially when he's talking about wanting to add more superstars. You know, it's great, Russ, to say we need to add more superstars, but when you're tapping out the cap and you're maximizing it out every single time you come up for renewal, he's the one that's insisted on the 4-year deals, so he can come back to the trough every 4 years and hit that extra $100 million. And you see a guy like Patrick Mahomes who signs the 10-year, very, very much a team-friendly deal in order so that they can re-sign guys like Chris Jones. I would like to see Russell do something similar, D-Boy. I would. Derek, the Seahawks fan, I've watched a film breakdown on Bradley Shell today, and it seems to me like he's a better pass blocker than run blocker, but still overall better than Ifedi in every aspect. I hope you're right, Derek. In the tape that I've watched on him, it seemed like I went the other way with it. I thought he was a better run blocker than a pass blocker, and I felt like he was almost as bad a pass blocker as Jermaine Ifedi. Maybe not as bad, but I felt like he was right there in line. And admittedly, Derek, I haven't gone whole hog in just watching whole games of Brandon Shell, and it's been in bits and pieces and snaps, fits and starts. But I'm not as sold on this guy being an upgrade. I think Jamarco Jones is going to push him in training camp for the starting role. I do. D-Boy, Alvin Kamara, is he overrated or underrated? I fall in line with thinking he's underrated, D-Boy. I think I really love Alvin Kamara as a running back. I think he's going to have a great year this year, contract year for him, I believe. But he's, again, like I was talking to you about with the Christian McCaffrey thing, he's the modern day NFL running back, or the Ezekiel Elliott. He can do anything. He can pass protect, not pass protect, but he can catch out. He can do any kind of running play you need. He can run strong up the middle. He can run the outside. He's got the speed. He can knock defenders over. He can still be elusive. I think he's a very complete running back. Maybe not a guy you want to give 20 carries a game week in, week out, because he's going to roll. He's going to wear out over his time with that. But there are a few running backs that are 20 a carry a game guys. Still love him a lot. I think he's probably a top 5 running back in this league, D-Boy. Derek, the Seahawks fan. Also, Damian Lewis is the opposite in the facet. Is he a better run blocker than pass blocker? But him and Shell would be lined up to next to one another. Good combo. I agree with you on Damian Lewis. So I know I disagree with you on Shell, but I 100% agree with you on Damian Lewis. He's a much better run blocker than pass blocker. I do think, Derek, he's actually going to end up being a bit better pass blocker out the gate than DJ Fluker was for us last year. I think Fluker's play in both the run blocking and pass blocking went down a little bit last year. I think Lewis is going to give you an upgrade under both aspects right out the gate. But I agree. Lewis, the LSU right guard that we got, he's definitely, his foray is going to be a guy who's a road grader. I'm super encouraged, Derek. Really, where I get a little bit infatuated by is the thought process. If you got Ayupati as a left guard, you get Posick in there at center as a guy that can move people off the ball at the center position. And then you've got Damian Lewis at the right guard. So the interior of that line then can really blow guys off the ball at that point. And that's where Seattle wants to run the ball a predominant amount of the time, right? That's why I was just mentioning about Rashard Penny and their unwillingness to use him on the outside, because they just want to bang up in the middle of that defense constantly. So those guys should help to do that. But I'm sorry, I'm just not sold quite yet on Brandon Shell. Oh, nice. I'm glad you agree, Jose, on Kimura. I think he's definitely an underrated cat. Hawks Nest, do you like the good, the bad, and the ugly, or the outlaw Josie Wales? Oh man. I think I got to go with the good, the bad, the ugly, because it's maybe more, it's just iconic, but Outlaw Josie Wales is probably a better film. So I know that's me on the fence with that one, D-Boy, but you're kind of picking, outside of Unforgiven, you're picking probably the two of my, most favorite Clint Eastwood movies. So, but some of the shots in The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, some of those epic panoramic vision shots, I mean, that's old Western crack right there. Ringo on the drums. How about it? Would we sign another running back? Who would you sign? Terrell Watson or Christian Wade? I'd be signing Marshawn Lynch if I'm bringing another running back in here, but you're really deep at this point at running back. Travis Homer, DJ Dallas is your practice squad guys. You've got Chris Carson and Carlos Hyde, and this is going to go to addition with already Rashard Penny coming back. Man, you're stacked, you're set, you're filled up. It's hard to think that they need to look at anybody else, and I think Marshawn's probably your de facto guy coming off the bench at that point. D-Mac with the fire. What's up, D-Mac? We're wrapping this up soon here. Oh, thanks, man. I'm growing the beard out here because I'm going to be starting the new job up Ringo soon. And so I'm going to be back to the shaving and having to go to clean shaven and all that stuff. So I'm getting the beard in while the getting's good. D-Boy asks, is Calvin Johnson a Hall of Famer? He's a first ballot. Should be a unanimous Hall of Famer, D-Boy. The most talented wide receiver in NFL history, probably the most freakish skill set at a wide receiver that we've seen in NFL history. But absolutely a Hall of Famer all the way on that one. I'm glad to hear it, Cameron. I'm not the only guy. So Cameron says I'm the same during Hawk games. He's speaking to me just being not the most cordial, fun person to be around. I wish I wasn't, Cameron. I'm emotionally invested in this team for good, bad, or the other. And so I get in there and I'm stomping, I'm walking around. I can't sit still. Again, there's a lot of cussing and swearing. My cats run for under the bed. It's not a pretty picture. That's why maybe I'll be doing it from Dirty Monkey. There you go. Deanna's mentions it's the Dirty Monkey. That's the bar I'll be in Lahaina. I think I might be live streaming out of there during the games this year. I'm contemplating it, but that'd be if you're in Maui during games, come check it out. That's where I'll be. Derek, the Seahawks fan, says you could stream games like NorbCam does during away games at the bar. That's what I was thinking, man. Yeah, I've seen NorbCam do that same kind of thing. So I might do it. What would be cool about it too, Derek, is there's a lot of Seahawks fans in Maui, and so we'd be able to somewhat like take over the bar a little bit. So it would be just the Seahawks presence that you'd be feeling on the live stream. And you'd watch us just getting a bunch of arguments with. And there's a lot of 49er fans too, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of like button heads in there when we come to, and I don't care, bring it. Joe F, what's up, Ahmad? Or should Joe F, or should I say Ahmad? How you doing, man? What's up, Y2K? What happened with your lady situation? I got no lady situation right now, man. I'm a free agent. I'm a bachelor. Free as a bird. I can't be held down. I gotta fly. Moose's in Kihei has a big Hawks gathering. They open an entire section just for the Hawks. I will maybe have to make my way down the Boom Shakalaka. The only problem is I'm going to be living over on the Lahaina side, so that's a brutal drive from Kihei going up around those cliff edges as you're driving back to Lahaina. If you've had a few beers, it's not I'd be restricted of how much I could drink at that point. It's like you want to be almost dead sober on that street. It's too crazy a road. But thanks for the chat. Thanks for the notice, man. I'll definitely maybe check them out. D-Boy says, do you see any similarities in Warren Sapp and Aaron Donald's game play style? Well, let's go through the similarities first, maybe before the differences a little bit. I would go, yes, they were both outstanding, impactful three-tech defensive tackles who were able to basically wreck a whole game plan from that position. And this speaks to a little bit, D-Boy, of me talking about, I got a little bit of an argument there with TJ a little bit about defenders being double teamed and how that it makes it that much harder to rush a guy if you've got two guys blocking you rather than one. And that's why it's so impressive in what Aaron Donald does in his game, in the fact that he's not a guy that gets you 20 sacks. He's going to get you maybe 14, 15 sacks, but to do it from the three tech when he's being doubled up as often as he's being doubled up and to still get through that and still be an amazing player is a phenomenal attribute to have. He, I think, plays with a little bit more power than Warren Sapp did. Warren Sapp probably was more reliant on the quickness, first step aspect of his game. Donald is, I think, a little bit more of a student of the game, a little bit more of a technician. Both of them are Hall of Fame players. Both of them are game wreckers. But Aaron Donald, I think, is going to end up fitting into that same category. We see guys like Lawrence Taylor or J.J. Watt. I don't think that Warren Sapp's considered into that same stratosphere, D-Boy. Top tier player only. I could see taking a small pay cut as a top tier player only. Yeah, I get why that was the reason I didn't finish that point on it. Why I do harp on the fact I think quarterbacks should be more willing to take the discount because it helps them out so much more when they do. I mean, if Russell took $10 million less right now and he could add a Pro Bowl left guard, I don't know why he wouldn't do that. For his own safety and health. But I just have a hard time Y2K saying other players should take a discount because what we know with the NFL as opposed to Major League Baseball or in the NBA, they don't have the longevity. It's a couple of years, they're in and they're out. Whereas the NBA, those contracts are guaranteed. Whereas Major League Baseball, those contracts are guaranteed. You just don't get that in the NFL. And so being that they have such a short range of life, I have a hard time asking another player to take a pay cut, to say you should take less. But if you're a quarterback, yeah, you should take a pay cut. D-Boy says, I have been to the Dirty Monkey. They have a lot of Washington State license plate. It's got a heavy Seattle contingent there, D-Boy. You know what I mean? It's got a heavy contingent of Seattle fans that go in there. I love the atmosphere there. I love that Lahaina town. I think I'm actually going to be getting a place in Lahaina town itself right near there, which is awesome because it's such a cool environment to hang out in. But I think that's going to be the spot, man. We're going to turn that into Seattle HQ. Ringo on the drum says, Barry Moniker is a great running back. Should we sign him? I don't know him, guy. Not sure on that one. What's up, TJ? Y2K says, the Posick is our starter. I feel BJ Finney was still a great signing. Maybe he's not a great starter, but a great backup for 3 spots, which will probably be a factor during the season. Yeah, Y2K, I didn't like the totality of the 3 bargain baseball linemen you took, where you spent $3 million on Cedric Abouge. I think you spent like $5 million up on Shell. You're spending, I think $5 million, on Finney or something in this range. But Finney's the one I feel the best about. And for the reasons you said, he's got position versatility. I think he can be at least a league average center for you. Whereas I think Posick could be above league average if he really develops out into what I think he'll develop out into. But he gives you a good stopgap there if Posick isn't ready to take that step forward. And absolutely Y2K, BJ Finney is leaps and bounds above what we had in Joey Hunt last season there at that position. Derek, the Seahawks fan, says, I agree. Brandon Shell isn't a huge upgrade, but he also takes significantly less penalties due to his athleticism against speed rushers, which Ifedi got a lot of holding calls on. 100% cannot argue with that point at all, Derek. You are right. There's one thing Brandon Shell will bring in as part I didn't just speak to, but should be spoken to, is that Ifedi is a penalty machine and was so from the moment he walked in the door. And even outside that, just to speak to your point too, Derek, outside of that, Pro Football Focus does tell us that last year, on their bottom line rating, which players come out to a bottom line points that they're at, he was 7 points higher than Jermaine Ifedi was as far as a rated player last year by Pro Football Focus. So that speaks to your point. The one thing I will say with that, though, is that Ifedi was the bottom of the barrel, worst of the worst tackles last year. So being a marginal 7 points higher than him rated by Pro Football Focus is not exactly like going, oh, well, he was up at a damn near Pro Bowl level or even damn near league average level. It's still way below league average as far as his rating goes. But I can't argue with your points in the respect of less penalties, and he is at the very least, a marginally better player than Ifedi. The Hawks Nest, if you can have 3 one-on-one interviews with the Seahawks players, who would it be? Okay, so D-Boy, the caveat is that I get to ask any questions I want, because anybody knows whenever you see the media talk to these players, nobody ever seems to ask the questions that we really want to see them asking, right? It's a lot of like, so what do you do in your off time, Russell? How's it having kids, Russell? Like, it's these kind of questions. So I'd want to ask my questions that I would want to ask. Russell Wilson would be one of them. I would say Jamal Adams would be another one of them. And then I would probably say, who would be my last guy that I would want to, you know what? I might go with even a guy like Rasheem Green as my last guy, D-Boy, because I'd want to talk to him about the development. I'd want to talk to him about how things get incrementally better, like how a light goes on in year 2. And then what's the next light that goes on in year 3? And what are the places that you begin to take your game to that next level to maybe push to be a Pro Bowler? He might be the third guy that I'd actually want to talk to. I don't know. Even a guy like Shaquille Griffin would be on that list too, because I'd want to ask him. I'd say, hey, do you take a little bit of a discount if you get an agreement with the Seahawks to keep your brother here as well? And that you guys are able to remain together now over the course of your career, but you don't necessarily get to be paid as much. Would you consider doing that? And this is for a guy, especially who went back and he had a chance to go to a lot of other big colleges, but he went back down to the Florida U, or not Florida U, but the lesser college there in Florida, because they were also going to take his brother at the same time, I think. So those would be my 3. Yes, please do. Thank you, D-Boy, for saying. If you guys are in here in the chat, please do hit that like button. Helps the channel out significantly. And if you're not subscribed, please do subscribe. We're on our way to 3,000. I think we're only 90 away from 3,000, folks. So we're pushing. Derek, the Seahawks fan, says, who do you think is going to start at center? It doesn't seem like the front office or Carroll are exactly hyped about Posick, but Finney isn't much better if he's better at all. I think that they're playing a little close to the vest on this one, Derek, as far as Posick at center. I take a little bit of an indicator that they like Posick a bit by letting go of Joey Hunt. Because that was a thing where if you thought Posick was never going to be anything more than the fill-in for us at guard, he's not going to develop at center. But we've never seen him being given a chance at center, right? When he came in, Britt had just signed to that big contract extension, and we can talk all day long about how competition rules the day in the Seahawks organization, but they just signed Britt. Britt wasn't going to be moved off of that center position. And he didn't give us the greatest of play at that center position at that point moving forward when he got paid. But I think Seattle just said, all right, we'll move him out to guard where we need more help right now, and we're solid at center, so we'll just leave it there. Now Britt's gone. Now Hunt's off the board. Now maybe this kid can come in and finally be healthy. When you look back to his college tape, Derek, in LSU, he was a guy that could move people off the ball from the center position. You could take a guy in a combo block with a guard, and he's going to create some space, especially on those inside zone runs. I think he can be a benefit in that point. I fall back in thinking that he's going to be our starter day one. I still like Finney, though, as far as if we've got to bring him in as our starter too at some point. I like Finney as a player. There's a reason a couple of years ago the Steelers put a second-round tender on him because they did not want to let him go. They knew what they had in him. Fabrizi's, when is training camp officially starting? I believe it starts here within the next week or so, Fabrizi. I'm not positive on exactly those dates because I think it's been a little bit of a fluid thing. Well, there's not exactly any certainty on it. Y2K says, what is your job? I'm a union plumber, local 32. Mainly what I do, Y2K, has been the last 10 years or so, last 20 years or so has been in IT. So everything and anything you can imagine in IT has been my job. I'm going to be moving outside of IT though, because, you mentioned plumbers. Plumbers get paid more than IT guys do anymore. We just don't make as much money as we used to. And it seems like it's gotten really hard to get paid and you got to work really hard. So I'm going into more of the real estate market now. And I'm going to dive into that because I'm tired of busting my hump for very little. Marquand Gwinch, what's up, Salvia? How you doing? I didn't mean an argument, TJ. I'm sorry. I meant a disagreement. Excuse me. I used argument. I sometimes put in the word for where I should put debate and disagreement. So sorry about that, man. I wish there was a group watching games and would call in penalties the official. I'm sure we could find like 400 nerds to do this pretty easy. Yeah, just have them all with like a button, right? Like they're watching a play, and if there needs to be a penalty, they just hit the button. And then if enough of the buttons hit, then you've got a penalty maybe. Could work. Debo says, I don't know if you're a boxing fan or if you care, but Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones is fighting 9, 12, 20. Comment on this if you want. Yeah, I am a boxing fan, not as much now as I used to be. I think the sport's gone back a little bit. I think some of the talent has drained over a little bit to the UFC of guys who might have been boxers in previously. I think it'll be a fun fight. They are going to be wearing headgear. And Roy Jones Jr. was such a technician versus Mike Tyson just being that bull. Mike Tyson had a lot more skill, I think, in his younger days, but he really kind of went away from it as he got older, and he was just trying to throw haymakers. So it'll be interesting from that standpoint to see him go up. They're both about the same age, I think, fairly close. I might give Roy Jones a little bit of an edge, though, from his technical standpoint. That's what gave Mike Tyson fits at the end of his career with a guy like Evander Holyfield was that technical aspect to his game, and Roy Jones has got that. But if Mike hits him, whoa, Nelly. D-Boy says, Bobby W. hit number 13 in the top 100. Agree or disagree? I agree with that, Bobby. D-Boy. He did dial back just a little bit last year. We've heard reports that he was fighting through a little bit of injury problems last year, and there was a couple of injuries that was maybe slowing him down. But I think Bobby had a few missed tackles than he normally has. I don't think he was as good as in coverage as he's been in the past. But all that being said, he still led the league in tackles, and he was still probably the best middle linebacker in the game. It just speaks to how great a player was the previous year, as top of the how high his top range was where he was at as a defensive player of the year candidate last year. Okay, so we're getting to the last couple minutes here. We're going to do the last few questions because we're at the 4-hour mark, and that's when I start to lose my voice and definitely slow down. See, I'm not even able to speak right at this point. So let's get the last of our questions in. I appreciate you, Jose. Thank you for moderating, my man. Good job on that stuff tonight. I know we caught one bugger out there that was messing and testing. Roxanne says, I am in the same way when watching the Hawks, totally emotionally invested and insufferable. I curse, stomp, and cheer and make animals hide. I get banished to my basement on game days. Roxanne, I'm glad. It's good to hear. See, this is what I love about this stream, you guys. You guys will at least let me know, guys and girls. You let me know that I'm not out here on an island being crazy town with this, because my family makes me feel like I'm a nut job for getting this into it. But for me, this has gone back to when I was 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. I mean, I used to be, my mom could speak to this. I used to just bite my nails off watching the football games. Every week I'd have to have my nails grow back for Seahawks games just so I could mangle them again come the game. I'd be biting at the skin on the sides. It was gross. It was awful, but I've always just I get so nervous, more nervous than any other part in normal life, by the way. I never get anywhere to that. I'm not doing this live stream, not doing anything else. I'm on the edge of my seat when I'm watching Seahawks games, and insufferable is the word I come back to, Roxanne. I'm working on it. Maybe I can get better at it. With Seattle trading for Jamal Adams is the best signing in the NFL. With Seattle trading for Jamal Adams, is that the best signing in the NFL this off season? D-Boy asks. No, D-Boy, see, I told you guys I can't talk right now. Hopkins trade. The Hopkins trade to the Cardinals, D-Boy. You give up a second-round pick, and you flipped out a guy in salary at the running back position who you were going to release. It's the other part of that Hopkins trade. It's not that you just brought in Hopkins. You got salary cap relief at the same time for a player nobody else was going to trade for. Phenomenal return for them. Certainly, maybe this is number 2, but the Hopkins trade's got to be in the number one realm. Derek, the Seahawks fan, says, I'm kind of scared what this team is going to be like when Russell's time is up. It's going to be a full reset unless our new coach by then has built a solid young team, and we only need a quarterback. Derek, the Seahawks fan, I think you can take some solace in the fact that, look, Carroll's not going to be here for the next 5 years. He's just not. The NFL is not filled with a large history of coaches coaching into their 73, 74, 75 years old. And when there has been coaches up at that age, they've done very poorly. I think Pete's a student of history of the game and understands this. I think he can kind of understand maybe he's lost a little bit to his game a little bit. I think what this will do, though, to your point, help out, is that I think Seattle will be recruiting in an offensive-minded coach as the next coach, a guy that's going to build the offense around Russell, and that'll be enough to keep Russell here for a much longer period of time, in my opinion, even another 10-year period. So I'm not fully to the point yet of thinking that we got to worry about Russ's times being up, but you're right to appreciate Russ for right now and what he's done, because we had to wait all those years throughout our history of bad quarterbacks to okay quarterbacks to just not quite good enough quarterbacks like your Zorns and your Craigs and your Hasselbecks to get to a guy who's truly separated himself and who's truly great. This is why I get so much into the harping on going for it now and the playing for today because I'm so acutely aware of once you lose these guys, you're not going to get the situation like the Packers did going from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers. You're going to go from this guy to it's going to be a fall off for many years to come, most likely. So I value it. I hope they take advantage of it in that respect, Eric. Y2K, Seattle media are like giant weaklings. We need some New York media vibe a little bit. Some reporters that are kind of dicks, aren't nice to coaches. Grill them a bit. Ask hard questions. Well, and I'll say this to you guys. I talked to the Greg Bell guy on Twitter. And when the Dunbar news broke, he was breaking the news on Dunbar saying he'd be put on the NFI list. And I go, hey, Greg Bell, can you maybe ask the Seahawks front office and Coach Carroll when you get him next time and say, why would you keep a guy on the roster like this who you owe nothing to, who's probably going to be suspended for the whole year? I crap you guys not on this. He tweets back at me almost immediately. Actually, I don't have to ask. I already know. They create a culture of a player-friendly environment, which means that they wouldn't do something that's ever anti-player friendly, being to release that player. And it's like, well, okay, why don't you just ask the goddamn question? Why not just ask? And that's the thing, Y2K, to your point, that I see oftentimes. They are pusses. Our media in the local scene is not willing to ever put our guys' feet to the fire. They don't like to ask hard questions. I don't know if it's like they're worried they're going to lose their relationship or their backdoor access or what it is, but I really wish some of them would really understand what it is to be a journalist and a reporter. And it's you got to have a little bit of doggedness to your nature. You got to ask hard questions. You got to push people sometimes when they don't want to be pushed. That's your job. They don't do it as much. Completely agree. 100%. JSD, can we trade for Sherman? I would love to see it. I don't think it's likely to happen, JSD. I think he burnt his bridges on the way out of town. I just do. I think he's become a very much a leader there for the 49ers. I think he's pretty embedded with them. Shane After says the Conklin signing by the Browns was possibly the biggest deal so far this offseason. Baker will be well protected this season. He will. And Shane, they did a good job of buttressing up against the Conklin signing by going out, I think, in the second round and grabbing one of those talented tackles in this draft. This draft had easily 10 tackles that will be solid NFL starters for years to come. And the Cardinals took it, or the Browns took advantage of that. The biggest thing they needed to do is to restructure that offensive line, and they did it at the two most important positions, being those bookend tackles. So I agree, Shane. I think it was a big signing by the Browns, a great signing by the Browns. I loved Conklin, especially a team with a guy like Nick Chubb who runs the ball so well. I think he's going to really benefit from that. Nikum Ikapuzio. Wow to you too, man. Sorry I mispronounced your name. I probably mangled it, but I apologize for that. It would be awesome if the 49ers brought back Harbaugh and Sherman had to deal with it. That would be funny, though. That would be pretty funny. Nakeem, or Keem, it might be Keem. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Who's my Super Bowl pick, Nakeem? I'm going to go with our Seahawks right now. Why not? Why not? I'm going to be a full-on homer. If not the Seahawks, I think that the Chiefs will repeat. I do. I don't buy the Ravens. I'm not on board on the Ravens train. Y2K, I believe we only gave Finney. That might be right. 3 years, so it's a 2-year, $6 million deal. I think you're right, Y2K. That sounds right. And that's a good cost for a guy who could be a spot starter, be a good starter for you. I think he could give you like maybe right around league average play if you asked him to be a starter for you at center. And that's not a bad value to get $3 million. Oh, M Webb, man, I appreciate that, bro. He says, I'm the GOAT. I'll take that. D-Boy, with there being no fans of the games, how do you feel? Do you see false starts? There'll be nothing or a lot of them dropping off. So you're asking essentially, do I see a lot more false starts at games or less false starts? Probably less false starts in totality over the course of the NFL. D-Boy, you'll see a little bit less. Absolutely. So it should go down a bit because it's going to be quiet, and it is going to be quiet. If you're not, you're jumping off sides as an offensive lineman this year. You got no excuses. Derek, the Seahawks fan, I heard the last day for opt-outs will be Tuesday or Wednesday. We only have had a Womack opt-out, which is extremely satisfying. Yeah, it's awesome to hear, Derek. And it was getting a little worrisome there where you're hearing the initial opt-outs and you're going, dude, is this going to start to be like a deluge? Is this going to be just, have the rapids begun to flow here of just guys, we're going to get a massive exodus of guys opting out? But it's been just a smattering, sprinkling. And even with Womack, I don't think Derek, it's my opinion, I don't think he was even going to make the team. So even he's not that great loss for us, in my opinion. M-Web says, who do you think is a better player right now, Wagner or Adams? My opinion is that B-Wag in his prime, but Adams currently. I would agree with you, M-Web. I think just do a tiny degree. Let's just say just a bit. Wagner's gone just a little bit back in his game. He's not exactly what he was even just 2 years ago, but he's still going to be a Pro Bowl level player, still a great middle linebacker for us. And he could still be, my middle linebackers can play into the mid-30s. There's guys like London Fletcher and Ray Lewis that played pretty deep into their career in that respect. So I would go with Adams as the better player, M-Web. Incam says top 5 safeties and quarterbacks. Top 5 safeties, well, certainly Minkah Fitzpatrick. I'll go in no particular order here, by the way. Minkah Fitzpatrick, Honey Badger, Jamal Adams would be fitting into that spot. I might put Kevin Byard from the Titans in there because he gets a lot of interceptions and takes away the ball, which is, I think, a very important skill to have. I'd have to think on the 5th one, Nakeem. So let me think about who I would put at the 5th as the other safety. Off the top of my head, you know what? I'm going to go off the gate. This is a prediction on this one, Nakeem. I was high on one of the players in this draft that I was as high as any other player in this draft was Antoine Winfield Jr. I think he would be my number 5 safety walking in the door. I think he's going to improve that Tampa Bay Buccaneers secondary almost all by himself. You guys watch for my bold prediction this year when it comes to Antonio Winfield. He's going to ball out. You guys watch. All right, so we're 4 hours in. I'm going to go through the last couple of questions here, and then we're going to wrap it up because I'm definitely needing some food. I'm getting hungry. DJ Wilborn, I got to make some money. If I'll be back in about an hour or so. If you're off, I'll probably be off by that point. DJ, I gotta get some food. I'm getting hungry. Y2K, definitely appreciate the content. Keep up the good work. I appreciate you, Y2K. Thank you, man. Derek Seahawks fan says, I wanted to ask you about the Lincoln Riley extension. What does this mean for our future coach? Well, unless there is specific language within the contract, and it has not tended to be that, historically speaking, there has been specific language in the contract for these type of coaches. Usually the contract does not prevent them from moving to the NFL. The contract is only preventing them, Derek, from moving to another college football program. Now, you could put a rider in the contract to say this means that you are prohibited because we're going to pay you so much money. You're prohibited from going to the NFL. But I've never heard of a contract you put it to a college coach in that way. So it's just in regards to just him keeping him from going to another college program, saying, "Oh, I'm going to leave Oklahoma and go play for Alabama because Nick Saban's left." Roxanne Roll, Brandon, you be you. I appreciate it, Roxanne Roll. I don't think I can change at this point. This old dog he's too ingrained. D-Boy, thanks for everybody coming to the stream. 2 more very long weeks for the next one. Yeah, I'm sorry, D-Boy. I'd love to do some more content on it too. It's just been the move and everything else it's taking up all my time right now. Shane Hafner says Chapman just shoved Kyle Lewis off third base. Like, what a prick. Wow. What a shady move. That's a kind of a new thing they're doing in baseball at times. I see him do that, try that push-off move. You never used to see him do that. Hawks Nest, where can we get in contact with you outside of YouTube? Sometimes I want to ask you stuff through the 2-week wait, but I can have to wait to ask. So D-Boy, go to the, I'm Seahawks Nester on Twitter. Just direct message me on Twitter. You can hit me up there. If you post if you want to post a question, even in the chat, after I post this video, just post it in the chat. I try to stay up on the comment sections. And if I see a question in there, I do try to respond to it there too as well. So it'll be either of those 2 places. I'm Seahawks Nester on Twitter, D-Boy. Ryan Dallas, do you think Hyde could be our starting running back moving forward? Yeah, I do. I really like Carlos Hyde, Ryan. I've had a little tiny itty bitty man crush on him coming out of Ohio State. And this is maybe showing my inadequacies as an evaluator of running back talent. But when I look and watch if you go back and watch the college tape on Carlos Hyde coming out of Ohio State, and you watch the tape on Ezekiel Elliott coming out of Ohio State, I actually like Carlos Hyde's tape a lot better. I thought he was a lot more of a wow running back coming out than Ezekiel was. Now, Elliott probably is a better running back. It is what it is. I was probably wrong on that one, but I like him, Ryan. And he fits into that Marshawn Lynch running back mold, right? Pete Carroll, since Marshawn Lynch arrived, basically got stuck in that mold of, this is the kind of running back I want to bring in. This is who I want. Rashard Penny's been really the only guy that's been an outliner from that mold that they're looking for, that grinder, the guy that's going to fall forward, who's going to pull tacklers along, break tackles. Thomas Rawls was in that mode. Eddie Lacy was in that mode. Chris Carson's in that mode. And certainly 100% Carlos Hyde is in that mode, Ryan. So I could see him sliding in there. With Chris Carson, he's had an injury history. He's had a fumble problem. Hyde doesn't have those same issues. So I like Hyde's upside. He's a good fit into the scheme. Carson's your number 1 guy right now, but he doesn't have any lock on that job necessarily. Oh, Derwin James. Yes, Ryan. Okay, Derwin James would be above Darren. Sorry, my bad. You guys are 100% correct on that. He would be my number 5. So there, yeah, there you go. Y2K daily streams. I'd love to do it someday. Y2K, if we ever get to the point I can do this channel full time, I will try to do a daily stream at that point. But we're quite a ways away. All right. So I think we are there. I appreciate D-Boy. You did a great job on the admin stuff. Jose Rodriguez, you did the same. We had a couple guys came in. We handled them good and sweet. We were able to deal with Dustin today and kept him in line, which was good. Sorry for the late guys. We got to hang out here, but 4 hours in, I'm kind of toast. I can feel the voice kind of going. But thank you for Ryan Dallas hopping in here, Akeem hopping in here, Shane. We will be on in a couple weeks here, guys. Hang on with me, Dad. I am currently working on the Great Seahawks Moment videos. They are taking me a little bit more time right now because time is being taken up with some other items that are taking more of a significance than I got to do in my life right now. So bear with me on the next Great Seahawks Moment video, you guys. I'm hard at work on them, but it's going to take me a bit of time. I do appreciate your patience with it. But other than that, use your hit stick. Thank you very much. Y2K, thank you very much. Derek Seahawks fan, you are awesome, my guy. I thank you guys very much for watching the stream and hanging in there with all the questions. Appreciate you. Get excited for this season, folks. This is a big deal, this trade. This put our potential so much higher than what it was. So every right to get excited, every right to love this trade, every right to not like the draft capital given up, but it's going to be good. I love you guys. Thank you so much. I salute you as always. Thank you for the donations, Mike Cox, Barry Satoro, D-Boy. I appreciate you guys on that. You guys have a wonderful night. And don't you ever forget, of course, go Hawks.